I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? It's good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all, man. Good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. What's good with you? What's good with y'all, man? Had a great episode last night. The Knicks at Night podcast did that the first time in a few months, man. Had a ball doing that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, Yankees Morning Brew is in the building. What's good? Salute, salute. Yankees Morning Brew was good. I see you. Was good. DSJ is in the building. Not Zay was good. Kendall Rivera was good, Mr. Rivera. I hope you coming in to join. I hope you joining. Joe Madden was good. It's good to see y'all, man. How about we start how we normally do? How about we do what is tradition? How about we say blue tears, orange tears, Blorange tears, right there. Y'all see it right there. Blorange tears. What's good? What's good with you? What's good with y'all, man? How about we throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care? And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, "Oh yeah, oh yeah!" Scream! Thank you, boss. All right, all right, all right, all right. What's good, y'all? What's good, y'all? Y'all ready to rock and roll for a few hours? Y'all ready to get this thing started? Y'all ready to talk that draft talk the way draft talk is supposed to be talked? Y'all ready to do that? I see y'all. C-Mac in the building. Phillip Jones was good. D Nice 77 in the building was good. Was good. What's good, y'all? Let me take these things and let me do a little something here. Let me move a few things around in there. Yeah, man. Big Kappa is in the building. What's good? I see you. Big Cap, I see you. I see y'all, man. Right? Let me start or let me continue. Let me continue. Why is this thing shrunken down? Let me see. All right. Let me start today's joint with a quote by the great American poet CeeLo Green. CeeLo Green says, "It's such a blessing when my eyes get to see the sun rise. I'm ready to begin to get further away from where I've been, but I'll never forget everything I went through. I appreciate the ish. Because if I had went and took the easy way, I wouldn't be the strong brother that I am today. Everything that I did, different things I was told, just ended up being food for my soul." Bam! Thank you, CeeLo, for these dope quotes. Thank you. I love these great American poets. Everything that I did, different things I was told, just ended up being food for my soul. Right? Right? Yeah, I gotta do the quote. I gotta do a quote by the great American poet Melly Mel. Right? And then I'll do one for my guy. This week is gonna be crazy. Right? Melly Mel says, the great American poet Melly Mel said, "A child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. God is smiling on you, but he's frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through. You'll grow in the ghetto, living second rate, and your eyes are sing a sad song of deep hate. The place that you play and where you stay looks like one great big alleyway." And I got one more, which is my favorite. One more from my favorite, the great American poet, Grand Poobah. And y'all know how this goes. I'm going to try to do it from memory. If I can't, y'all forgive me. Grand Poobah says, "Now a lot of people think this is as easy as it looks. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks, session and session to get thoughts manifested, stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing." Thank you, Grand Poobah. Let's get this thing started. Y'all ready to get this tip off in? Y'all ready to get this tip off in? Salute Almighty Finesse. Salute Eddie C. Salute Andy N is in the building. What's good? Y'all ready for the tip off? Here's the tip off. Here's the tip off. Acquire Kyrie Irving. That's all I got. That's all I got for the tip off. Go get Kyrie, sign Zach LaVine. Bim, let's go. NBA champs. NBA champs. Acquire Kyrie, sign Zach LaVine. Bim, NBA champs. I knew that was gonna kind of get y'all started, but I'm real about that, bro. I'm trolling some, but it's not a mean troll, it's a high step troll, okay? I'm trolling some, right? But it's a high stepping troll and not a mean troll, okay? Go get Kyrie, Leon Rose. What are you waiting on? Leon Rose, what are you waiting on? Go get Kyrie. Enough is enough. You went out and got Kemba. Go get Kyrie. Yeah, Knicks fans, don't do it. Knicks fans, don't do that double talk. Because if you do that double talk, I promise you I'm going to put you on blast. All that crying. And wait, we need a point guard. And then as soon as a Hall of Fame point guard come along in his prime, y'all like, nah, we don't need him. No, don't look. Don't be no hypocrite. C-Mac is like, hell yeah, go get Kyrie. Hell yeah. Did I read that wrong? C-Mac, did I read that wrong? Are you all for Kyrie? Did I read that wrong? Pudge Nice, of course. Of course. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. Let's go. Knicks fans, don't be a hypocrite because I'm going to call y'all asses out. All that whining and crying and shit. Yeah, the Knicks need a point guard. The Knicks need a point guard. And as soon as the point guard come along in his prime, y'all like, no, we don't need that one. No. I'm not letting y'all do it. Nah, baby, I ain't going to be able to do it. All that noise, talking me to death, crying on got my phone soaking wet. Got my phone soaking wet from all y'all messages, all y'all DMs and texts and all that stuff. The Knicks need a point guard, Uncle Freezy. Why you just say the Knicks need a playmaker and now a point guard available and y'all like, nah, we'll pass. No, hell no, you won't. Hell no, you ain't. Hell no. No. Get Kyrie. Y'all been begging and crying for a point guard, and here come a point guard in his prime, and then y'all like, nah, we don't want him. No. Y'all gonna get Kyrie, and y'all gonna like it. And because I've been on this thing, on this platform, asking y'all, trying to be nice, like, yo, do you really need a point guard, or do you need playmakers? Do you really need a Kyrie Irving, or can you settle for a Luka? And y'all like, nah, we want a Luka. I mean, nah, we want a Kyrie. Now Kyrie available, and y'all like, nah, no. We ain't gonna have that double talk. Y'all ain't gonna just be talking for nothing. Wasting my ear space. wasting my ear space on some. Nah, man. Kyrie ain't I don't like Kyrie because Kyrie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all that whining. We need a point. How about that? Can y'all hear me now? Hey, can y'all hear me now? I'm good. Soul fingers in the building. Yo, hey, for the chat, yo, at one point I had Soul Finger. It was Soul Finger, myself, and Jarvis Landry in the chat at one time. Did I say Jarvis Landry? I'm Jarvis LaFleur. Everybody, it ain't nothing but one Jarvis that ever lived. It's Jarvis. He played wide receiver for somebody. Right? Knicks fans legit had my phone soaking wet. Knicks fans had my phone soaking wet. Y'all was like, yo, Uncle Freezy, we got to have a point guard. And now that one's available, now y'all like, nah, we don't need no point guard. No. We ain't getting ready to do that double talk. Kareem Grant is in the building. What's good? I'm ready to battle y'all this morning, bro. I got a few hours, and I'm going to use them all up on how Knicks fans double talk. Jay Boogie was good. Jay Boogie says the question is, if Kevin Durant gives up on Kyrie and allows him to move on, who in the hell else is coming to New York to play with Kyrie if he's labeled as a head case? Kyrie doesn't. If Kevin doesn't. I'm just saying. No, you going to get your point guard. Because y'all been killing me. Y'all been killing me with this Uncle Freezy. We need a point guard. And I've been telling y'all the whole time. My mic gone again? My mic gone? How about that? Is my mic better? Okay. Okay. I got this sensitive up and down button on this mic, man, and they got me doing that salt and pepper. My mic sound nice. Check one. Yeah, that's for old heads. Yo, I'm gonna put the link in the chat because I know y'all want to beef, and I'm ready. I know y'all want to beef. Yo, Craig McQueen is in the building. What's good? McQueen is in the building. We can get the party started now, y'all. If McQueen in here, all right, let's get the party started. Let's go. Let's go. If McQueen in here, we gonna get turned in here on a Monday morning. Y'all know how we do it. Y'all are rocking with the Knicks Morning Drive. Y'all are on the Knicks Morning Drive with the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy. What's good? The #1 chief rocker. Come down, selector. See, I ain't a DJ. I'm a selector, chief rocker on the microphone. Chief rocker on the microphone.
What's up, bro?
Ain't nothing to it. How you doing?
I'm good. Happy Father's Day. I didn't get to jump on yesterday.
Yeah, man.
But let me just say this before it gets too loud. Yo, you're right. We double talk so much. The fact that a point guard at that magnitude is out there, and there's a possibility that we could get him, and we don't want him because of this and that, makes no sense.
Makes zero sense. Yep.
Two, we was complaining about CJ McCollum. Oh, he don't want this. He makes too much money. Blah, 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 blah. He always hurt. But look what he did to the Pelicans. He got them over the hump to get into the playoffs. And they won 2 games.
Right.
We could have got him, and he could have did the same thing.
Right.
We always talking out of the side of our mouths.
Right.
But I'm going to jump back out real quick because I got to get home. I'm going to jump right back on.
Okay. I'll be here.
All right.
Yeah, man. It's like them. It's listening to Knicks fans. And look at this comment. Look, hey, yo, come on, man. Come on, man. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Yo, the comments, I promise you, like, I legit will, like, be in a cubicle or on a forklift, and I'll look down at my phone. My phone will have alerts or whatever you call them on it, right? I'll look down, and it'll be, like, one of the homies, right? It'll be one of the homies, and they'll be like, So you saying the Knicks don't need a point guard, right? And I'll be like, yo, it's 3:17 in the morning, and somebody has hit me with the point guard question. And I'll answer, right? I just be like, I keep saying in 2022 going forward, you don't need a classic point guard. You just need playmakers all over the floor. No, Uncle Freezy, we don't need no playmakers. We need a point guard. We ain't had a point guard since Clyde Frazier. Okay. All right. If that's your stance, that's your stance. But we not get ready to go back and forth like Aaliyah. We not get ready to go back and forth like Cameo, right? Okay. If you say we need a point guard, when a good one, if the Knicks can get a good one, I bet not hit no lip. And every time a good one is available, I hear y'all lip. Bo Ismail says Knicks fans gonna nick. Exactly, bro. We can't keep doing this double talk. You can't. Yesterday, even last night, Stafford Don said the Knicks need a point guard. The one, y'all say Stafford Don is my minion. Yeah, like people will hit me in the. I love Stafford Don, and that's my dude. I love Stafford Don with all my heart, right? I love Stafford Don, like my brother, man. Right? I love Stafford Don. And y'all be like, man, all Stafford Don do is just repeat what Uncle Freezy say. Stafford Don is Uncle Freezy minion, right? And everybody know that ain't true. Everybody know that ain't true, right? But when Stafford Don say something that the people don't like, that's the first thing they say. Stafford Don sounds just like Uncle Freezy. And then me and Stafford Don was on the Knicks at Night podcast last night, and he was taking me to school about how the Knicks need a point guard. Now this morning, the Knicks can acquire Kyrie Irving, right? They can acquire Kyrie, right? But we will see what they do, right? Like that song from the Roots, what they do. Right? Right? They legit be like, Knicks fans are legit like, Knicks fans are legit like, we need a point guard, but Magic Johnson too tall. John Stockton ain't athletic enough. Kevin Johnson can't shoot. Allen Iverson is a 2 guard. Chris Paul too old. Westbrook make too much money. John Wall too injured. Kyrie Irving is unstable. This is how Knicks fans approach point guard, as if they ever had a perfect point guard. Some of y'all that say we need a point guard wasn't even alive when Clyde Frazier was playing. Right? But yet we nitpick point guards to death. We nitpick point guards to pieces. We like Magic Johnson too tall. Hey, ain't Magic Johnson got the ninja, ain't it? They're like, Magic Johnson got the ninja. John Stockton too slow. Tim Hardaway shoot too much. Kevin Johnson can't shoot.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting.
Word.
You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, me and I'm podcasting.
Word.
You can see my vision through the podcasting.
Yeah.
But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting.
Word.
I'm podcasting,
Word.
he's podcasting.
Word.
I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears.
good, y'all?
Hey, what's good, fellas? How y'all this morning?
Good. Can't
Yo, what's
complain.
good, man? Yo, you got.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I thought somebody else was getting ready to come up. I didn't know what that was. You got these Matrix and all this going on. Yo, you got Hardwell pulling up in a back in the day Volkswagen Jetta. We used to put 410s back there in the back of that big building. And you got that 808, like you got Hardwell pulling up like that.
Yeah, man. That banger. It's that banger, man.
Yo,
What's
Yeah,
good, Jay
man.
Boogie?
what's good, Hardwell? How you feeling, my brother?
Feeling great, man. Enjoy my Father's Day. How was y'all Father's Day?
Hey, man. Excellent, bro.
Man, it was
Excellent.
mine was beautiful, man. God bless and thank you for all of our kids, man.
Facts.
All of
And
my
to be here to celebrate it is big too. We had rough years, man. So I'm just happy to make another Father's Day birthday. Happy Father's Day to everybody. If I ain't already tell you on Twitter or wherever, I'll reach out to everybody
yes.
somehow. But to everybody in the chat if I ain't talked to you, happy Father's Day. I just wanted to chime in on the topic about Kyrie. No matter Kyrie problems, he's still better than everything we got on our team. I'd say Kyrie with all his issues. Because when he on that floor, it's lights out.
Yep.
And he's top. And y'all know I always say we need players that the young guys could really learn moves from and learn how to go and learn how to play.
Right.
And I just think it'll be good regardless of whatever he went through. The COVID issue is gone. And it's not saying that he'll be there forever. You know what I'm saying? It'll be to see how he does and how it pans out if he was to come. And I think those are the type of things that we got to look at to get us on the right track. You know what I mean? Even though I don't know if it'll happen, because to me, I can't really see it. But if it do, I would take him.
Hey, let me bring my guy in real quick. What's good? State is in the building. What's good? Soul Fingers in the building. What's good?
What's cracking? What's cracking?
What up, Chase? What up, Soul?
What's happening, fellas?
I
What's
must
happening?
have said something. I must have said something that got people a little fired up and inspired this morning. State, you better take this Kyrie Irving and like it.
Who, me?
Take this Kyrie Irving and like it, bro, because I don't want to hear the Knicks don't have upper level talent. The Knicks need a point guard argument, and then Kyrie Irving come along and we're like, nah, I'll pass. I'd rather go with Alec Burks.
Man, I've been getting presented a lot of interesting scenarios with the Knicks for like 2 weeks. So once again, I'm presented another interesting scenario. Kyrie Irving. Would I want Kyrie Irving on my team? Hell yeah, you're damn right.
What?
Would I think it's problems? Black people always got problems. So
I
can't argue with that one, bro. I can't argue with that one.
I could care less about his problems. The problem that he had last season was basically the vaccine. Like, how can you have fans who's unvaccinated in the stands, but I can't play? You know what I'm saying? And he could play now, so I guess I'll take Kyrie, man. I'm not against it. What we're giving up for him, you already know who's the first person that needs to be shot out the door. And I would love to have Kyrie, man. That's my take on it. I don't care about his off the court antics and whatnot. And I don't really care if he could play 50 plus games this season. I don't really care. Just give me somebody. Been a Knicks fan for 21 years. I got introduced to.
That's a long time, bro. You're an old man, bro.
Yeah, man. Just these past 4 years alone, I was subjected to my number 4 overall pick. No, past 4 years, yeah. My number 4 overall pick getting traded, My team president got fired after 17 years. He left this man $74 million in cap space, signed Julius Randle, and got us RJ Barrett. Now, this man proceeds to just waste $74 million. And now we back right here. And I was introduced to Moutier, Trey Burke, Frank Ntilikina, Alfred Payton, Kemba Walker. The list goes on. I need a point guard. This offseason is the offseason. You got too many assets right now. And the Knicks should not stand pat. Leon Rose should not feel comfortable anymore with this roster. I want to compete, man. It's tiring, man. Celtics their core 4 was all drafted. Why can't the Knicks do that? Because they like politics. They don't want to sit an $18 million man on the bench. And when you got Quentin Grimes on the bench, who plays way better defense, by the way, who could give you the same things. It's little stuff like that annoys me. So I would love to take Kyrie Irving. I could care less right now. Take Kyrie quickly, Jaden Ivey. Just do something within the next 3 days. Or I'm gonna be pissed with the Knicks. I ain't gonna hold you. Kind of tired of this team just being they just lazy, bro. I don't know what it is. Like, why are they so lazy?
Yeah, I said the same thing. When they don't make a move, or when I see other things moving, when I see traction, I don't expect it to be us. So I don't be disappointed because this is what they've been doing. This is what, like when you seen Dallas already making moves, they on the ball already as soon as the season ended. I mean, that's the type of energy I want, or I think we need to, even if we was to show what direction we going in, would help us as fans, I think, too. Because then we could be like, okay, at least we planning for next draft. We realizing we can't win right now because there's no real moves to make. That's another thing why Kyrie would make sense, because even if we saying we're not gonna make it a certain, we're not making it this far, whatever, players can still learn from another player who know how to play. And we need good leadership. Now, Kyrie on the leadership side, I ain't really sure about that because how he handles the game to not show up, you know what I'm saying? But as far as on that floor, he's gonna give us a lot to see.
Hey, Hall, well, let me ask you this about your leadership thing.
Mm-hmm.
And because I believe leadership is multidimensional. That's my belief.
Mm-hmm.
But like, just because you a good leader in one thing or a bad leader in one thing doesn't mean you can't be a great leader in something else.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. I have somebody that works for me, right? He is a great leader when you give him tasks like, hey, Joe, I need to have this side parking lot paved over here. I need to have this job completed before Christmas, right? And say it's June right now, right? So what Joe will do, he'll go and he'll get his crew and he'll pave that thing before Christmas. He'll have it done before Christmas, right? Likely right around October, Halloween, beginning of November, he'll have it paved, right? Hey, shout out to Joe. He'll have it paved by beginning of November, right? But when I pull Joe into management meetings, he don't know how to step up and be like, Joe, how come this thing costs so much? Joe will be in there like, you got to understand, you got to understand such and such. So he's an excellent leader, like hands-on out there with the crew. But in management and upper management stuff, he's not that guy. He's not a leader.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to ascend to that, right? But I'm like, Joe, you got to understand, you're great at this one thing, you're not great at the other. And it's not up to them to acquiesce to your deficiencies. What you have to do is step up the other parts of your game. And in my opinion, that's how Kyrie is, right? Like, he may not be an exceptional leader with the front office, and he may not be exceptional with the press and social media. But on the floor, his teams tend to always win. When you put Kyrie Irving around halfway decent players, he's a winner, right? I'll give you an example of the opposite. If you take elite talent away from Bradley Beal, and put him around average talent, Bradley Beal is a loser. If you take Zach LaVine away from elite talent, Zach LaVine is a loser. If you take Devin Booker away from above average talent and just give him average talent, Devin Booker is a loser, right? You take Kyrie Irving away from elite talent and put him with average talent, the dude still wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you have if you're a Knicks fan? What do you believe you have on your roster? If you bring in Kyrie Irving, can your team win with Kyrie Irving? Right? Are you going to ask him to be your team leader in the locker room? Are you going to have him be the face of the franchise? Or is he just going to be talent on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm asking you, if you bring in Kyrie Irving, what are you asking him to do? What are you asking him to be, Hardwell?
I mean, from what you just explained, I think the players could basically learn from what Kyrie's doing and playing more than him vocally. Because even him, he played with other leaders, like when he was with LeBron, and even in this situation, you know, it didn't look like he was really leading because he wasn't there. And when he was coming, there wasn't no chemistry. So with this young team, we need a leader, and he would be the best player on the team. So I'm not saying that he would have to be that much of a vocal leader. We would need sometimes the best player is not always the vocal leader. You know what I mean? It could be a guy who could bring everybody together. Someone like Draymond Green is, you know what I mean? It could be somebody like that you could add in a mix to kind of know how to pull people together. I think Boston didn't have nobody to pull them together, even though Smart is tough and he'll get in people's face and he guard up.
But
He's vocal. But he didn't know how to really bring. He was trying though. I don't just want to say he don't know how, because I want to say that I think this is the first time he's really been in this experience too. So I think soon he could be that guy for Boston, even though Boston still needs something else. But Smart was kind of that vocal leader for them at this stage. But
and you remember the Indianapolis Colts with Peyton Manning, when they had Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, Edgerrin James, Dallas Clark. You remember that offense they had?
Mm-hmm.
You know who the vocal leader was for that team? For that unit? It was the center, a dude named Jeff Saturday. He was the leader. He was the vocal leader of that offense. He used to go to the sideline and tell Peyton Manning to shut up. He when Peyton was like, "Y'all getting me killed out here," Jeff Saturday would go to Peyton Manning and be like, "Shut up." And the most talented player on offense, Marvin Harrison, was a quiet dude from Philly. Right? He was a quiet dude. Marvin Harrison, number 88. The other receiver was a dude from down south that used to talk all the time, a dude named Reggie Wayne. Y'all remember Reggie Wayne?
Yeah.
So my point, just to co-sign what you said, the least talented guy on that unit, a center named Jeff Saturday, was the leader of the offensive unit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He wasn't the most talented, but he was the leader, right? And then they had other guys on the thing. They just went out there and did their job. Marvin Harrison didn't talk to no. When Marvin Harrison wanted the ball from Peyton Manning, he would just walk by Peyton Manning and stare at him in the face. And then the next 4 offensive plays would go to Marvin Harrison, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I understand what you're saying about Kyrie. I think what you're saying is multifaceted too. I think if we, man, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to slow you down because I want to keep track of and take note of what it is that you're saying. Because I believe Kyrie can come here and not be the vocal leader, just be the talent on the floor and help these kids take that step to the next, that leap to the next level, just by a guy like Kyrie taking the bullets for them. Kind of like Fred VanVleet is taking the bullets for Scotty Barnes.
A real number one too. Somebody that we know, because they looked at Randall like, we knew Randall was better when he averaged 20 and 10, but you know, them guys didn't feel like it was working, or you know, every 20 and 10 ain't the best if we're not winning. Then you don't want to have guys on the bench feeling like they better than your best player. So if Kyrie come in here, you ain't gonna have that confusion. He's the number one. You know what I'm saying? And then you play ball, it shouldn't be, you know. I don't know how that would happen anyway, though. So I ain't gonna go. I just wanted to give my take on it, how it could work with having another leader, and we gave a couple good examples. That's all I was really trying to say.
Man, I find that fascinating. I might hit you up after this, man, because I got that day. That was. I mean, stuff like that fascinate me, man. J Boogie, what's good?
What's going on, man? I'm just listening to what y'all rocking with, you know what I'm saying, what y'all speaking on. You know, the thing is about Kyrie, man, I don't want to just bring him over here just to say we finally got a point guard. You know, that's number one with me. You know, my biggest thing, be honest with you, man, with this situation, man, I don't even want to hear it. I'm sick of the rumors, all that. I'm sick of the internet, all that. Give me some breaking news. I don't even want to talk about something. I can't even get my high hopes up on this situation until at least the 29th. Let me figure out what is he gonna do first. And then, you know, I could pitch in and want us to go do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? Of course you would love to have a guy like that. That's a number one. That's a dude that could take all type of big shots without a play being developed. Of course you would need that type guy, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just tired of everybody, every lost season, we the biggest topic at the end of the season. We the most rumors, we the most this, we the most that, man. It's just, kind of like, it drains me out. I need breaking news. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to do a song called Breaking News. That's what I'm doing. Tell Ian Begley I need breaking news. Call Mark Berman and tell him I need breaking news. Call Monica Nutt and tell him I need breaking news. As soon as it break, the pod gonna break off the breaking news. I need breaking news.
Yo,
man.
that might get us some breaking
Talk
news.
about it.
Hey,
Talk
you
about
need
it.
that verse. You need that verse from me. I'll get on there.
Yeah.
That's just
me,
where
writing verses is easy.
I feel you, bro.
I'll be the guest, Uncle Freezy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I do this. I do this.
I like how that song was coming together too. Breaking news. I like how that was coming together. I wanted to say what up, Key. I ain't say what up to y'all. What up, Soulfinger? What up, State? What's good, y'all?
What up, guys? Salute.
What's good? What's good?
You already.
Yeah, that's what that's what I would love to see a talent like that on our team. And then I think, it'll open up where he'd be like, man, this is where I should have been at in the first place. Yeah, this is where you should have been at the first place. Yeah, you should have came here with Jimmy Butler. That was the first room in the first conversation. Yeah, you should have been our backcourt. Yeah, RJ should have been playing with y'all. That would have been something different, for us, you know what I'm saying? But I gotta wait to see the 29th. But right now, man, I'm on the 23rd, man. I'm on Thursday night, man.
Right. Now I feel you. I just want to say this to you, bro. We understand that the New York teams are always used to inflate players' value and inflate whatever rumor it is. So I understand that. And a fatigue from that is what we get all the time. We always get like fatigue because we get tired of being rumored and such thing and nothing ever happens, right? What I would say to you, J Boogie, is this: the future is bright for the Knicks.
Yeah,
the future is definitely bright, right? But just like all futures, no one path is predetermined. Right. No one path to success is predetermined, man. You know what I'm saying? And I know you know this because you're a successful guy. So you already know that. Like sometimes you got to take a rough road to get to the successful place, the successful destination. A lot of us have done that. Like we've been through a rough road, a rough route, but finally got to the destination that we desired. Right. What I'm gonna say, what I'm saying, basically what I'm getting at is whether Kyrie come or not, Knicks fans, be careful with what you ask for. Knicks fans will be like, man, we need an alpha. We need a number one. We need a point guard. And then when that guy comes available, you're like, nah, we don't want that. You know what you look like when you do that? Knicks fans, do you know what you look like when you say you need an alpha, you need a number one, you need a guy that's going to hit big shots late in games. You need somebody that's battle tested. and you need a point guard. And then when that guy presents himself, the all-in-one package, you back up and be like, "Yo, we don't want that." You look like a fan base that double talks. You want to be a perpetual loser. You beg for something, and then when it presents itself, you back up. Right? Now, I understand what Jay Boogie is talking about the fatigue and from rumors and all that stuff, and I'm with him on that. I'm tired of the Knicks being rumored and everything and not being involved in nothing. Right? Because I have Donovan Mitchell fatigue right now. And that's coming off having Bradley Beal and Zach LaVine from fatigue from last year. Right? And now Kyrie Irving is the topic du jour. Right? And we may not even do nothing. Right? But it just gets me worn down and tired.
But Freezy, that's the same thing. When we said yesterday or the other day when I was up here, when people were saying Donovan Mitchell, they don't know where to play him at with this team right here, or he's a sixth man. That's ludicrous. That's crazy.
Yeah, people just be talking, bro.
But that's what I'm trying to say. This is the same thing what you saying about how people talking about Kyrie now. That's the same thing. I look at those comments and then, where we gonna play Donovan Mitchell? What? Like as if we got solid players in his position already. Like, stop it, man. Like, yeah, he ain't do this, he didn't do that, but he's still better than what we have. We overvalue what we have. If we had something, then we wouldn't have to have these debates. We wouldn't be talking about
Donovan Mitchell is a six man because we got Quentin Grimes, bro.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, stuff like that they say.
That's what they be saying.
Crazy.
Right?
And this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Stop it. Y'all overvaluing players that we draft, talking about, oh, let's do like Boston did. Acting like Boston didn't bring Kyrie in there when they had a chance. Acting like they didn't have Haywood. Acting like they didn't have Schroeder. Acting like they didn't make all these moves.
Marcus Morris.
Finally stumble across to get there because it's a whole bunch of situations that got to pan out and work. And then factor in that Boston wasn't even in the conversation early in the season. They talked about trading Brown or Tatum. The media, everybody.
They can't play together.
They can't play. Think about all this stuff that you know what I mean. Now everybody's saying, "Oh, look at Boston. We could be like," but no, they went through all of the channels. They did this. They tried that. They did this. That's why I said we sit and act like we don't have to make moves when everybody else is making moves. That's a problem. Like State said the same thing a little while ago. Freezy said it. Why are we not moving like if we just could sit and not be worried about, what we're gonna do? That's what I don't understand.
Right. Let me address these super chats real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, baking a beautiful cake is boring, but worth it. He's saying time, just give it time. Just give it time is what Paris Duggar is saying. It's saying that. And then there was another. Did I pass it? Oh, there it is. Paris Duggar says, how can the panel just sit there and agree that Kyrie is a winner with average talent? He's garbage without a number one. Stop desiring bronze medal players. But okay, so for one, so
there go one of them right there. See the comment?
Yeah. See. Okay. All right. So while Kyrie Irving is making the playoffs every season, guess where the Knicks are at? And with this mindset,
with the lottery. And then guess what they get? Guess what they get in the first round? They always get B level or C level players. The problem with the Knicks is they love meaningless wins. The Knicks been having meaningless wins. Do you remember how many wins the Knicks got in 2003?
No.
The Knicks got 37 wins. Do you remember who we drafted?
Yeah.
Do you remember who we drafted? We drafted Othello Harrington in a Carmelo Anthony, LeBron James draft. Knicks is dumb, and they get out their own goddamn way. I'm gonna give you another example. This season, the playoffs is lost, Thibodeau. You 64-year-old clown. We're 25-38. I'm looking at the Knicks. And the dude comes out and says, we have no other option at starting point guard. And then proceeds to go on another losing streak.
Sound like just like him.
And proceeds to go on another losing streak. and then you go 7-10. You win 7 games in March. Meaningless March wins. It's always it's like clockwork with the Knicks to get a meaningless March win. So you go 7 out of 10, and then you go 7 out of 10. And what's crazy to me, what's even more crazy to me, is you get the 11th pick, and now you try to sell a fan base on, oh, we're gonna trade up for Ivy. The hell with you? The hell with you? Stop doing that. Knicks hustle backwards. That is stupid. Now we sit here looking at the 11th pick 3 days from now. He ain't gonna play till March 2023.
With Kyrie conversation entering the door.
The Kyrie, I don't even care for the Kyrie talk because Jay Boogie just got me out of that. I'm already annoyed with the Knicks.
Right.
The Knicks gotta stop getting out of their own goddamn way. You tried to sell a fan base on the 4th seed, and because you got the 4th seed, you went and signed Evan Fournier, a bum. I don't care about him breaking John Starks' record. I still feel like John Starks got the record because his 3-point, it don't mean nothing to me. In the grand, then you trade for Cam Reddish in mid-season, and Thibodeau had the audacity to tell me, and I watched Knicks games 2-3 times. You have the audacity to tell me that your rotation is set. Something is wrong here, Freezy.
I know this.
Something is wrong here, Freezy.
I know this.
It's very annoying. Now, MSG values politics over winning. And that's been the case since 2003.
Yeah.
And until they get out of that, we're going to continue having these same dumb talks. Players are going to continue to have us in contract negotiation leverage like Kyrie is doing right now to get to the Lakers. Because he's going to get to the Lakers.
Right.
So
let me do
it sucks, man. It sucks
real quick. I'm gonna do something real quick, and then I want you to because I got a question for you.
What's good, fellas?
Sub, what's good?
What's good, Sub?
Okay, y'all talking
What's up,
about
Scout 209?
what's good? Y'all talking about getting Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, State was in his bag just now, bro.
Yeah,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and jump right back into it then.
Nah, because Jay woke me up, man. I was sleepy, and then Jay just brought me back to life, man, with his whole talk about I'm tired of the Knicks being the oh, we almost, oh, we tried to get, oh, we were linked to.
Yeah, all the rumors. It's like Club Nouveau. Look at all these rumors.
All these rumors, and we get every room in the world, but we get introduced to Moutier, Alfred Payton, Tim Walker, Frank Ntilikina, Tony Douglas.
Hey, Sam, I was gonna do your intro, but State was in his bag, bro.
It's annoying. And then
we
haven't re-signed a player. And then you got Nick talking about.
I was gonna do it, but I didn't want to interrupt State a second time. Go ahead, State. Go ahead.
My fault. But then
go.
Silly Knicks fans. I've been a Knicks fan for 21 years. We got a center right now who needs to be paid in Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
You've never seen a young Knicks center. Top 5 in field goal percentage, top 5 in blocks, top 5 in blocks and steals. So, like, we've never seen that before. I watched the Knicks for 21 years. So, if y'all seen a young Knicks center do what Mitch did, you could show me him. Then we got another young guy who's averaged 26 and 3. I don't care about efficiency because you don't go in the barbershop talking efficiency. So, don't tell me about efficiency. I need something. Yo, what's up, OG? I need something. I don't want to be like the Celtics. The hell with the Celtics.
So Stay, you think paying Mitch is a good idea, or giving him what he wants is a good idea?
What? Who? So I look at the free agency list a lot, brother.
Yes.
Right? Shout out to my guy, Eru, diehard Knicks. You give me one free agency center you want to see starting on the Knicks next season besides Mitchell Robinson and Mo Bamba. My second pick is Mo Bamba. Besides
Mo Bamba was my first. I rather give Mo Bamba $10 million than give Mitch 15 because Mo gives you the same thing. But what the one thing he does give you the extra is the 3-point shooting and the free throws.
But let me tell you something that Mo Bamba doesn't give that Mitch gives. That's chemistry. I want to win.
I didn't think they played good together.
But you're not winning much when you have your main piece right now and possibly the next piece that comes in. If we do trade up for Ivy, both dudes need to get to the basket. And when you have a big man that his defender doesn't need to stand by the 3-point line because he's no threat, that hurts the team.
So question for you: does Robert Williams hurt the Celtics?
Well, that's different. They have 4 shooters all around them.
No. Question. It's just a yes or no. Does Robert Williams hurt the Celtics?
No. but he's a way better player than me.
Hold on. Just said
objection, Your Honor.
He's a way better player than Nick.
A way better player.
He's a way better
Hold on. He's a way better player because his point guards look for him. Mitchell Robinson.
I don't think he's a way better player than Nick.
I don't either.
Go ahead, my bad.
So you just answered my Robert Williams doesn't hurt the Celtics offense. Is Marcus Smart a point guard?
No.
Okay.
Why would he need to be, bro?
Why would he need to be? Freezy, continue. You getting right into my point of
right.
why.
And so for those that don't know, State of the New York Knicks podcast, and Uncle Freezy are the same person. You know what I'm saying? We think exactly alike, except one of us says it in the most blunt way possible, and the other one says it with a little polish. That's it. State just coming straight for your neck, right? And I'm gonna just try to be a little bit more polished with it, like a little more nuanced. Right?
That's what we need, though. We need everybody to be different. That's what brings forth our conversation and makes it that much better. We need everybody to be different.
Yeah, man. And so, State, in today's NBA, I don't think you don't need a traditional point guard. Mm-hmm. The thing about the Celtics is the Celtics play positional basketball where Tatum, Brown, Smart, Horford can all dribble, pass, and shoot, right? So when you put a Robert Williams on the floor, you don't need a John Stockton to get the most efficiency out of Robert Williams, right? And then for those that question that, why would you question that? You just saw them in the NBA Finals, right? And then they were playing against a team with Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Gary Payton, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney, where they sometimes they have their starting lineup had Draymond Green at center with 4 other guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot, including Otto Porter Jr., right? 4 guys that can all dribble, pass, and shoot, right? So to say that the Knicks require a point guard to take the step to the next level is thinking like it's 1985, right? And so when I ask y'all, are y'all thinking old school, right? Do you want the Knicks to be built like a 1970s team? You say no. But then when I ask you, do you need a point guard or do you need playmakers all over the floor? The Knicks say you need a point guard. Now, Kyrie Irving is available. He's everything that you've been asking me for. Uncle Freezy, we need a point guard. Uncle Freezy, we need an alpha. Julius Randle is not a number 1 option. State, you remember all these points people made? Randall's not a number 1 option. RJ's only 21. Well, he's 22 now, right? We need a point guard. Tom Thibodeau offense sucked. Remember all these things Knicks fans say, right? Mm-hmm. Now Kyrie Irving is available, and Knicks fans are saying that they don't want Kyrie Irving. Now, I'm with State. I know Kyrie Irving is going to the Lakers. I know Kyrie going to the Lakers, right? I know this. This is a fact. They're using the Knicks as a reason to expedite the Kyrie process going to the Lakers. We already know
They
that.
do it all the time, Freezy. They do that every
Knicks for
time when it
clicks.
comes to
We
they
see
you throw the
every
Knicks.
off season with every star we're connected. Even the Ivy stuff, I want to believe it and I want them, but some part of me is like, is this just smoke?
I wouldn't even get my emotions up about it because it's the same, man. It's the same. You know how they come out with they bring it back a movie. This is the 25th anniversary of such and such movie. That's all we living right now when it comes to these type of rumors and stuff, man. They've been doing the same thing over and over. Hey, big name, attach it to the Knicks. So I'm like Jay Boogie, man. Just let me know when the name hits, when it actually sticks, somebody signing the paper. Just don't throw out the rumors out there. Like I said, it's Club Nouveau all again. That's all it is. Look at all these rumors.
Shout out to my guy Ron in the building. Still Knicks. What's good, Ron?
What's up, Hallwell?
Hey, Ron, man, when you gonna send me a hat, man?
Let
me take the window up. When you supposed to be sitting? Go in your man. When you gonna send me a hat out that closet, man?
Hey,
Not
man,
my
listen.
hat. Don't buy me no hat.
He got 900 hats and one head. You know what I'm saying? It won't share. What's good?
Hey man, salute to all y'all. State, Hallwell, Jay Boogie, Soulfinger, Joe Madden in the building. I don't know what icon this is.
That's the intelligent one, Sam. That's our young one right there.
I know. I see Sam. Is that Keyshawn in the middle?
Keyshawn.
Yeah.
That's
Salute,
who it is.
Ron. What's going on?
Yeah. What's up, y'all? Hey, salute to the chat. What's going on, y'all? Listen, Freezy always knows how to do this, man. I was just about, as soon as I saw this freaking news, I was just about to do a video, like a 10-minute rant on why I don't want Kyrie Irving on the New York Knicks. Then I said, you know what? Forget my 10 minutes. I could give my 10 minutes to Freezy in the game. Why not? So,
get out there, Ron. Speak your piece there, my man.
You know what I mean? Listen, the Knicks, we have said for I don't know how many years that we need a point guard. And I know that we need someone to help facilitate on the court. It doesn't have to be a point guard. It just got to be a smart guy who can facilitate. There's teams that don't even have true point guards on their team. Boston is one of them. You want to say Golden State. Golden State is another one. Draymond runs that team. Like, there's teams that don't even have that, but they got guys who know how to move the ball, right? And that's all I think the Knicks need. Now, if we get a point guard, great. But let me tell you something. I got my own personal bias. I don't like Kyrie Irving. I've said it many times. I don't care what type of basketball player he is. I don't like him, okay? And because I don't like him, and I think that eventually if he came to the Knicks, something's going to happen because stuff follows him, just like I feel like stuff follows Durant. You want to say Durant's a good guy. He's charitable. He does all this good stuff. He's a fantastic basketball player. I don't want him on the Knicks. It's just my opinion. People that move a certain way, I'd rather not have that energy. We got some good, a good culture that we're creating with these young guys, and even the veterans that we have. Say what you will about them. Maybe they don't got the right skills anymore. They can't play, but Kemba's a great dude. Fournier's not a bad dude. Even what Randall has done, I don't think Randall's a bad person. Like, these are the type of guys I'd rather have on my team and then move them, for better players, smarter IQ players. But I don't want to bring in these diva dudes like Kyrie and Durant as much. I don't care how good they are. Yeah, we'll win games, but eventually and you can't put the right pieces around these guys anymore because they're all divas. Kyrie had his moment. He acquiesced. He was LeBron's little bro. And guess what? He got a championship out of it. But as soon as the championship run was over, you know what I mean? I want to be my own man. They got this whole thing over there. LeBron does this. And look, that's what happens because these dudes don't like being up under other star players. So you bring them here to the Knicks, and you don't got enough weapons to win here. So you're just going to have a good team that wins some games and goes nowhere, just like what you saw with Brooklyn. I'd rather not. Let's go build it a different way. Kyrie can go play with the Lakers, get them back to a team that's recognized for having some talent and never going anywhere. Let them have that problem. Let's stay with our Knicks, keep building, and maybe we luck out. Maybe one of them boys like D'Lo or Donovan comes to us. Maybe we get it that way. I'd rather do it that way. I'm not worried about Kyrie. That's my opinion.
OG. With all due respect.
Kyrie couldn't be able to handle the Knicks. I don't even think he'd come here if it was his last decision because scrutiny he's under already. And you put that with the Knicks fan base, he's not going to want that.
I don't know, man. I just finished watching Alfred Payton for 2 years, and then I watched Kemba Walker. So what you telling me?
Exactly.
But I would just say
then you're gonna
have to
Kyrie
deal with
once a
attitudes
week.
regardless.
Once a week, Kyrie's gonna play. That's like, but unless he's bought in and you can see him for a full 82 games, I'm not giving him a deal. So if he played another year, say with Brooklyn, and played 82 games, and then he was looking to move on, they were looking to deal him, then I would entertain it. But coming off of the last 3 seasons,
I mean,
there's
that's
no
what
proof
Stephen
that
A.
he's going to be
said, too.
reliable.
That's what Stephen A. said. And I mean, I could agree to disagree with that because at the end of the day, we had issues that, they never experienced. I ain't making no excuses for him, though. I still felt like he was supposed to show up to work like Stephen A. said and all that. But when he did show up, he showed up. And a lot of our guys showed up and still couldn't do what he did. We're not hardly showing up. And that's what we're trying to say as far as seeing good basketball players and not letting what they personal issues affect, because all players going to come along with that. And like Freezy was saying earlier, sometimes you don't need him to leave. You just need him to play. He can definitely play. And you don't have nobody on the team that know how to play on his level. Do he have issues? Yeah, but was an issue that everybody knew or could expect? No. So that's not giving him an excuse. That's a real issue that you can't tell nobody. And I was all along saying Kyrie should have came back. Don't get me wrong. I was saying that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying how you got to really look at the situation after the fact, and that issue is no longer there. So I'm just going on player-wise. Can he play? I be hearing you guys glorify players that's nowhere near on Kyrie level.
Yo, there's no doubt about it that Kyrie. There's no doubt about it that Kyrie is box office. He's a superstar. He's gonna get you 40 points a game. He's gonna get you 10 assists a game.
Kyrie,
He's gonna be.
Hold on, Eddie. I wasn't finished, Eddie. Hold on.
Go ahead.
And he could attract somebody else to the team that can play, because when you a player, you want to go somewhere and play with somebody else you know.
But he did that.
I don't see a lot of guys running to play with Kyrie right now.
That's what you think. But the NBA know who they know and who they know who could play at the end of the day. The NBA is so many players, you don't know who want to come and play. I'm just saying in general, that's my take. That's my point. Now,
the question at hand is this, though. Why is it that Brooklyn, the one that made the team for him, brought in Kevin Durant, brought in James Harden, now they brought in Ben Simmons. Why are they not willing to sign him to the $4 million, whatever, $140 million deal that he's asking for?
Because Brooklyn is a grease fire, and they've always been that. Let's not start giving Brooklyn kudos for being a great organization.
You know what?
Brooklyn this guy that they have now,
what you mean? No. So you saying because
smart
one
general
team,
manager.
Let me answer your question, Eddie. You saying because one team don't want to sign him? What does that mean? Tell me.
They don't think he'll want to be there for 4 years.
Why is it the two teams that are linked to him are the only teams that don't have straight up money to sign him?
But y'all gotta realize too, there's no way Brooklyn's going by without Kevin Durant. Like they're gonna pay him if Durant wants them to pay him. Right. So I think Durant might not want to pay him. Durant might like, look, try and get to me someone else. Try and clear the cap and get me someone else in here.
You know what? Hold on one second, Eddie. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you go because I know this is entertaining. Y'all got a lot of points to get out. Because my whole thing is State said it and Freezy already said it. This is really, this is all the okie doke, y'all.
For real.
These writers, these media dudes is just using the Knicks as always to build the story and build the buzz. Kyrie don't want to even come to the Knicks. We was gonna get Durant and Kyrie. The reason we didn't get them is because of Kyrie. So why are we even talking about this when you think about it? Kyrie don't want to be a Knicks.
Exactly. And let me do this real quick. Hey, hold on.
Real quick, let Freaky do the super chat, y'all.
Yeah. And first of all, guys, we gotta let each individual person talk because it sounds like trash coming through the headphones, right? Yeah. Secondly, when you starting your thing, don't filibuster. Say your thing, man, and move on. Don't say the same thing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Say your thing, man, and be respectful of somebody else and move on. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody got a point, man, and we want to hear you. You know what I'm saying? Just be respectful of others. Others want to get in, right? Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Nick Fake Love is desiring position to just to join us to eat. I understand. I understand what you're saying there, Paris Duggar. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that generous contribution, right? And then the other is, where is it? What did it go? Did it disappear? No, I got it. Hold on. Bear with me. All right. Bear with me for just a second. The Smoking Nick, thank you for the generous contribution. The Smoking Nick says, do we need a PG or not? Why are we making it personal? I agree with that. That's an excellent super chat, bro. I appreciate that. Eddie C wanted to say something here, right? But I want to just say this just real quick before you guys get back started, right? The thing with the Knicks is, we as an organization are not in a position to turn our backs on talent, because when you come on platforms like this and get mad at me for calling Quentin Grimes a ham sandwich, and then the very next day turn your nose up at a Kyrie Irving, makes it look like you as a Knicks fan are obsessed with mediocrity.
That's what I was trying to say, Ron.
You like
that it wasn't the point of me going crazy.
Because if it's not Kyrie, then who is it, right? If it's not Kyrie Irving, then who is it? Eddie C. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I just had to.
Well,
We got to. We have to do show stuff.
The thing is this, that the media is just pulling on the emotional strings of the New York Knicks fan base. You know what I'm saying? And you guys get emotional over this news, which I think is so bogus, because we don't even have money to sign, and we're gonna have to lay off Burks, lay off Noel, lay off this, that, to even get to 30, even get to 20, because this kid is asking for at least 35 million per. He's not asking for a $10 million contract. So we have to do so much stuff to try to even sign a Kyrie Irving that is ridiculous. And the two biggest fan bases are the ones that are in the article or the headline or the header of this news, which is Lakers and Knicks. The two teams that have no money, have really nothing going for them at the time. We have a whole bunch of young kids, and we want to put a 30-year-old in as our saving grace, which, he has injury history. He has so many things, mental problems. I really don't know if when we need him the most, he's gonna be there. Like, I like Kyrie Irving as a basketball player. I think he's bad, yo. He's got handles galore. He's a great basketball player. He could shoot the ball. He could do so many things on the court. The thing is, can he get on the court? That's the problem that Brooklyn is having with him. That's why they're negotiating, because he wants all this money, but when they needed it the most, he wasn't there for them.
All right, hey, let me get Keyshawn.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Hey, Hardwood, let me get Keyshawn right here real quick, because I know Keyshawn and Sam wanted to jump in and they wasn't able to. Let's get to them, and then we'll pass it back around. Okay, Keyshawn.
All right. So going to what Eddie C was just saying, like, yeah, pretty much, like, they don't think he's a ride or die player. They don't think he's gonna stand with them when things get tough. Like, just with Boston, he told Boston fans, I'm gonna be there forever. Then he left the next season. So that's with Kyrie. Like, I don't even want to put energy towards Kyrie, because that same energy we could be doing that, we could be putting towards getting Jaden Ivey, a young player that we see talent in. Like, I feel like this is just all smoke and mirrors. And that's pretty much all I got to say.
Rock on, Sam.
Hey, salute to everybody. How y'all doing?
Salute.
Pretty much where I stand with it is. And I got a little pushback on the Mitch thing first, and then I'll hop into Kyrie. With Mitch, right? How are we not going to pay Mitch $15 million if he's asking for that? But we're willing to give guys like Noel, Joakim Noah, money. They got paid from the Knicks, but we're not willing to give somebody with Mitch's production money. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I understand that Sims, he's going to be something great one day, but you have to live with what you have now. And I don't see us getting any better than Mitchell Robinson in the offseason. on Kyrie, personally, I don't see him coming here. I'm with Keyshawn. I'd rather put the energy towards Ivy. I don't see a way possible for the Knicks to get Kyrie Irving. Y'all can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. All I wanted to say was what Freezy was saying was even if it was just a hyped up and we couldn't get Kyrie, some of y'all say one thing and then another. And just like I was about to say earlier, some of y'all said trade RJ and now saying y'all wouldn't take Kyrie. So it's like that don't make sense to me as far as direction and understanding in reference to just a player knowing that he could play over the plays that you're selecting if it's not making sense in what we're doing. But then you turn around and say trade all the players that you want for Ivy or somebody else. So like it just don't make sense. So that's what the whole point when we was talking about the scenario of the Kyrie Irving. Now people saying this about Kyrie. But we need a point guard. That's the whole point of the take. Not saying we was gonna get him, but he's saying, like I'm saying, it has to make sense. And some of y'all specifically, even on this panel, said trade RJ, but now you wouldn't keep the young core. Don't make sense to me. That's all I wanted to say, and I'm gonna pass it right there.
And the reason why I say trade RJ is because I look at both sides of the coin. I just don't look at the Knicks. And I know if I'm the Sacramento Kings and I'm willing to give up this fourth pick for who can be Jaden Ivey, I want somebody of RJ's caliber. So I'm thinking of it as a in a whole. I'm not thinking as who do I want with the Knicks. You go to 100 podcasters and they say, "Yo, I'm gonna give you Noel Burks in the 11th for the number 4 pick." I mean, come on, man. You
Yeah,
gotta
but how do
be
you know
reasonable.
Ivy's gonna
You
pan
gotta be
out to be on a
reasonable.
Kyrie level? How do you know Ivy, like even RJ level? RJ already played in the NBA for a few years, so how could you expect him to come in and be better than RJ without him
Is
having to
my
make the
is
transition
of
too?
my opinion. Is
No,
of
I
my
didn't say your
opinion.
opinion. I'm asking you a question in
I'm giving you
reference
an
to.
answer to your question. Is of my opinion that at the end of the day, Jaden Ivey is going to be a way better player than RJ Barrett. So that's why I'm going to go and do that.
Is that
That's why
off of?
Eddie C is going to go do and do.
But
I
do
mean,
you
You have
agree,
your
Eddie
opinion.
C?
It's
But Eddie
possible.
C, do
You
you
guys
think?
think that
Hold on,
RJ
one
Barrett.
question I
I
want to
think
ask you
he's a
straight,
great
and
player.
I'm
I
gonna
think
pass
he's a
it.
good player. I
So
think
Eddie,
he's a good player.
so
I
Eddie
think he's
C,
a good player.
so
But
you
I
saying
think
that
that
Ivy?
Jaden Ivey is going to be better in the long run.
Okay, so you think Ivy gonna come in the NBA as a rookie and be better than RJ right off the gate?
No, but he has attributes that'll help him along the way to be better than RJ at the
Yo,
future.
this
So
yo,
But
so
every
that's
year
more like
RJ
off
got
of.
to improve as well, though. So
So
you
that's
got to
more like off of
understand that he has
potential
to
what
come
Eddie
before
C said.
years, a few years ahead. Or you, if you could, if whatever you take away from
I'm
RJ, you
always
could
looking
just
a
say,
few years
hold on,
ahead.
let me just say one thing. I'm gonna pass it. Even if it's 3, if you don't like RJ, you could just say 2, right? So he still has 2 years ahead of that man. So as Ivy's learning the league, RJ's improving as well. So this is my point when I say you guys say these things and then don't think about really how it really play out, how it really works, bro. And that's it. I'm passionate.
yo, what the hell did I just hear, man? Eddie
You heard
C,
what
you
you
gotta
heard.
explain
I've
yourself.
been
That's what I
saying
be
it. I've
saying,
been
bro.
saying it, and I
Wait,
stand behind it.
hold on.
I stand behind it.
I want to hear his logic. So you want to watch Jaden Ivey and Julius Randle have Jaden Ivey as a corner versus yo,
Julius
bro?
Randle.
Give me a good take
How
right
many
now.
years have you seen Julius Randle and RJ Barrett already?
I seen him for 3 years. We know Randall is
Aren't you
supposedly the team's
But
best
but
player.
but Eddie,
aren't
make up
you
your
at
mind.
the
You
point to
just said
throw up?
stay with them.
Aren't you at
You
the
just
point to
said
throw
stay
up
with them.
already
You
watching
wouldn't
that?
want Kyrie, Eddie. Make up your mind. You just
What
said
was
stay
that?
with them. You wouldn't want Kyrie, but now you saying because he gave you that pushback,
Because
now you saying stay with them. You gotta
okay, hold on,
make up your
I
mind.
wouldn't the reasons why I don't want Kyrie is really not basketball reasons. Somewhat basketball reasons because I don't know if he's going to stay healthy enough because he's 30 years right now. He wants a 4-year deal. We're going to be paying him 35 million when he's 34 years old. You don't even know if he's going to be able to get to that. That's what we do every single time. We get these old players that are 30 years old. We give them 4 or 5 million year deals, and at the end of the deals, they don't even play because they're so hurt.
But
Okay,
Eddie,
so
before you came
I
in,
that's
agree.
the
I
first
could see Kyrie retiring within the next 2
I
years.
know, but and if and it's like you guys haven't seen this already, man. You guys are older than me. You guys haven't seen this
he
already.
said Kyrie retired.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It
Yo, if
happens
y'all
all
was
the time. It's
listening
not. It's
before
not
you
something.
came in,
It's not
you said
rocket science. It's
you
not
said
something that is like, oh, this never happened before. Yo, it happens all the time. And then you add on to the fact all these other things that come along, all this emotional baggage that comes along with that certain player. And it's like, yo, weren't we building towards something else? Why do we want to do this now? Why do we want to do this again?
So
But
when's the
it's
last
just
time?
like,
So
it's
when's
just
the last
stupidity.
time?
It's stupidity to me
Right,
to even
right. When's the last time it happened?
it happens
Name it.
all the time
Name
all
it.
over the NBA.
Name it the last time. Not a bunch of times. Just name it the last time it happened.
I'm gonna give you an example. It's probably not
No,
the
no,
best
no, no,
example.
no,
Look
no,
at Chris
no,
Paul
no,
right
no.
now. Look at Chris Paul right now.
We're not
They
talking
gave
about-
him that,
we're not
signed
talking
him
about-
that,
no,
they
we're not
signed him
talking
to
about
that
that. We're
contract.
talking about
They signed him
you
over
said-
Ayton.
You said the Knicks do that all the time, and I asked you to name the last time.
Name the last time. It was probably in a trade, but when they did Antonio McDyess, when they get these
Right,
older
right.
players, Carmelo
So
Anthony
you
really didn't work
mentioned
for us.
Antonio McDyess, a deal that was done over 20 years ago, and you said
The Kyrie
all the time.
Because we've been in purgatory for the past 20 years. We
Right.
haven't even been able to
Right.
draft
So
well. We haven't
Eddie,
even been
Eddie, see what I'm saying is I was with you, but when you said we do it all the time, that was a bridge too far for me. Like for instance, what you said makes sense. The Knicks acquire a 30-year-old point guard. I was with you right there. And then when you said we do things like this all the time, in my opinion, I can't go there with you unless you clarify and make us a believer. Because in our opinion, we've never seen the Knicks give a huge contract to somebody, to a guard or a backcourt player that's 30 plus years old, give them a 4-year deal. The only time we can remember that in recent memory is the Carmelo Anthony deal. And Carmelo Anthony was already with us and was our free agent. And he signed an extension with us.
And he was under 30.
Right. So to say that the Knicks go out and get a 30-year-old point guard and give them $1 bajillion for 1 million years, in my opinion, is not true.
Okay,
Right?
I think you're right. I think you're right in that instance because we talk about it all the time, but as an organization, any organization in the NBA, people are not dumb enough to do that. AKA Brooklyn is not dumb enough to give Kyrie this contract.
Right.
That's
Crazy
why
to
we
say
get,
that.
and that's why the
When
news
you
is coming
already
out.
have bad contracts on your team, like we do,
What's
and you can move
what's
them,
the bad contracts on the team?
a lot of players got to go. Noel, it's a lot of players.
That's not a bad contract, Will.
That's a
Bro,
bad
Noel is
contract.
not
That's not a bad
a bad
contract.
player.
That's
Let me
not a
finish,
bad
bro.
contract.
Hold on, let
That's
me
not a
finish.
bad contract.
Let me finish, bro. Bad contract, bad player. So sometimes it's assets for a player. There could be a problem over there for them. I would be a swap for me anytime when you got these players on our team not panning out. Some of them didn't deserve what they got paid. That's the point I'm making about bad contract. If you think, Randall contract, I think you could move because they know what he could do. You know what I mean? So, and he took less money. So it's certain things it's not that bad, but nobody wants Noel. When you read the stories that's going around and they saying they been shopping Noel, nobody wants that crap. So you got to understand the situation. You know what I mean? So you say it's not a bad contract. Why he's still here? Has he played?
Because the contract was meant. Because we'll check it. The
Did he
contract
play?
was meant. The
The
contract
contract's
was
expiring,
meant.
so it's not a
Exactly.
long-term deal. You get the money off at the end of the year.
Let me do it. The contract was meant to be sent off this year when it's an expiring contract. The same way Alex Burks' contract was meant to be put off this year. The reason why the contract is different, the conversation is way different. The Mitchell Robinson contract and the Nerlens Noel, because this is the two contracts that are always pinned against each other, is because Nerlens Noel's contract was for 2 years, $10 million each. Mitchell Robinson is asking for $15 million for 4 years. For 4 years. So that contract is not going to be a great contract. It can be a good contract. I'm not mad at it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But it's not going to be the type of contract that Brock Aller gives out because we're going to have to wait 3 years into the contract to see if he's even worth getting assets from. Meanwhile, Nerlens Noel, you can get an asset from today.
You cannot get an asset from
We've been
Nerlens
trying to
Noel.
trade him.
I bet you we're going to get an asset for Nerlens Noel's contract this year.
Yo,
Somebody will pay
How
for
much you
Noel
want to
after
bet,
free
Eddie?
agency.
How
You
much
get a
you want
couple
to
of
bet?
That
seconds.
contract is going to be attached to somebody else, to another package to make a deal happen.
I just read recently that they've been trying to move him. That's the reason why I said that. But I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Point. Everybody know that.
Could I just say this to what Eddie C said? And you know, you're entitled to your opinion about RJ and Ivy. I just think that Ivy's going to have to come into the league and work on the same thing that same things that RJ's been working on, as far as his shooting, his shot, you know, different things with his handle, breaking people down. Like Ivy can get to the rim, right? But the only thing that I would say I give the edge to RJ is because RJ's game is not predicated on his athleticism. If God forbid Ivy gets hurt, which a lot of these players get hurt, they get that injury. It could be an MCL, an ACL. That changes how you play. You may get some of it back, but a lot of these guys, they struggle to get it all back. RJ, if that happens to RJ, RJ's not reliant on athleticism.
Name that player that was super athletic. Name that player that was super athletic, got hurt, and was not as athletic.
Baron Davis.
Baron Davis was 34 years old.
What?
Derek
Rose. You're asking him the player that got hurt and still came back athletic. You said
you're right because I can name.
Because there's a ton.
I'm gonna name two players just off rip that's recent. Zach LaVine tore ACL and came back just as athletic as he was before he got hurt.
Okay.
Some people say he was a better player after the injury than he was prior to the injury. I think that the athleticism thing is the lay down argument for not wanting an athlete, right? Zach LaVine was a decent player. He tore his ACL. Tibbs traded him. He went to Chicago and is a better player after the torn ACL than he was prior. Anybody that disagrees with me can look at the numbers before and after. The dude was a 16-point per game scorer before the injury, right? After the injury, he's a 23-point per game scorer. That's a significant increase. The dude got a lot better. What I'm saying is, and what I'm saying to the Jaden Ivey thing is, for those that just prefer skill over athleticism, I think we should just talk about how much skill is better than athleticism. And I'm not trying to throw a shot at my man Ron. Ron knew that. But what I'm saying is I think, and this is my opinion, I think it's easier for an elite athlete to learn skills than it is for a skilled player to gain athleticism, right? It's like I always use the Minnesota Vikings as an example. I think it's easier to teach Randy Moss how to catch than it is to teach Chris Carter how to go deep, right?
That's a fact. That's a
Right.
fact.
And also,
so
you don't need that much skill,
right? And so I'm not knocking Chris Carter, right? Because Chris Carter is a Hall of Fame wide receiver, but guess what Randy Moss is? A Hall of Fame wide receiver,
right?
So if you prefer one over the other, in my mind, if you want to convince Uncle Freezy about the skill player versus the athlete, I would speak to the skills that this cat brings to the table, as opposed to what might happen if an athlete slips on a banana peel, right? Because the thing, the weighing of the argument is this: if an athlete hurts himself and loses athleticism, right, he has to depend on more skills. But what happens if the non-athlete slips on a banana peel and loses what athleticism he has, right? So he has skills, but now that player played at a certain level with his limited athleticism. When you take that away, all of a sudden, in my mind, you don't even have an NBA player. Because when you talk about playing the game at the highest level, everybody is athletic. It's just to varying degrees, right? But if you take away, like, say for instance, what happened? RJ Barrett is already slow, right? So what happens if you take away RJ Barrett's limited athleticism? RJ Barrett is an undersized power forward off somebody's bench.
A ham sandwich.
Right. That's
Right.
what happens.
Well-
If RJ Barrett blows out of me, and we don't want that to happen. We don't want that. We don't want it to happen. But if RJ Barrett loses the limited athleticism he has right now, he's a second string, undersized power forward off somebody's bench. That's what he is.
Right. But I mean, to my point, I understand where you're going with it. But to my point, first off, when it comes to these type of injuries, a lot of players after these injuries with their rehab and everything, they start strengthening muscles in different ways. They actually become stronger in certain ways. And yes, if something like that happened to RJ, it would affect the limited athleticism that he does have. But he could come back even stronger in different aspects. And you think bully ball is crazy now, it could be even crazier for him because he's got to rely on something different. But what I'm saying is sometimes athleticism is not all about jumping. Okay. There's certain guys, you want to talk about people who were never the same after those injuries. Iman Shumpert wasn't the greatest player to begin with, but he was explosive with the Knicks. After he hurt himself, he was never the same player. He still benefited. He won a championship, but as far as him as a player, never the same. You want to say, I mean, maybe with advanced age, it could affect certain people differently. DeMarcus Cousins wasn't the most explosive dude, but he had certain level of athleticism. After he got injured with those injuries, he came back and he's not the same player. And he's still fairly young. I'm saying, I just think that it's tough when you see a guy who's so uber athletic and they rely on that when you don't know what you're going to get because that's their game. Now, I'm not saying they can't be great players. They made it to the NBA and they're upper echelon in the NBA, so they could still be great. I'm just saying RJ has improved every year. The only regression that he's shown us was this past year was the first year you could say he had more numbers, but he was less efficient. But every year he improved in something. So I'm just thinking that RJ has the makeup and he might be able to sustain himself better than Ivy. But Ivy could be that superstar. That's what we hope for. That's what we're looking at him for.
Yeah, that's the possibility.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, and when you guys think of RJ Barrett, do you guys say that? Like you haven't even seen this kid play one game in the NBA, and you say Ivy can be a superstar. We already seen 3 years of RJ Barrett. Are you guys saying he could be a superstar?
No, I don't think I. But
See, I don't go by
so
that.
then that's where. So then that's where I'm like, yo, I need to get somebody like
it's
that.
a lot of hype.
And then plus the different positions. RJ Barrett is a small forward. If you put in Jaden Ivey, who you guys are saying the games are similar, okay, let's take that avenue. If you guys are saying that the game is similar, they do the same things, go to the basket. There's a difference between having RJ Barrett, who's your small forward, doing this, going to the basket, and having your point guard on your side, than having the point guard do this, going to the basket, and having the 3-and-D guy on the side shooting the 3-pointers. Whoever, in case, whoever you want it to be, Grimes or whoever you need it to be, instead of having RJ Barrett do this and have the point guard that you have there, Deuce McBride or whatever, catching the ball and shooting. The spacing is going to be way better. The position that the player is going to be so much better for the spacing on the floor. It's just a way better all around, you know what I'm saying, thing for the New York Knicks.
Doesn't it just make sense? I was just going to say, just as Freezy does say about, like, we have a bunch of ham sandwiches, and RJ Barrett isn't one of them. So, aren't we better at keeping RJ and moving some of the ham sandwiches and picks and whatever we have to add Ivy with RJ?
The thing is, Madden, if I'm the Sacramento King, why do I want your ham sandwiches?
There's 3 and 4 teams deals. Like, I seen one on, if you guys watch Knicks Film School, he does breakdowns of trades. One with Atlanta, there's one with Portland. There's so many you can do to move pieces that necessarily the Kings mightn't want, but another team wants, and you can get something that the Kings want out of it.
Yo, I got a question for you, Eddie. Eddie,
yeah, shoot.
Let me ask you a question. How long have you followed Ivy? Did you follow Ivy since before he went to?
I follow Ivy since the beginning of this college basketball season.
Okay, so you talking about RJ kind of crazy call, because the people that follow him, like on the ESPN top list and stuff like that, where did Ivy fall at in these situations?
But the thing is that the reason that I say RJ is not because I think he sucks.
Let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish. Like you said, I listened, so let me finish. Then I'm gonna get out the way again, right? For you to say what Ivy can do is a prediction if nobody never even had him in this conversation. That's why I can say it could be more hype than anything, because you taking that development out of the whole equation. Like Ron is saying, he still has to learn. So for you to just say he's gonna come in and be better than RJ, you would be better off saying he could play good with RJ. If you ask me, like he was just saying, the last person that spoke, I forgot his name. My guy was just saying that he's not a ham sandwich. That's your opinion, though. But I'm asking you, did you know about Ivy before that to see where they had him ranked and what he was doing all along to really judge him? And then on top of that, you're not even putting in the equation that he got to come into the NBA and learn at least for a year before you could catch up to RJ, hypothetically speaking, because this man already been in the league for 3 years. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of crazy to me. And you can keep going and say, oh, this and all that. Then I don't think he's that. It's just confusing to me. That's all.
All right. So then check it. So then when Ja Morant came out last year, the RJ Barrett draft, did you know who Ja Morant was before the year that he became Ja Morant?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. So then you knew you followed Ja Morant. You followed. Okay. Fine. You followed Ja Morant throughout his career. The rest of the world probably, Hardwill, did not know who Ja Morant was until that year that he became, the superstar on the team that he played in college for. I don't even remember what it was, George Mason or whatever it was, right?
Murray State.
Murray State.
Murray State. Okay, look, I don't even know what.
Forgive Eddie C because Eddie C not good with names. We get where he going.
Okay, so then check it. So then at the beginning of the year, he wasn't projected to be a lottery pick. He wasn't projected. I don't even know if he was projected to be in the first round, right? But at the end of the year, when this all came about, right? We're doing the draft now. Now the kid is the number 2 pick. He can be the number 1 pick. And if he falls to the Knicks at number 3, we should be crazy if we don't go and draft the kid. So if you come in with the argument that I don't know what he's going to be, that he's not projected to come and do this, this happens all the time. Players
Okay,
come
let
out
me
of
ask you
nowhere.
a question then. How do RJ Barrett do against Ja Morant?
How did RJ Barrett do
when
against
he play
Ja Morant?
against when how does he
Okay,
look?
Will, come on, man. Like he had a couple of good. They played 2
No, I'm
games a
asking you a
year.
straight-up
They
question.
played
When he
2
played
games a
against
year.
him-
He played great. He played great defense on him. Remarkable defense. He was the best player that can play defense on Ja Morant. You picking RJ Barrett over Ja Morant for your team right now?
No, I didn't say that.
Ron, he's talking about Ja, right? My
I'm
son.
just giving you an
My
example
son
on how
played
you
basketball
and I'm responding to you.
And I saw Ja Morant, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna get out the way.
And Ja was 6 foot, 135, right? And they had him listed at 6'2", 165, right? My son bumped Ja, and Ja tumbled almost all the way outside through the emergency door to the parking lot because he was that light in the ass, right? So I saw Ja Morant in high school from the time he was an 8th grader all the way up through the time he graduated. He used to come to our high school gym once a year, right? Once a year. He was like the best athlete they had, or they had several great athletes, but kids get caught up in the game and then they wind up not going to school. But Ja stayed in school, his pops and all of them. You know what I'm saying? And so when people say they knew Ja Morant was gonna be a star in the NBA, I know they bullshitting, bro. I know they lying, right? I know they lying because I saw Ja Morant with my own eyes, right, in high school from coming all the way up. Saw Ja Morant when I remember when they had him listed at 5'10", 150, and he was 5'7", 120, right? I remember all these things. We saw Ja where I live at. It's kind of like people in New York when they see high school point guards in high school and around where y'all live at, right? When you say that you knew Ja Morant was going to be a star in the NBA, I'm calling bullshit on that, right? Because off the rip, everybody that saw Ja didn't think he was going to do it. Now, did he prove everybody wrong? Of course he did. Of course he proved everybody wrong, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't judge what's inside a man's chest, right? Right? And everybody knew Ja was an athlete, but they didn't know he had that thing that could take him to the next level.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with Steph Curry. It's the reason why Ja Morant went to Murray State and not to Duke or North Carolina, right? We saw that. We saw this kid. Now he had the one great year, and he had the one superb year at Murray State, right? But a lot of kids have superb years, one superb year in college, And if you say you could project NBA talent based on one superb year, then I again think you BSing.
Who said that though, Freezy?
Right. I'm just saying I heard it. I ain't gonna call him.
Yeah, because I know I said that I knew about him prior to the year where he got hot. I didn't say I projected him to be a star.
I'm not saying that you said that.
No, I hear you. I'm just wondering who did say that because
it could probably be me because I'm of the opinion that at the end of the day, Jaden Ivey's going to have a better career than RJ Barrett.
I mean,
I even heard, and I'm gonna pass the mic from this point on. But I even heard that RJ Barrett, the year that we drafted him, his last year in high school, I heard chatter that's saying that he had already peaked.
Well, that was wrong. That was wrong. We knew that, right?
Clearly,
all right.
Clearly,
I don't know
because RJ Barrett, for those that are down on RJ Barrett has improved every year that he's been in the NBA. Period. Scoring wise, NBA moves wise, and things that you don't see on StatMuse or Basketball Reference, things that you can't measure, like handles. You look at RJ Barrett's handles today versus where they were when he first stepped into the league, you see significant improvement. Movement shooting, right? Not just RJ Barrett could not shoot the three out of a move. Now you see RJ Barrett doing pull-up threes, right? You can't quantify that on StatMuse and Synergy and Basketball Reference, but we see the improvement. RJ Barrett has gotten better. My projection for RJ Barrett is that RJ Barrett will be a 23 point per game scorer for his career, right? For his career. Will it always be the most efficient? No. Right? Because he has physical limitations, right? Or he has physical differences. Like RJ Barrett can average 23 points a game in a Paul Pierce scoring mode, where you're not the quickest, the fastest, the most explosive, but you can create your own shots. When you looked at Paul Pierce, when you looked at Paul Pierce, you didn't see an explosive athlete, but Paul Pierce is an NBA champion, been to the finals twice. You know what I'm saying?
It's just like that point you made about the skill and athlete, right? Or athleticism point, right? Even the player with more athleticism, if he get hurt, it's the same point. He's going to suffer more because he don't have the skill or the jump shot that the skill player has. Ja Morant happened to add more skill to his athleticism to make him more of a complete player.
Right.
One point I want to make before I pass it again. When I brought up Ja Morant, I was not saying I would pick RJ over Ja Morant where they are right now. What I was saying was if RJ did good against Ja Morant, he's not that far behind. How can you just pick Ivy over him that fast? And Ivy didn't even get in the league yet. That was the point of me bringing that up and making that comparison. I just wanted to clear that up because that didn't make sense, and it still don't make sense to me. And that's my point when I brought up the Ja Morant. When I seen him play RJ, even though we know what he's doing, but it's always situations, teams, and everything got to work out. People don't take in the fact that what RJ did, it wasn't even in the plan. He just had to play his best basketball. It was a horrible season, no leadership, bad coaching. This is what you're not factoring in before you judge him. And then you're not looking at the stuff that Freezy just said. On top of that, you can't tell me the last player we picked better than him or did better than him. Tell me, it's going to go back.
And that's all right. So
point.
let me give you a rebuttal. And you know you my man. You know you my man, Hardwill.
Who we had, bro. Hold on, I'm not finished. I'm gonna pass it right now. And who we had better is the point of what Freezy brought up from the beginning when the people came in late and said, "Why are we even talking about this?" It was about the point of saying this and then saying that because we got to know what talent is, or we not making sense, and we got to know how long it takes to get to that level of talent, or we not making sense. You can't say what somebody doing in college is going to automatically just translate to the NBA like that.
Nah.
You can't.
But Hardwill,
I gotta jump off and sucks.
At the same time, though, you also can't say that a player in college can't get to the next level and improve and be better than their projection, right? Because John Morant is that player, right? John Morant is that player. People were like, initially, when people were looking for player comps, they couldn't find one. They were like, oh, he's a triple-double machine like Russell Westbrook, right? Or, which I can't shoot, so he's going to be. John improved in all these areas, right? The closest thing to John Morant that we've seen in the NBA is, in my opinion, is the point guard from the Phoenix Suns, Kevin Johnson, right? Where you have a dude that's maybe the fastest guy in the NBA, maybe the most explosive and the most agile, right? And for old heads may not remember Kevin Johnson, but let me say this, because the point to it is not Ja. The point to all of this is what do you do with Jaden Ivey, right? The whole point to all this rabbit hole we went down is Jaden Ivey. If you're the Knicks and your backcourt shot 40% from the floor and 38% from three, right? You can't blame spacing on Mitchell Robinson. That's a cop-out argument from people that don't know basketball, right? Because if a defender doesn't have to defend your guards, of course there'll be no spacing on the floor, right? People say, well, Mitch is the reason why this offense was so bad. Really? Mitchell Robinson had the lowest usage rate for a starting player in the NBA. So when people say Mitch is the reason you need to go and get Mo Bamba or whoever, Serge Ibaka or whoever at center because they stretch the floor, that's the lamest argument, man. That's the lamest basketball argument. And people that know basketball know that's a lame basketball argument. The reason why there is no spacing on the floor is because the Knicks backcourt have guys that can't create shots for themselves or others. All the Knicks backcourt is loaded with spot-up shooters, period. It's like the Knicks have 6 Steve Kerrs. That's what it is. That's where we are. And Steve Kerr couldn't break down nobody off the dribble. And if you think what I'm saying is not the truth, do your own homework. I put it on the screen every show. I show y'all Kemba Walker's numbers. I show you Evan Fournier's numbers. I show you Alec Burks' numbers. I show you Quentin Grimes' numbers. I show you Emmanuel Quickly's numbers. These guys can't create shots from 2. They're good 3-point shooters, but they can't break down defenses. So if you're a defender, you don't have to worry about them taking you off the dribble. That's the reason why the Knicks offense stalls. And that's the reason why there are Jaden Ivey rumors running amok, because even if that's your preferred style of play, you still have to diversify your portfolio, right? You still have to diversify your backcourt. You can't have all dudes that just spot up and shoot, because one of the reasons why we lose is when the 3-pointer's not going, what else can our guards do?
Nobody can take you off the dribble.
Right. And they were 30th in assists. They can't take you off the dribble, and they are the worst passing unit in the NBA. Right? And that's the reason why Jaden Ivey rumors run amok. What's up, Ron?
Freezy.
Man. Yo, let me just say this before I gotta bounce. Ja Morant's comparison back in the day when he came out of college was actually Darren Fox. That was his play. He exceeded that. And I don't even know why, because they put Darren Fox, because I got mad, like, because he can't play defense like Darren Fox, right? And with my man Hard Will, you didn't bring up Ja Morant. I was the one that brought up Ja Morant, because you had asked me that how is a player that I didn't even know existed last year, how do I think he's going to turn out to be in the NBA, and why do I think his projections are going to be like this? And then that's the reason why I brought up Ja Morant, because the same thing happened to him.
Hey, somebody got some feedback going on. Hold on, somebody.
I think it's Jay, but that's all I got to say, man. I got to be out, guys. I mean,
all right, boss.
Take it a little longer.
All right, Eddie. I just wanted to say before you got to Freezy, great points on that. And that's the reason why, not to change the narrative, but that's the reason why I like Johnny Davis for the Knicks because he does something that none of the other Knicks players could do. But go ahead, man.
Man. What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Ron?
Ain't much, man. Ain't much. I hear y'all talking.
What's up, Ron?
I hear y'all talking. What's up, Hardwill? Boogie, Soulfinger, and the youngest in charge. My man.
What's going on, Uncle Ron?
Man.
What's going on, Granderson?
Ron.
Man, y'all better be glad my wife at home today, because I can't get as animated as I normally can get. I got to bring down the decimal meter a little bit because she in class. But man, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. What makes Jaden Ivey potential to be what it is? We in a league where they don't hand check no more. You can't hand check.
Right.
How you gonna stop that kid from getting where he want to go?
You can't.
And people get confused and talking about this athleticism stuff. I hate to hear that argument too, because a lot of players are athletic, to Freeze's point. When you get this far, you got to have some kind of athleticism. Is a problem when that's all your game is. That's when it becomes a problem.
Right.
But if you can do other things, you can pass the ball well, you can shoot your free throws. No pun intended to people who can't shoot them. We know who they are. We got plenty on this team. when you can do those things, man, come on, man, you're gonna make the team better. And the fact that people ain't gonna be able to hand check that kid gonna stay in the lane.
Yeah.
Translation: when you got a team that can't get their own shot, they can sit out there and wait on those passes to kick out to them. A la the same thing that Milwaukee do with Giannis. Got guys that sit out there and wait on that shot to come. You know what I mean? So hey, RJ got his deficiencies. Well, one thing I must say about RJ, and I got to give him credit. You got some players in this league that's a system player.
Right.
RJ is not a system player. You can put him on any team, and he gonna get his. And that's the beautiful thing about his game. You don't necessarily have to run offense for RJ. You don't have to do that. He's gonna find a way to affect the game, and I got to give the young fella his credit. Now his free throws, he got to work on that, and all the other stuff we know. But he's not a system player. He done had two coaches in 3 years,
right? And
we saw him perform with both coaches, two different styles, drastically different.
He had three coaches.
Yeah, three coaches.
Yeah.
I forgot about Mike Miller.
Right.
So drastically different. So that's the shout out to RJ, man. But you don't knock when you can get talent, man, because we devoid of talent. We far away from it. And so far as that Kyrie Irving stuff, stay away from that garbage.
Ron, don't
stay
do
away
that.
because that's just
Ron, don't do that.
The Rons are in agreement, man. The Rons are on the same page, baby.
When I say garbage, I'm not talking about his game.
Right.
You understand me? I'm not talking about his game. He's in a category by himself. It's Kyrie, and then there's all these other point guards when it come how he handle that thing on that string. But we can't go back down that road of chasing these guys that's disgruntled, displaced. Man, just build your own stuff, man. Because truth be told, we being used as leverage. That's all that is. We're leverage. And we don't have, and it's been well documented, the Knicks don't have no money to pay. So when you get him, what you gonna do? Who else you bringing here? Who want to play with him? Come on, man. These are the questions you better ask.
But Ron, what's the alternative? The alternative is what?
What's the alternative? I'm sticking with the plan.
You're sticking with Quentin Grimes.
You're
gonna turn around. You're gonna turn down Kyrie Irving to go with Emmanuel Quickly and Quentin Grimes.
Nope. I'm gonna keep building through the draft. I'm trying to get Ivy.
So
your original plan. Go take that fourth. Go jump up and get that fourth pick and get Jaden Ivey.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Do you think they can pull that off,
I'm not touching Kyrie.
No, they ain't gonna.
Ron, do you think they can make that move and get Ivy?
Absolutely, no. It's gonna happen.
No, they ain't got it. They ain't got to have.
The Knicks got more ammunition than any other of those teams that's trying to move up.
Right,
and it's
but
reported
Ron,
right now.
But Ron, what it is you don't have a basketball man in charge of your moves.
I don't know. Walt Perrin pretty good.
Who?
Walt Perrin pretty good.
Walt Perrin not the second man in charge.
Yeah,
you have an entertainment mogul in Worldwide West, right? You have an agent in Leon Rose, right? And then you have an accountant and what's his name?
Brock Allah.
Right? Right, and right. So you have those three dudes, and none of them are specifically basketball on the floor dudes. Walt Perrin is the fifth man in charge behind Scott Perry. Right? Walt Perrin ain't calling no shots.
He ain't
It's
calling no shot,
Leon,
but I bet you
World
when
Wide
it comes,
West, Rock Allah,
anybody with common sense,
Scott
Freezy
Perry,
knows
Walt Perrin.
that man's imprint been all over OKC with they drafted. And if you don't listen to him, all of them need to be fired. What you telling me right now is all of them need to be fired because they foolish. They foolish if they ain't
I'm
listening to
saying
him.
if everybody know Ivy is worth what he's worth,
right?
Then are they gonna just take what we have for Ivy? That's what you got to take into consideration. Or all the teams in position to get that pick, do they want what we have? And that's the part I don't really see happening in that
Well, I
fact.
tell you what, I think they do want what we have because by now it would have been reported the Knicks don't have nothing that they can do to get Ivy. That would have been reported right now because it sure have been in other years when the Knicks wanted players and we didn't have no ammunition. The Knicks got ammunition, man. Draft picks is golden.
That's
Draft
true.
picks are golden, man, and we got a bunch of them.
That's true. What's up, everybody?
And we got some young talent that can go. And so far as Nerlens Noel, ain't nobody. Eddie C, I love you, man. If you can hear me, ain't nobody taking that deal in their right mind. And that's why the contract is bad. It's bad because the guy can't stay healthy.
That's the bad part of the contract.
That's the reason.
I mean, the contract.
The money's not bad.
The money's not bad. The money's not
player
bad.
and his health.
He can't stay healthy, man.
It's the play. It's the money and production together.
Exactly.
That makes it
don't add
unequal.
up.
Yeah.
He only played 20. He only played 26 games this season. So they're gonna hold that against him.
And it don't seem like that many. It don't seem like that many, right?
It don't, because he showed up for 20, but he didn't play 20 games.
Yeah, and the thing about it, you look at the playoffs because you're banking it off what happened when we made the playoffs. You got to look at because Mitch was down for the season, so that's when he got paid because his production. He was there during that season. But then this following season, man, who was it that was talking about? He always had the locks all nice and twisted up real nice.
Oh, Jay Boogie was like, he pretty.
Yeah, so
pretty.
Other than that, I want to say it's 26 to 28. I think it was 26 to 28 games that he actually suited up, was on the court, and didn't do anything from there. So that's what's gonna hold it against him. However, somebody may want to take it just to get rid of the money. So
what?
I'm just saying anything can happen. Hey, I'm all for putting them on a Huffy bicycle and riding them out of town. I'm all good with it.
What? Not even a Schwinn. He don't get a Schwinn.
No, man.
Western Flyer.
No.
You get a Western Flyer from BC Moores.
No, man.
He get a Western Flyer from Hollick Myers.
No, man. I put him on the back of a Huffy. No. Now Evan Fournier, I may put him on the back of the Mongoose.
So y'all saying it's by any means for Jaden Ivey, like RJ, everything, whatever we got.
Nah.
I'm gonna tell you like this, hard
RJ got it.
Nope.
RJ would be the only one that I would have to think hard before I pull the trigger. Everybody else,
he needs somebody to play with.
I love me some Obi, but guess what, Obi?
He needs somebody to play with, right, RJ?
Yeah.
I mean, Ivy.
Ivy needs somebody to play with.
Ivy in here. Don't he need help? You gonna expect Ivy to do?
RJ would play great off of him.
No, I'm saying everybody's saying
that would be the ideal move.
And to be honest with you, I keep going over the trade scenario for Jaden Ivey. I don't think you need to include a player period, right? And to move up to four. If you include Dallas's pick from next year, the 2025 first, and the 11 pick, in my opinion, that should be enough to get 4. You get to keep all your players, right? Sacramento gets to keep all of their players and move them in separate deals. And Sacramento is set up for the future with 3 valuable first-round picks. Right,
I'm trying to back Julius in that thing too.
But I was gonna say what Knicks fans want to do is make the deal like make the deal super perfect. Well, you don't have to make it super perfect. You just need to get the deal done. That's why I'm not forcing them Fournier. I'm not forcing them Randall. I'm giving them picks so they can pick the players that they want. And then I'm looking to recoup those picks by trading Randall in a separate deal.
Yeah.
Maybe to a San Antonio Spurs who have 2 late first-round picks. The Spurs need a low post presence. You can trade Randall to a small market team, right? That needs a low post presence. You can take those non-value first-round picks. Yo, somebody got something cracking. Hold on.
Yeah.
Was that me? No. That's somebody else, man. Somebody, hey, y'all, please, hey, y'all please check y'all stuff to make sure it ain't.
Yeah, I just muted my mic while you was talking. It wasn't me.
I've been muted.
Yeah, I've been muted.
I've been muted.
Yeah, I'm always on mute when I talk.
Okay, yeah, it was something, but
that was me saying y'all can't hear me because I'm muted. So,
oh my bad, man. I don't know why I can't read sign. I got to get better.
You know what? Let me tell you something, Freezy. I'm gonna let you continue, but this narrative that you created is hurting my heart. It's hurting my feelings. I don't know what y'all have against it. To me, it's racist. I don't know what y'all have against ham sandwiches. I love ham sandwiches, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you too, Ron.
No,
I love me some ham sandwich, especially hot with a little mayonnaise on them, a little glaze on them.
Who hate? First
Okay,
of all,
we're gonna start calling them Hostess cupcakes then.
Yeah. I'm vegan.
Nah, those are good too. You wild, those are good.
That's what it is. That's why you saying that, because you vegan. That's why you ain't messing with the ham.
Long as you don't call them a little Debbie fudge round, man.
Just call them a syrup sandwich, man.
Now, and so the thing is nobody dislikes ham sandwiches. The reason why they're called ham sandwiches is because you can get them from anywhere. That's why. You know what I'm saying? I feel, in my opinion, I think you can get a Quentin Grimes from anywhere. I think you can get Grimes out of this draft if you want to.
Egg sandwich for $2.45 at your closest bodega.
Bim.
That's what he
All right. That may be true.
And a pineapple.
I don't change what you was going to talk about, but I'm going to tell you, I think you're going to see a different Quentin Grimes this year. You know, I think what he's working on right now is kind of getting back to some of the skills that he displayed prior to him being drafted, and hopefully we get to see his role increase. So that's what I'm saying. We'll see.
Did you see him in the gym with the rim down? With the rim down. Because if the rim is not down, he's not working on his game. I don't need you to go up in there and keep shooting that jump. I know you can catch and shoot, but I need you to be able to get between them cones and use them stopwatches and be able to beat people off the dribble and handles and all that. He ain't doing that. He's not making the game.
Listen, they had a conversation. NBK had the coach on. They're working on a lot of things, so I'm hoping that translates to the Knicks. Hopefully, we see it.
I would never have him in the offseason in the building with a gym. Just like with Obi. Like, certain things you got to do. They say Obi can't move his hips. Guess what? This offseason, Obi, I'm going to have you go work out with some cornerbacks so you can learn how to move your hips and stuff like that.
Some salsa dancers.
It's
salsa dancers.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's certain things you got to do to help these guys game.
Give Obi time in the hula hoop.
Yeah.
Hey, Obi, take this hoop and it better not touch.
I can tell you this, Jay, but if he can't move his hips, I know he can't dance. Right. And if he tried to dance, he gonna look real afflicted.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're gonna be laughing at him on the dance.
Hey, Ron, don't tell me you brought out afflicted. Ron, you dig in the bag, brother.
I ain't heard that word since '78.
I was watching that movie again yesterday. And shout out to Man, you know what I'm saying? I want, holler at my man, you know what I'm saying? 3 capital M's, 3 little A's, 3 little N's, and the N definitely come out to the K represent the Knicks. I just want show it. There it is. There it is.
You see how you took my happiness and just turn it upside down.
Can I chime in on the Grimes thing right quick?
Yeah, brother.
Salute to the chat. I don't want to disrupt anybody's flow.
You gotta stop being over intelligent, man.
I
you like, yo, can I chime into the?
I just want to show honor to everybody. Prayers up to everybody. Happy
Fix your
Father's Day.
mic first, man. Sound like you under the water.
Say what?
You sound better now. You sound kind of funny.
I always hit the button on the back and it like changes the way it sounds.
Oh, okay. I knew it was something. What's up, fam?
So, what's up, Will? Yo, I actually commented on your video, your picture on Twitter today, just to say Happy Father's Day. Will just to
Oh,
let you
okay.
know. I think you were with 2 daughters or something, but
Nah, that was that's my lady and my daughter. That was my
oh,
family.
okay. All right.
I must look old, but go ahead.
So just quick chime in on the Quentin Grimes. The one thing is, like, Quentin Grimes was a point guard coming out of high school. Tom Thibodeau, the way he like trains guys, J Boog, is the way he wants his wings to develop is he keeps it bare minimum, do the basics, shoot threes, defend. Once you could do that, then you could come on the court and we could expand your role. So obviously, he did better than that. If you look at RJ the year before, it was spot up for 3 and then shoot. That's what RJ did. He shot 40% from 3. He got better. Then he expanded his role to actually like driving to the basket even more, handling the offense, etc. I believe that Quentin Grimes can do that. If you look at his combine games from last season, that kid was the leader of all the draft picks at the combine last year. Like, people in game, just it took very, very little time for that guy to become the leader of that combine team. And he took over. Josh Christopher took a second hand. Like, there were so many players that just let him run the show. And I think he can, but he needs to get better at some of the skills to handle the rock the way we would want to. So yes, he can, but then also too, like, when it comes to Ivy, and I know that's been a talk, and then also too, but we start off on Kyrie, which Freezy had me twisting around like a tornado in my house. I was like, you cannot bring Kyrie here, but at the same time, I do understand it. Like, if you want or you really want to do a move, it doesn't matter what the move is. You got to believe in that move and you got to go all in on that move. So we could bring Kyrie in here and succeed. It just depends on what are the other moves that we're going to do afterwards. I don't think you could get Kyrie, but then get rid of Julius Randle.
And
like
that's
that,
the thing,
that just
Nick.
won't work.
That's a good point. I mean, like I said, man, who in this league want to play with Kyrie? I'm waiting.
I don't. But that's okay. This is something I have a theory on, and it was inspired by Bill Simmons years ago. When you look at Team USA, the guys that go to Team USA and like become cliques, they always like do something in the NBA afterwards. They become friends. KD and Kyrie, they really became friends at Team USA. LeBron, etc. Like, you know the whole story. But Team USA is where those guys like link up. When you think about it, Julius Randle, that year he was supposed to go to Team USA, he chose not to go. And ever since then, I've been questioning: can Julius Randle play beside someone else, or would someone like to play with Julius Randle? And it's been the exact opposite.
That's what I was gonna say.
Wants to play with Julius Randle.
That's what I was gonna say. How we say nobody want to play with Kyrie, but we got Randle on our team, and nobody ain't gonna come. So Kyrie is more of a better chance because of how it boils down to who know how to play basketball good, not about what everybody's opinion. You know what I mean on the player, and he know how to play basketball correctly. If you take away all the other stuff that you guys say, I think you know how to play basketball. One more point, I'm gonna pass it right back. One more point I want to make is that you got to remember, like in basketball, like Kyrie, he's not the type of player that, you know, he's all into the gives back. He do a lot of stuff positive and negative, but you can't take all that. Just look at what you do on the court. That's it. You know what I mean? And then you say, look how we stack in positions with players on our team that do the same thing, like Freezy just mentioned, where players just could shoot. So if you bring in a player who could go off the dribble and keep a couple players that could just shoot, Kind of like what my man Nick just said. The same thing. You bring them in, and then you got players that you keep on the team, and that changes us, puts us in a better situation every year. That's what I really want to say in reference to Kyrie. Now, you do got a lot of negative energy, but you do have a crazy media. So, even though he's already in New York, so however you slice it, Brooklyn is New York. That's the same thing he would deal with. But he can't go off the drip. That's my last take on that.
And it'll be worse with the Knicks. You think that media coverage, because really the Knicks shielded Brooklyn from a lot of that stuff. He come to the Knicks, there ain't no shield to hide him from the media.
I mean, like I said, what the media gonna say when Kyrie come out and play good basketball? The COVID was the reason why they was on Kyrie. That was the whole reason why he
And that
can't play in
Boston
Brooklyn.
situation.
Yeah,
And
okay.
the Cleveland situation.
I understand all the other problems, but you got to think about talent-wise where we are. And if you move some of these players that's stuck in position, play the same position, it's not going to hurt us to move up. Now, to move up with a player with talent. You know what I'm saying? As far as like on a Kyrie level. That's why I would take a player like Kyrie. So RJ or somebody before Kyrie leave the league, they can learn how he do some of the stuff that he do. You got to have a star or somebody that know how to really play next to young players, in my opinion. And
I'll
if
stay
somebody that
far away
really
from
know how.
Kyrie. If you got a problem with Julius, you should have a problem with Kyrie too.
No, I have a problem with Kyrie, but I think Julius Randle's not on the Kyrie level when you step on the court.
Oh, I mean,
That's what I'm
ain't no
trying to show
disputing
you.
that. But what I'm saying so
Yeah,
far
that's
is the
my only point.
distraction.
So if you
The distraction factor is probably bigger with Kyrie than Julius.
Nah, see, that's where you're going wrong at, Ron, because you said if I got a problem with Randall, I should have a problem with Kyrie, right?
Exactly.
And I'm
Because
trying to
both of
make
them
a
are
point to
distraction.
you as you hit my point right on the head of the point of I'm worried about on the court. Where if Randall not could do what Kyrie could do on the court and still bring me the same negative energy, then it's not worth it. Kyrie could show up for the amount of games he show up for and still put on. And he did that in Brooklyn. Randall is not going to be able to do that. We know who both of these guys are. So to
Say what you
compare.
want to say about Randall, or Randall gonna show up to work. I don't know if Kyrie coming to work all. Matter of fact, Kyrie ain't gonna play a full 82.
But what's the sense of
It
showing up
ain't
to work
happening.
if you ain't gonna do nothing? How many games Randall showed up and didn't do nothing?
Randall showed up and still was our best player.
Nah, Randall didn't talk to
20,
the
10, and
media.
5.
Randall had he had horrible games this season. The fans was in his head. He couldn't come out of that bubble season. And
Well, let's talk about it, because I just seen somebody in the chat says Randall. Pudge said Randall wasn't winning. What if Kyrie done without LeBron? You bringing that guy here, you bringing him here to be the number one. This guy ain't proven in either stop Boston or Cleveland that he could be the number one guy. I'm not bringing Kyrie here if I'm in the front
But
office.
LeBron couldn't win without Kyrie neither, because Kyrie hit big shots to help LeBron win too. So when people say that, I say that
You
even
better
though
stop that,
Kyrie
Will.
couldn't,
You better stop
even
that. You know basketball better than that, so I ain't
what
gonna
you
even let you get
mean?
away with that.
No. I'm not saying that Kyrie didn't need LeBron, because we know LeBron went back to help Kyrie. Kyrie didn't make the playoffs without LeBron. I know all the facts, but I'm trying to say is to you is Kyrie was younger at the time, and LeBron couldn't win without Kyrie. So you can't really say what Kyrie is compared to that, because that's not really a good comparison, because LeBron wouldn't have been those champions that he played with Kyrie without Kyrie.
Hey, guess what, Hardwell? I know when he went to that Boston team and that thing was tailor made, and Boston had them young guys almost get to the finals without him injured, and he comes back next season and talking about these guys don't know what it takes to win. Man, you supposed to come in and just sprinkle. You had a whole time to watch them guys. You ain't coming in there. You shouldn't have been rocking the boat, man. You should come in there and help them guys get over the hump. Because
But
them
how do we
guys,
know?
when you one game away, a quarter away from going to the finals, you pretty much know what it takes. You just needed somebody to get you over the hump. He was supposed to just get them over the hump. He disintegrated that team.
But how
And
do
that's
we
the
know
guy
he
you
didn't?
want to bring here to be with young players?
No, but he was
Nah,
on that team, right? Hold on, but look,
ain't a
watch
smart
this.
move.
He was on that team, right? So they had to learn, right? So everybody that was on Tatum and them team, when they played with Kyrie. So even though we on the outside looking in, you don't know what helped those guys game. So you always got to remember that. We just saying, like I just said earlier, a player that knows how to play next to our young players, and we don't have that. I know what Randall is. I'm not in denial saying Randall is this, Randall is that. Randall is not on a Kyrie level.
Oh
So
yeah, we all know that.
that's the
Game
problem
wise,
for
yeah,
me.
game
When you're
wise,
gonna
but
have
all
a
that other
leader
stuff.
and have young players, not sure if he's better than them. Like, I'm better than Randall, or he shouldn't be doing this, or we better off playing team ball. That's confusion to me, too much. When we should be rebuilding if we gonna believe in a Randall. And even if Kyrie come, it's still in a rebuild if you ask me, but you have a player next to them that know how to ball. And that's
So
why
what
I
kind
said
of
about the
contract you giving
Boston
Kyrie?
situation.
What they saying Kyrie wanting? What kind of money they saying he
Well,
want?
I tell you one thing: if y'all bring Kyrie here, y'all think y'all haven't been ready for a real rebuild. After Kyrie leave, the Knicks are going to be in a real rebuild.
But that's probably what we
Can I
need.
chime in on
And the
that
Kyrie
Kyrie?
is an example thing, man. I think it's not that we think he might even come, but it's the point of how Knicks fans say we don't want this and we don't want that, and we stick with players that ain't gonna move the needle for us. I'm not saying all of them, but it's some players there that ain't gonna move the needle for us. But we debate about Kyrie. Go ahead, Ray. My
I'm
bad.
gonna tell you, it was no debate for me when they were talking about him and Durant coming in. I said I didn't want no parts of Kyrie. You can go back and look at the history with me. I'm gonna stay consistent. I don't want that dude on the next team, man. And it's for all the same reasons of what I saw going on in Brooklyn, man. And the same thing that's followed him his whole career. I don't want that here. Julius Randle had his hiccup with all that extra stuff this year with us, and it was shocking because Julius Randle ain't never displayed that kind of stuff since he's been in the league. But Kyrie has a track record. And when I look at your track record, I got to look at your credit report. And right now, his credit report with all that stuff ain't good.
Yeah, but Randall is a one-time
Let me find out you
All-Star.
just applied
His
for a
credit
loan,
report
Ron.
ain't good with me if he's a one-time All-Star.
He ain't buying no car at my car dealership.
No,
Turn
I
him
said
around.
Randall credit ain't good with me if he a one-time All-Star. I'm more about what they do on the court, not off the court, because Kyrie with all that hoopla, he still came and had 50-point games. He went on a spree. That boy came and balled out. That's all I'm saying. I ain't with all the, because all these guys got attitudes. All these guys be having issues. So you got to really figure out, is they always going to have attitude? That's what Freezy said earlier. Can he come and play? That's why Stephen A said, he's box office, but he'll pay him year to year. Say something like that, I could agree with, because then they'll make him more responsible. But
There
you
ain't no
can't
need to
say,
agree to that because that man ain't taking no year-to-year
no,
deal.
I'm
You
just giving
already
you
know
an
that.
example, Ron. I'm just giving you an example on how
I hear
you can't compare the two, because we still debate Randall, and he where he is in the league too. So you got to look at that.
Randall our best player, but he can go too.
No, I'm not saying in reference
He
to
need to
him
move.
going out. I'm talking about how Knicks fans still have that conversation, and he's nowhere near the Kyrie level.
Nah, that ain't even no conversation.
That's what I'm trying to say. We need somebody that can have the ball in their hand and do what Tibbs really tried to make Randall was nowhere near to do.
I'll tell
You
you
know
this,
what I'm saying?
me, if Kyrie didn't have all that other stuff with him,
See?
I'd say sign him up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what
I think everybody would, man. That would be a no-brainer.
All these guys are divas.
I'll go drive for free and go get him. I'll go get my pilot's license if need be to fly him from wherever.
That's all I wanted to make sure that y'all on the page with that, because come on.
Yeah,
man.
Hardwell, listen.
It ain't even
Kyrie is a
about the talent.
baller, man.
He's a
Who
baller.
wouldn't want him on their team? My whole thing is, I don't think Kyrie would want to be a Knick. I think Kyrie is a smokescreen. And first off, all this stuff is other people talking about Kyrie. Nobody asking Kyrie what Kyrie think. If you ask Kyrie, I don't think Kyrie gonna go. I don't think
They can trade Kyrie where they want, though, right, Ron? Ron, can't they trade him wherever they want if they want to make a deal for him?
I don't know what his contract looks like. I don't know if he's got a no trade clause or what. I don't know what he got.
I don't think he's under.
Is he in the last year?
Brooklyn didn't sign him to the extension, so I'm not sure. I think he might have a year left. I'm not
Do
sure.
you have a team option? Is it a
I'm
team?
not
I mean,
even
a
sure,
player.
I'm gonna look it up.
I think it's a player option.
It's a player option.
Yeah,
But like I said, we wasn't talking. It was a hypothetically. But Freezy's point was to the point of we had to know talent and put aside
talent ain't even a question. That guy is in the league by himself.
Put aside the differences, bro. And look
it ain't about the talent, Hardwell. It's the other stuff, man. It ain't the talent. Talent-wise, like I said, man, ain't no point guard in this league. None.
On the other side, I heard
do
people
what he
say,
can do with the basketball.
where would Donovan Mitchell fit at? I heard people say that. Like, this is the points we trying to make right now. How could we think this way, but we know we need real talent?
Hey, guess what, Hardwell?
Guys with them.
Hardwell, I said all that, right? And guess what? If it came out tomorrow that the Knicks got Kyrie Irving in a trade, I wouldn't be all that mad. Because I know what he can do on the court, to your point. I just hope all the other stuff don't happen.
Let me tell you something. They bring Kyrie here. Are they firing Tom Thibodeau? Because
He
once
has to be-
Kyrie's up under Tom Thibodeau, and he's asking him to do certain things, and Kyrie's like, nah, I'll be there when I'm there.
See, and that's the other thing, Ron. Good point, Ron.
ISOs that he gave Randall, if he gave Kyrie, it's a different situation. Look how many ISOs he gave Julius Randle, the most in the NBA last season. Think about that.
Kyrie, a whole
I've
nother
been
animal.
sitting there listening to it, and I was just wondering about the whole Kyrie Tibbs situation. My whole thing is Kyrie's talent is like no other. It's from another planet, another world.
Rod Strickland on steroids.
Yeah. The thing is like everybody's saying, it's the off the court issues that you are, the things. Because there was once before he said, if I'm traded, then I'm gonna retire. That was in I remember reading that before in Bleacher Report and stuff. But now, if he comes across the river, my thing is, if you get him, are you prepared to what comes along with him? That's gonna be the thing right there. And then the money. If you do it, if you are willing to do, if he's willing to do a year, which he won't,
and I don't blame him.
Pay him a year, give him a yearly salary. Hey, son, too, because that makes no sense. Because he's gonna want his money.
That's the one thing I agree with Kyrie on. I ain't signing no 1-year deal.
Yeah. So my whole thing is I'm not gonna for me, just me personally, I'm not biting into the article and all like that, because how many times we seen, Joe Bag of Donuts said they're gonna sign with the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Or this coming down to the Knicks in LA. We always get used like leverage every time. They use
It's a possibility,
that's
though.
what it is. It's leverage, and it's a smart move.
It's a possibility.
It's a smart move by his agent, because more than likely his agent threw that out there. You know what I
And
mean?
they know we can afford them.
That's smart.
I mean, but the thing is, the Knicks fans, Knicks Nation has been clamoring for a star. I want to say it's like this with all, PGT, point guard thirsty, because we want a point guard so bad. So I don't know, for me, I'm gonna speak for me. Where I stand on it, I don't, let it fall. If it happens, it happens. But do I want him? No, I don't want him. Not because of the talent, it's because of all the drama and all the other stuff that come with it, all the media, and now Stephen A is gonna come in with his little stuff and all like that. I don't want all the necessary action with the clown show that can possibly come with it. It's nothing against his talent.
You got it. You ain't gonna have no chance to support him.
It's nothing against the talent. The man talent is like no other. Like I said, it's just all the other stuff that comes with it. Would you be willing to deal with that? And then it's going to. I look at bringing Kyrie to New York. That's a win now move. So, are you rebuilding or are you winning now?
Wrong.
That's
should be rebuilding. These are 30 what? 31?
I think he's either 30, 31. That's a win now move. That's a win now move. Because so if you're gonna do that, that's just like when we're talking about the whole thing with Dame Dollar. It's a win now move.
It's kind of like
Kyrie's not gonna put us over the top. We still got a lot of things we still gotta answer, man. You still got the Mitch situation. So you let Mitch go, you bring in Mo Bamba, but we're talking about, and then you have, I've seen people talking about you willing to pay Kyrie all this money, which he's a ungodly player. He's on a whole nother level, but you willing to pay all these other cats and not pay Mitch. So it's that thing too. You got to look at it as well.
Well, Jay Boogie, you was about to say something. I don't want to say nothing.
I was going to say before, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said at the beginning, you know what I'm saying? Holler at me on the 29th. The 29th tells you the whole situation with what's going on with Kyrie. All this right here ain't nothing but just rumors and speculation what we're doing right now. See, if the 29th come, he could do one or two things. He could either opt in or not opt out. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, Kyrie wants a 4-year deal like Kevin got. So for him to get that, you know what I'm saying, Brooklyn don't want to pay him that money without him to sign certain stipulations. So if Kyrie say, the heck with it, well, I'm just going to opt in and just get the rest of this 1 year, then you can look for Brooklyn to probably try to trade him. Maybe to the Lakers, because they got Russell Westbrook over there. So both of those players on both of these teams have ties. Kevin got ties with Russell, and LeBron got ties with Kyrie. If they don't want to do that, then you can look for them to try to trade him for other pieces. But all this right here, you won't know anything what's going on with that dude until the 29th, man. The 29th is when that man can opt in for that money or they can sign that man for that money. But the problem is Kyrie won a 4-year deal just like his man Kevin. And if he can't get no 4-year deal, you know what I'm saying, he might just opt into that 1-year deal if he can't find another 4-year deal somewhere else. But on our side, if he was to say, well, I'm going to go look somewhere else for my money, we got too many things we got to do to free up the money. We still got to figure out who to trade and who want these pieces and all that. On top of that, we ain't even trying to trade these people. We thinking about how we moving up. So, you know, that's just a bunch of hearsay. You know what I'm saying? So try to get some reviews or whatever, some media attention on ESPN and all. That's why somebody said it earlier. That's why it's the Lakers and the Knicks at the bottom of the ticket. It's not really nobody else. It's those two #1 franchises, you know what I'm saying, to get some publicity and some stunts and get people feeling good. Me, I don't want all that rumors and stuff. I'm tired of looking and seeing my people, you know what I'm saying, feeling bad because we didn't get this person was coming, they treated us wrong, they turned their back on, or we didn't make this trade and all that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to see my people keep getting like that. That's why I say, you know, just wait till the 29th, man. So I know it makes a good conversation, good topic and all that, man. But, man, we need to be figuring out a whole lot of other things than besides trying to deal with Kyrie. What we going to do with Mitch, you know what I'm saying? Are we going to trade up? We going to stay packed? What are we going to do with our squad? That's what we need to be focusing on. Because that Kyrie thing, that thing is way over there in Brooklyn, man. Way over there.
Thank you, Boogie. Thank you.
To your point, Boogie. This the thing, man. The Knicks are in a prime position to finally be able to move up and snatch somebody who is an impact player off the jump and young. You finally in a position to do that. You go ahead and stick to that plan. Go try to get Ivy. Go try to get him. I won't feel bad if they say, you know what, the Knicks swung and they just couldn't get Ivy. Somebody else beat us up. I won't feel bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do.
To abort that mission and wait because the draft will have happened already. And now you waiting and hoping that you can go after Kyrie. Come on, man.
How would you feel if the Knicks somehow get the trade to move up to get that 4th pick? I'm not saying that. Not saying that they're going to get Ivy. I'm saying that they get up there, just right? They get that 4th pick.
Oh, I'm ecstatic because that ain't. But
hold on, you didn't hear the last part.
Go ahead.
He's going with get that 4th pick, and then they trade that 4th pick to the Nets for Kyrie.
No.
But you don't know what Ivy gonna be. You know what Kyrie is.
I'm really glad that Ron brought that up.
You know what?
I'm just saying. Look, you know how I feel. Look, I'm not. It ain't because I'm a content creator. I'm a Knicks fan first. I don't like Kyrie. I don't like Durant, but that's me personally. Yes, it's personal. I don't care. I got a grudge. All right, but I know they ballers. So listen, the Knicks might say we throw all that out. This Knicks, we need to do something. Let's go.
Kyrie 31.
Well, if they trade up, they trade up to go get that 4th pick just to try to trade it over Brooklyn. James Dolan need to immediately come to that building and get rid of everybody.
I'm with you.
The 29th is 5 days and a wake up after the draft. So that doesn't make no sense for us to, you know what I'm saying, get that 4th pick and trade it to Brooklyn for Kyrie when they don't even have his ties right now. You don't know if he's opted in or if he's opted out. So they don't have no ties with Kyrie at all, man, right now. You know what I'm saying? That to me, it wouldn't make no sense for them to make a move like that, you know.
That's why I like the whole idea of free agency before the draft. I love that.
I understand. Salute to all you guys and whatnot, legends. I just love it because I've been listening since like the moment Freezy got on, and the Kyrie takes have been like
All-Star Ray, talk to me, baby.
So check this out, man. I understand where Ron was pushing a certain avenue of the conversation. Also, by the way, before I even get to that, hit the like button, subscribe. Not gonna get this kind of barbershop content anywhere else. I'm just saying. Just like fellas here, OGs and legends from other platforms that are kind of coming together, and we're having that barbershop talk right now. Second thing, context matters. So I understand where Ron was pushing that idea because I thought about it for a second. Remember, this is not about what I want because I am not on Dolan's payroll. We are not employees. We are all theoretical GMs just trying to make sense of what's in front of us. And it's not like we got a whole lot to go on. I really do honestly think that because if the consensus among Knicks fans is this front office is on the hot seat and Tibbs needs to go and whatnot, I don't think anyone can sort of definitively say what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. These guys may trade up and get to the fourth pick and hit a hard left and attempt to make a trade for someone like Donovan Mitchell. No, I'm just saying. No,
I'm laughing because you're right.
That could happen. And then tables are flipping and chairs are thrown.
Yo, if the context and everything that we're talking about as Knicks fans is that the front office, and again, it's not an official report, but if there are rumblings about, oh yeah, well, Tibbs is in year 3, front office is in year 3, you and I have no idea what's going to happen. We may trade up and they may very well say, well, we got to win now because we're kind of sort of in this, we got to make something happen. And they can easily do something at the number 4th pick and say, well, let's go get a win now player right now, which totally mucks up everything. Listen, my personal belief is that we need to stay the course with these kids and continue to build. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you got to believe that Tom Thibodeau is not going to be here for all of that. But again, if the context and the landscape is all about this front office is on the hot seat, we don't know what's going to happen. So it's just a wait and see to see what they do. Now, I think smart minds, I mean, we all got to believe that, yeah, we'll trade up and go get that guy, or maybe we stay at 11. I mean, hell, we may even go the Brock Aller route, right? This guy is all about collecting assets and asset management and just sort of throwing into the pile because the 2023 draft, it's being said that Jaden Ivey would probably not be picked at number 4. He'd probably be picked somewhere a little bit lower to the 10th spot or something like that. Like, that's how loaded the 2023 draft is supposed to be. I just don't know what direction these guys are going to go in. So regardless of now, I do understand what Hardwill and some others who were saying, yo, we got to get talent in the building with the Kyrie thing, because make no mistake, if you guys, RJ Barrett is in a contract year, you need to know if RJ Barrett is a max player or not, right? A number 1 player, a star player, creates opportunities for players like RJ and Cam and Obi and IQ. They do help. So I understand that side of the argument. Like, you need a number 1 player to create a matchup advantage that creates other matchup advantages for other players. I get that argument. But what I can't stand on is the sort of, I don't know, this erratic behavior that Kyrie has where you don't know if he's going to play or you don't know if he's going to play. Now, we do know that if he's on the court and he plays, he's unstoppable. But again, in a locker room with Tom Thibodeau, these young impressionable dudes that we love so much, does Kyrie even fit? I don't know. So
your whole team is going to change. You bring him here. You go into a veteran team.
Yeah. I mean, those are the things that I'm trying to think of. I mean, again, when I hear the Kyrie argument, it sort of just goes, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. Then the idea of trading up, but then I also got to look at the coach in the front office. It's like, okay, so what are they going to do if they're in this crucial period where they got to make a big move?
But Ray, the key part that you hit on was that the opportunities that player could create for these other players and make these other players better from these other situations. And that's what's key off of Kyrie's skill level and what he could do at getting off the dribble. That's why I mentioned what Freezy said earlier. We got a bunch of players that just could catch and shoot. You see what I'm saying? That means they caught up in the same position with a bunch of them. So if you move some of them or move some pieces around and take Kyrie out so we don't keep saying that. Get a player with similar attributes that could go off the dribble and create his own shot, right? I don't think a rookie is going to do it right away, but But I don't mind a Jaden Ivey type because of his upside, right? But I wouldn't move too fast and say give up RJ for a player like that. You don't even know what he's gonna be until you see him in the league, even though he has a upside. We agree to that, right? So
yeah, I'm not giving up RJ for nothing. I mean, that's just me.
Okay, cool. So one last point I wanted to say was if you feel that you kind of agree with the point of what we need that to make these guys better, then that's the direction that most of the teams go in or succeed in. You know what I mean? Unless they stumble for success. You have to have a guy that you can build that at least know how to play and not hate on the younger guys' talent. Bring them together and use the pieces wisely. See, why I thought Julius Randle could work, so he could bring them guys together. I thought he was a humble player and he could bring that 20 and 10 mentality. But when he showed the other side of him, right, I know I could deal with Kyrie because so much more he brings on the court than Julius Randle. For me, is a sacrifice or whatever else he may bring. You see what I'm saying? And other talent on the team, the young guys, is gonna pick up off of that and learn how to really go. If you ask me, that's even if it's for just 1 season or 2 seasons, just for him to come and play with those guys. You know what I mean? And just to see it right next to them and no hate to those guys. You know what I'm saying? That's important to
But
me.
see, this is another thing. Kyrie timeline don't fit with us. With them young guys you talking about. Kyrie 31.
Yeah.
Paul did it, even though he got before, but
wasn't that the same argument? Wasn't that the same argument for Damian Lillard? How old is Damian Lillard?
Exactly. Exactly. The timeline.
But that's not true. I would take them. Go ahead, my bad.
I'm just saying that I completely understand the side or the argument where it's like, yo, you bring in a top-notch player like that, your players instantaneously get better. And if you're a front office, even if you're not married to your young players or whatnot, you know what you do get? You get better trade assets because they become better players. That's part of development. So I understand the argument of if you bring Kyrie Irving in, your young guys, they do get better. But on the other side, what I don't get, I just don't understand and I don't want is sort of the attitude and the behavior of Kyrie Irving. And if you bring that here, because that makes things even more complicated for your young, impressionable locker room, and does it even mesh with Tom Thibodeau? Let's just start there.
Man, I'm telling you like this, Ray. Kyrie comes here, they're getting rid of the young players. You ain't got to even worry about the young players.
But we
Kyrie and
overstacked
young
the
players
position,
don't
bro.
mix. His track record with young players that don't mix. We done seen it. We done seen this show. We gonna do look at what they just did in Brooklyn to bring him there. They got rid of all them young players.
You just gotta
he ain't playing with no young players, man.
You just got to consider both sides of the argument because the context tells me that given the landscape of the front office and the coaching staff and where their job security is, we don't know what they will do. We're all here screaming as fans, yo, let's rebuild. But these people are like, this is their job. This is their 9 to 5. And they're going to do whatever it takes in order to keep their 9 to 5. So I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me if they made the move for Kyrie, though. It really wouldn't surprise me because it'll be so Knicks to make a move like that. You know what I mean? You go in one direction, then you totally pivot off of that. Because all reports right now saying the Knicks, and been saying it for weeks, the Knicks trying to get that 4th spot to get Ivy. So if you've been that focused on that, you stay with that. You let Brooklyn do what they do with Kyrie and whoever else want to get Kyrie. You stay away from that because that's going to be a short life anyway with Kyrie on this team. You know that ain't nothing long term.
I just don't know. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And to Frank's spot, yeah, it was save the front office job if they got Kyrie. Good point, Frank, in the chat. Frank Corona Jr. just said that.
The one thing is that, Ron, you're making it seem like the only move that he could do is just one move and focus on one move alone. That's how things get slipped underneath the table. You got to keep your ears open to all opportunities. Also, too, the other thing that I'm hearing that's a big misconception because, like I've listened to many a podcast, watched many a games from Jaden Ivey. A lot of people are just constantly like shooing him in as a point guard. I don't know why. He's not just a point guard. He is more of a 2 guard. He's actually closer to Donovan Mitchell than
Right.
than John Morant. The only thing about him and John Morant is that he trained with John Morant. John Morant in college averaged the most assists in college. Like he was the assist leader in college. What did Ivy average? Like 2 assists per game?
I think it was like 3.
It's minimal compared to John Morant. He can't run offenses like John Morant can. He is closer to the likes of Donovan Mitchell, maybe Derrick Rose. So again, and the idea of him coming in to replace the point guard, quote unquote, makes no sense. It's really him replacing Fournier because that's the position that he'll play for us, especially in Tom's system. He'll drive offense from the shooting guard position. And then also, too, the talk ain't really dead yet because the point guard, and if you think about Donovan Mitchell, is really the Dallas point guard, Rick Brunson's son. Rick Brunson's son could get to the basket better than anyone else in the league last year. And he doesn't have the athleticism, but he actually can run an offense, as we've seen in the playoffs. And also, too, he is just above the quote-unquote timeline, which I don't believe in timelines, by the way, but he's just above the RJ timeline. He's the same age as Julius Randle. He just improves IV if you think of how Mike Conley improves Donovan Mitchell. We gotta get like I don't understand the
good point.
The point guard. Everyone keeps bringing up point guard. Like point guard makes no sense in this league today. There's no such thing as a point guard.
See, it's probably too.
I don't know about that.
In the league, right? Everybody else is pretty much, high level IQ perimeter type ball players.
Yes, they are.
That's because that's the way the league is put together now. I'm quite sure everybody on this podcast gonna been somewhere and seen a junior, a minor, a AAU, a junior high school, and your point be like, yo, that boy gonna be something. Everybody don't see that in somebody one point in time in their life. The thing is, when you say he's not a point guard, a lot of times I seen them move him to the side that the other guy handled the rock because it was giving the offense a problem. They was doubling him. But when you say he's not a point guard, let me remind you, that boy down in Milwaukee, that championship point guard was the point guard at UCLA. Westbrook was on the wing. Westbrook didn't play point guard. But when Westbrook came here, Westbrook played the point guard until he got with LeBron. Westbrook, back-to-back years, had averaged a triple-double. Westbrook is also on his way to a Hall of Fame, being from a point guard standard, but he never was a point guard. What they see in this guy is explosiveness. If you can't see that this guy is going to be beating guys off the dribble with a handle that he can go left and right, then I don't know. I don't know what y'all seeing that I'm not seeing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I see the handle. I see the off the bounce athleticism, getting to the rim, and all that you're saying. But y'all keep saying he's not a point guard. Hold on. His comparison is also to Russell Westbrook. So
I understand that, but hear me out on this and understand this part. I believe Ivy could shoot the three. In college, he shot 40%. In high school, he shot 40% from three. He dipped in his first year, his freshman year, and then the second year, he went back up to 40% or close to. I believe Ivy will be a good shooter, especially off the dribble at some point in time. I believe, and I just outlined the way that Tom Thibodeau develops people. He takes his time, spot up from three, this, that, and the third, beat people off the dribble with the pump fake. He keeps the game simple for young players and then expands their role year 2, year 3, and 4. At the beginning, remember, Jalen Brunson ain't going nowhere. Not yet. I believe that just like how Julius Randle was in front of Obi Toppin, I believe they're going to keep Jalen Brunson in front of Ivy at the point guard position at least year 1 and 2 until Ivy is ready to take over as point guard. I mean, he's going to start be a shooting guard. He's going to play next to a point guard, and he's probably going to close games out too. But in those scenarios, it makes it a transition step by step by step and easy on him. And he doesn't have to carry the full load like most players have to do from day one.
Nick,
That's where I'm coming from.
I'll say this, Nick. Your points about point guards, I understand what you're trying to say. I think a better way to say it is that there's no pure point guards in the league anymore. But
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
The
like
point
the
guard position is just
the point guards I grew up on.
Yeah, the point guard position have morphed into guys that has to be able to do more than just pass the ball to what we saw when we was coming up. They have to be able to do more than just that. And that point guard position now has become athletic. So Jaden Ivey would be a modern version of this league's point guard because he'll be explosive and athletic from that position. Like, tell me one point guard right now in this modern point guard era that ain't athletic at that point.
I agree.
Who?
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's just morphed into something better than what it was. You know what I mean? Like they say, evolution of the game. That position has evolved. And Russell Westbrook, one can argue, was at the head of that thing changing.
And just as someone is saying like how Ivy and Brunson don't make sense, well then that means Mike Conley and Mitchell doesn't make sense. They essentially the same player. It's the same exactly why. Anyway, there are many ways to skin a cat. Specific to getting the best out of Ivy, I believe that you should have someone with him to handle the ball. If you have RJ Barrett, Jalen Brunson, and also Ivy on the same team, that's 3 ball handlers, which in the beginning of all this, me and Freezy used to rock at night on something called Sportscaster. And what was it, like 3 years ago, I think now, Freezy, where I had a prerequisite that I said, I need 3 players at every given time to dribble, pass, and shoot. Peace out, Ray. Whenever you have 3 players that could attack the rim, which is what Tom Thibodeau wants most of all, attack the rim, attack the rim, attack the rim. RJ could attack. If you double team RJ Barrett, I just said it. Ivy shot 40% from 3. We just saw Jalen Brunson shoot a high percentage from 3 in the playoffs. You would not, as what Freezy just described, be able to leave the other players, Mitchell Robinson or whoever plays the power forward position, will be top end if you want. You can't just leave them alone and double team anyone on the perimeter, because then it makes the game easy because anyone could beat you off the dribble. We know Obi Toppin could blow by people. Just keep going down the list. Mitch is way more athletic and also stronger now to get to the rim, to put on a dunk, to get rebounds. It makes a better attacking offense than just RJ Barrett and Julius Randle. And that's where that comes from.
I don't know. I mean, Ivy provides this sort of. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
We hear you.
Okay. No, I was just saying that Ivy provides. There's a lot of feedback. Is that me?
Yeah, it was you.
What is happening?
Go to your settings and change the settings. Put it on speaker or headphone, whatever you got on.
Yeah, let me adjust.
That just means you had a bad take, man.
I mean, Ivy. To me, what I want to say is reference to the Ivy thing one more time. That even when I look at Quickly, for example, like Tibbs try to make Quickly play the point, and when you try to force a player to play out of the true position, they looking for their shot instead of the pass. And I think with young players, they have to learn, how to play in the flow of the NBA game, how to just make the right reads as the game comes to you. You know what I mean? And a lot of young players got to learn that. RJ even had to go through that trying to prove himself. So when you have a young player coming up, you got to expect him to have to go through similar, even if he may be more athletic and he may have a more upside. Remember, if we can keep RJ and bring him, that's better for our team.
Yeah.
My thing I always say is RJ's not a number 1 in my book, not yet. Can he grow to being one? Maybe it'll be up to him. getting better, being more athletic, working on certain things because there's ways that he can improve in certain areas. You know, he has to put the work in. You know, but I do say from right now, you know, it could be somebody come in and not better than him. Now, if it's going to be a young player like that, I don't mind. We just have to face reality. When I say Kyrie, right, or like he mentioned Brunson, a player that can help handle the ball with these guys and can go off the dribble as well, and you balance out your team more. Because I hate to keep saying it, but we do have a bunch of players who just stand and shoot. When RJ go, he's going straight, and he's not even that fast. So when we get more players that can put some moves together and get by their man, what's going to happen is either they score or they draw more defensive help, and then they could kick to these guys and you know, develop some type of chemistry and core. And that's what Tim kind of wanted, but he just thought Julius Randle, for some reason, could go off the dribble. That's why he had him coming up with the ball, which didn't make sense to me. Timber Walker was a little old for the situation. So I'm just basically looking at things how we can make certain moves just to get it back in the right direction. Some of these players we have, I don't think we need. You know what I mean? I just think we can move them and get a couple decent players that could just bring us in the right direction. Even Ivy, a move for Ivy, I would package up some of these guys and make that move. You know, being that a lot of people say this and that about him, cool. I'm willing to give him a shot because I don't see, you know, that much in some of these guys. When you can say a whole team and nobody could go off the dribble, you got to actually think about what we saying here. You know what I mean? But when we saying that, you can't say we wouldn't take Kyrie. You can't say we won't take Jaden Ive. You can't say we won't take Donovan Mitchell. You know what I mean? Because the same people that say that, once these guys come in, you're going to change what you think about playing because this is talent-wise. You know what I mean? And sometimes you go through things like COVID or whatever the case may be, and maybe they can just come in and just play basketball. The Kyrie example, or a young guy, you're gonna have to go through just him learning. Like I said in the last show, you know, the way we are hard on RJ, is gonna be people that's gonna have to critique Ivy the same way because he don't know the speeds of the NBA. He don't know the level of competition yet. This is all gonna be in a learning curve for him. So when I hear everybody saying that these guys are gonna do that just as soon as they come in the league, we'll roll back time and see what Ja Morant and your favorite players did when they first came in. They had to learn too. It just wasn't on our team, and it wasn't under a microscope by us. And that's what New York fans make a mistake at.
I just want to say the 29th is a very, very big day. There is also very high speculations that the Mavericks are willing to do a sign and trade with Brunson for Bradley Beal. You know what I'm saying? That if not, they're looking to keep him. You know, so that 29th is going to is going to be able to say a lot of things about some of these ball players that can become eligible for free agency, whether they opt back into their contracts. The 29th is going to be a big day.
I agree with you, Boogie. And I understand what you're saying when you be like, stop saying this or that. But, you know, when we entertain it, it's just to show that I'm speaking for myself, just that I want to show that I know what talent is and we can't get that misconstrued. And when people say stuff, it's just to say, you know, this or that. It's not saying like, oh, you know, it's gonna happen, but we don't really know what's gonna happen at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So when people say, "Oh, we don't know," but then it happens, it's the same thing. It's hypothetically a bunch of them. But I do agree with you though when you say what you said about you don't really want to entertain it because they put some of that out there just for the hype. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stories are like that. I agree, but it's just the dialogue that we have with us on these shows and when we talk on the podcast about talent and how we're going to be good. You know what I mean? I don't like that part to be misconstrued because we should know what good is by now.
Well, there's
what it takes to be good, rather.
There's what we want and there's what the front office will actually do, right? So it's that subjectivity versus objectivity. And I'm just of the notion, you know, like Jay Boogie just said, the 29th is going to tell us a lot of things. This draft is going to tell us a lot of things. and sort of answer the questions that we as a fan base have. But you got to consider all facets, all possibilities are on the table. Like, there is no one sure thing or definitive thing that says this is what they're going to do, point blank, period. You know, and I as a fan don't want to project that. You know, I don't. Man, this feedback is really bad. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna come out and come back in.
Yeah, feedback. But yeah, that's my take on it. In order for us to get the team right, we got to stop waiting so long. That's what I was trying to make when I said I agree with your take, Boogie, on I see all these other teams making moves and we not in the conversation like we don't need to. And I think that's a problem for me because I want to see players that I know that at least players can learn from. And, you know what I'm saying, we could be aggressive on the offensive end and then, you know, be impactful on defense because that's what the Knicks is about, grit and defense. So if you bring a little bit of talent in with our culture, that could turn us around. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with Ivy because he may be a good piece.
Yo, what was I going to say? I can't even. I lost my brain of thought.
Sorry.
Hey, can I just bring something up like just real quick? I was trying to get in contact with Freezy to bring this up, but
Go ahead, man.
And I'm trying to share my screen with you, but I gotta get Freezy permission. So
yeah,
there's something I was just like looking over. I went over all the people that the Knicks worked out for the draft. Now, in this scenario, I think it's strictly if the Knicks were to stay at 11, there's a bunch of players that I look at the archetype. Most of the players are wings. Most of them are 6'5" and above. There's only like 2 point guards or 3 point guards. If I'm not mistaken, they're 6'1" and under. But all the ranked players, or good ranked players, are above 6'5", 6'8", 6'7". There's one center or two centers that they worked out so far. I just wanted to know if anyone, just based on the players that we've worked out so far, do y'all feel like y'all have an idea of what the Knicks are looking for to add to the team?
I don't. I'm not sure. I mean, I know who I like in the draft, but you never know. You never know with them. So I just basically prepare myself for the worst, like all the time until they change, until they do something better. Because then I'm emotional, so I don't want to be all. I'd rather do it like that and be surprised for the first time, because then it'd be like, yo, they never did nothing like that before. So, you know what I'm saying? I just celebrate. But I'm not going to set myself up to be hyped and they never deliver. You know what I'm saying? You got to be somebody who's at least trying to deliver, like how Dallas numbers already shaking. You know what I'm saying? You got to have signs that you're doing something, and I don't know why. I don't know. They probably hide the what they're doing. I don't know the reason behind that neither. Maybe because of us.
I think they're doing real good as far as doing their due diligence, you know, this year. I think they're looking at checking out a lot of players. I think they're keeping their options open, you know what I'm saying, for just in case scenarios that they want to do don't happen, so they won't be like, you know, out of position. You know, I think they're doing good with that, but I do believe they're going after that fourth pick. They're going after Ivy, but it's going to continue on being quiet and silent behind doors, because you can't make that speculation, that move up for that type position until draft night. You can't just say tomorrow, breaking news, the Knicks in Sacramento, they don't trade it, you know what I'm saying? So, and Knicks had a fourth pick. And then you really don't even, it's not even guaranteed that Ivy will be there at 4. So, you know, a lot of things they're gonna have to wait to draft night, which is not too far, 2 days in the wake up, and then go from there. And then come draft night, when when the commissioner or when the other guy comes out there and say, Sacramento Kings, you're at number 4 pick, you're now on the clock. That's when the Knicks, if they want them, they need to match the gas. Not now, not last week, not tomorrow, not Wednesday. That's when they need to match the gas if that's what they want to go after him. Me personally, I would love to see him with RJ. I think it's a tandem. But I also spoke about if they put RJ in the trade. Reason why that, because last year they told us they wasn't interested in nothing that we wanted last year about their play what's his name, Halliburton, unless we was including RJ. So that doesn't change because this is a higher pick. So if this is a higher pick, of course it's gonna start with RJ, unless you're gonna throw a lot of picks out the building, which we do have picks, but you're gonna throw some things out the building if you want to move up and match him with RJ. You know what I'm saying? Just you're gonna have to wait and see. But they're doing good, bringing a whole bunch of players in, working out this player, that person. You know what I'm saying? And scouting and doing what they got to do. They doing a lot. They're doing a little bit more homework than I think than what they did last year.
I'll tell you, like
RJ theory now. I understand what you meant by that. I understand.
I'm gonna bring up like some of the like the similarities with all these players. A lot of them are over 6'5".
Nick, my bad. I'm gonna cut you off. Let Soulfinger give his take on your question first.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's right.
Go ahead, Soulfinger.
Hey, so you're asking, Nick, you were asking what do I see the front office doing possibility with the draft? Correct?
Well, okay, so let's say we don't get the 4th overall pick, right? What do you feel like the front office is gonna do? And I'm just saying, based on all the players that we've worked out so far, and I have a list. I would have shown it, but Freezy is away right now. So as soon as he comes back, I could show you all the similarities, because I got a whole presentation in a sense.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this because I brought it up earlier a while ago about the front office telling you kind of what direction they're going by the players they're bringing in. However, it could be smoke and mirrors. That's you always got to have that in the back of your head. But looking at who they brought in is telling you the direction they're looking at going. For one, if they can't get the player that they want, don't be surprised if they trade back. We've seen this happen before, to go back and get somebody else or a couple of other players or a player and some more assets. So wouldn't be a bad thing because if you can flip that over to the next season, that's not a bad deal either. However, because supposedly 2023 is supposed to be a better crop of players, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to see him try to be aggressive to get up if possible, if the opportunity is there and it makes sense. However, I wouldn't want them to sell their soul to get a player and then further drive us backwards, if that makes any sense at all. Yeah. So I'm looking at what we have, and I wish I could take a look at the list again of all the players that they brought in for workouts, because a lot of us like Ben Mathurin. We haven't brought in Ben Mathurin. They didn't bring in Ivy, but they've been scouting. We like Ivy, but they've been scouting Ivy. So those are players that are the two names at the top of the list. But there are other players that can fit the need that we for us as well. Not those bigger names, but that can fit us. That can fit as well. So I'm not even thinking about free agency. Free agency is something I don't even want to think about.
Let me just give you one thing about Ben Mathurin. I love Ben Mathurin, by the way, but Ben Mathurin so far has only worked out for everyone inside the top 7.
Yeah,
Portland and up.
So 7 and up, and he hadn't worked out for anyone else. Usually when that happens, they got a promise that they're gonna get drafted from somebody.
Right.
So
and see, there you go, right there. That's what I'm saying.
I think he's just off the board. That's why the Knicks ain't even like worrying about working him out.
No, and I agree with that, and that's the thing. As much as a lot of us like Ben Mathurin, we didn't bring him in. So that's why I was like, I like Ben Mathurin.
I do too.
I would do backflips, cartwheels, somersaults, all in the same motion if we were to get Ben Mathurin. But the fact that we didn't even bring him in, I just took him off the board for me personally. And it's all the talk of Jaden Ivey. And I know they got scouts, but we have to stand pat and just kind of look at the players who got in. That's all.
I do believe in this order of form or scenarios, what can happen would be Ivy, and from there, Dyson Daniels, and from there, Johnny Davis. That's, I think, just from me looking at it, I'm thinking that's the 1, 2, 3 scenarios that the Knicks will be looking at. If this don't happen, this then. If that don't happen, let me get this. I think that's what I believe they like Dyson, big 6'8" guard, point guard, that can, fill in real nice with RJ. Real nice. You talking about giving us a lot of length in the backcourt. You were 6'7" and 6'8", you know what I'm saying? And I think, that right there is something else that we can look at. But at worst, you got the other things that can go on. You got the AJs, you know what I'm saying, which is probably the best catch and shooter guy is in this draft. But the thing is, unlike Evan, and when guys was talking about us 3-point shooting, and when we opened up the beginning of the season as the #1 trade shooting team, it is. But teams start realizing they could just catch and shoot. So let me just tighten up on D and make them put it on the floor. This is what we could not do. Put it on the floor and beat you at will and stuff like that. So, I mean, AJ is another type guy that can, catch and shoot. If not, he can pump fake, get in there, take 3, 4 dribbles, you know what I'm saying, and make a move. He can't do that. So, we got a bunch of what we got going on, man. I think we got grandma's lap. Something gonna jump up in grandma's lap, man. We gonna be all right, man. Gonna be all right.
See, my thing is, if they get Dyson Daniels, I don't want anybody. My whole thing is looking at who Tibbs is, and there's no knock on Tibbs. Just don't expect to see a lot of them because Tibbs is gonna bring them up the way he wants to bring them up. He's the coach, so I'm at the point. I'm not gonna knock him for what he does. I'm just gonna let things play out. Does he frustrate me? Yes. There's some things that Tibbs does, but you know what? He's the coach. Roll with what he does. He has a method. And for some players in the league already, it worked. So I'm going to just be speaking. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm going to let Tibbs do what he does. If we get a Dyson Daniels, I'm already of the mindset that I'm not going to see him on the court much.
The one thing about Dyson Daniels, and this goes into my my thing that I was trying to bring up. All the players that I looked at so far, like when you go through all their scouting reports and stuff like that, they're all good pull-up shooters. They could shoot off the dribble, hands down. When you look at Dyson Daniels, he is the worst shooter of all the 6'8" guys.
Yes, he is.
He's the worst one off the dribble. He can't shoot the 3. He can't. Like one scout said, he would be great if he could shoot. So
bum ass.
So like I'm just saying, like, so he basically, to me, when I first started looking at prospects, Dyson Daniels, Mathurin, and Johnny Davis were my favorite 3. I'll come to Johnny Davis in a second, but Dyson Daniels, he looks like Lonzo Ball to me, but he can't drive to the basket, and he does have a propensity to look like he's scared to go straight to the basket.
So Ben Simmons type.
I don't know if y'all. So I think Frank, I start getting scared because I hate guys who's scared to go to the basket. I need you to use your big body, to get that foul. It's easy points. And he can shoot free throws.
Have moves though, Nick. That's the problem.
But he doesn't have moves either.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We got to balance this team out though. That's why I say we got to add some guys who could go off the dribble. I ain't say point guard, but some people who can get past things.
We need somebody can a playmaker. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off hard.
No, that's okay.
We need that, but that's what we need, more playmakers. Because when you look at it, but we're not talking about nobody else on the team right now. Nobody coming in. When you say playmaker with what we have on this team right now, who can get to the rack?
Yeah, and this is what we mean by playmaker, so we can be specific, because that could be misconstrued too. We mean you could get by your man, on the dribble, right? And create help and make the right read and decision. You know what I mean? So and it's a team involved. So when you kick, they ready to shoot and ready for that kick because you're making the right play. Not like when they was in the corner and they wasn't getting the ball. That's why when we look at last season, we can't really look at it because it wasn't right. It was a lot of things wasn't right. It was forced to be, like I mentioned, how many ISOs Julius Randle had, and then they started moving the ball and it started working. So to me, that was a sign where they need to go in the direction of playing more together and building these guys up. But we had nobody who could go off the dribble and get to the bucket and score with ease. So what that does is when you have that, somebody's going to help, and then you can kick. You know what I mean? So I hear when people say we don't need a point guard. I don't know, because that's the main position where we never really feel. We still don't have a point guard. It's going to be somebody who's going to be responsible for the ball. His IQ is going to be to make the right pass on time, to know if a player just scored, he should be getting the ball back. These are things that the Knicks didn't do last season. You know what I mean? And the point guard and the person with IQ automatically brings that to your team. If somebody just scored, you should be getting the ball, you should be looking for him. You know what I mean? It's simple things that we didn't do that a good player would do. Right. You know what I mean? And that's my
Andy been backstage.
fix up like y'all say, ham sandwiches for you know what I mean, for a steak meal. What's up, Andy? What's up, Ray? You back?
What up?
Andy been backstage for a minute. He been ready to get it.
I'm one beer in the backstage already. Only one left for the podcast.
But in this finals, it showed two different parts of that point guard play. All right, it showed that we know Marcus Smart is the vocal leader, but he really wasn't the point guard, and they needed a point guard in their situation. Maybe they wouldn't have so many turnovers throughout the whole playoff season. And then you're seeing at another time where we know Steph Curry is labeled as a point guard, but majority of the time he plays off the ball because he's so much of a threat all the way around all areas of the court. And Draymond mostly, dictates the offense unless him and the other guy, what's his name? The other guy that was coming off the bench this year.
Poole or Clay? Poole.
Poole.
No, not Clay.
Yeah, Poole. Unless Poole was in the game, he would handle the point. But if you remember, like during that closeout game, at certain points of the time where it was real crucial, Steph was going to Draymond in the back. Give me that ball. You know what I'm saying? Give me that ball. I got it. I'm gonna do it. So you do need a point guard general on that floor. You know what I'm saying? At times he knows when he's really needed against times where they can play where we like just playing freelance, ball, everybody know what they're doing, everybody passing the ball. You know what I'm saying? We do need a point guard. Then that's a position we ain't had so many years, man. I mean, I wonder how people like, Kenny Anderson and Mark Jacksons and Rod Strickland's and Dwayne Pearl Washington, even go all the way back to Kenny Patterson. A lot of people don't even know too much about Kenny Patterson, but that's where all these guards, Kenny Smith, all they wanted to be like Kenny Patterson. But knowing that we had the best guards with ball handlers that ever played in the league, they looking at us like, what you mean we ain't got a ball handler on this, and it's just not cool.
In the Mecca, right? In the
Mecca, and we don't have a ball handler, and that's what we came up on. We came up on handling and patting that rock. How we don't have somebody with that? It's just overdated. It's outplayed. We need to get us a floor general in here, some way, by any means. You know what I'm saying? Because if we go the route where we use a whole bunch of players and we just, play like, passing the ball type offense, we don't have those type guys on our team. So we got to have a guy that could generalize the floor and help these other guys because they need help in areas and ways that they cannot do it all. And we just spoke about that. Guys can't get to the basket. Guys only can do one things when they supposed to be doing 2 and 3 and 4 other things. You know what I'm saying? To make sure their games stand out. Guys just don't have that with their games on our team, man. Don't have it.
Yeah, they don't have no reflection, no other players next to them that has it. I think that's what the major point when you look at Poole or you look at certain players who are developing quick, even though they got an opportunity to play when those guys was hurt too. You got to take in all the factors of how guys that perform on those stages, what they're going through. Then you could look at it, and we need to follow some of those things. And some of the fans got to look at how long it takes for some of these players, or the players that come out early and do good, who's next to them. And that's the key components that when I say we need a player next to some of these young Knick players that got potential to be good, that's going to solidify them really being good. Like Jay Boogie said, they can't go off the dribble. So if they could see somebody doing it and see how easy somebody could get in the lane, they could develop these habits or be with them in practice. Or I think that's how Poole developed it from Curry fast. Even though when you look at him in high school, he had flashes. So you got to give credit to even the Warriors for seeing his potential. You know what I mean? Or developing him the right way.
Exactly. What you look like, Andy? Who else that came in with Andy?
What's up, Andy? Reality came back. That was reality.
Okay. All-star.
Andy, what you think, Andy? You got the floor.
Yeah, listen, guys. For me, winning the chip is one thing. Now the Warriors in a situation where they gotta try to keep all these guys together to try to do the repeat. I don't think they can get much of an upgrade versus those guys they had, because they have so much chemistry. They know their roles and stuff like that. And they're over the cap. So they have literally no chances to sub those guys with minimum contracts, like a Jordan Poole, like a Gary Payton Jr., like an Otto Porter, and the rest of those guys for something more of a vet guy that's literally not going to take the vet minimum after all of those players are signed, right? And listen, the rumors are out there that Jordan Poole is going to be probably looking around for a contract around 20 million. Gary Payton Jr., the rumors were, I saw a tweet when when someone said that he's looking for something above 15 million. Listen, I understand that the Warriors probably could go over the cap and sign those guys for that kind of a money, but their taxes are going to be so wild that they're literally going to pay like 500 million in salaries versus the next team is going to be like 240 or something like that. And that's not looking like in a year and a two, when those contracts evolve and get even higher, they're going to have to pay Kuminga, they're going to have to pay Wiseman, unless they deal those guys. And I understand that some guys are probably going to still jump that team because they're going to look for a role for themselves to be, other, maybe not the main guy, but at least like a guy like Jordan Poole, right? He might want to be the second guy, the third guy. Meanwhile, on the Warriors, he's going to be like the fifth man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their ego might take, the higher role of that, salary thing and stuff like that. So money might be the one concern. The ego might be the second concern. I understand that in a perfectly balanced culture team and organization built around culture like that, they might be able to stick with those guys. Question is, listen, Gary Payton Jr., he's like, what, 27, I think? He ain't got that much time, maybe not that much time left, but he didn't get that much money till he was 27. So if I'm him, I'm probably going after the money. And if the Warriors don't want to pay me, I don't think they got bird rights of Gary Payton Jr. because he was signed in the offseason, so they don't have the bird rights there. So
I don't think so.
So for me, he's gonna probably jump whoever gives him the most money. That's one viable piece that got him, maybe not a key piece, but he still was playing in the rotation. So he's an important piece of that team. Kevon Looney, unsung hero in the Mavs series, right? Listen, he is getting interest from the Hornets. They were trying to pay him still above 15 million. I don't think if I'm the owner of the Warriors, I'm not going to be talking about contract numbers, on the day of the parade, right? But listen, if I'm going to have to pay for every $1 that I'm paying these guys, and it's like in millions in contract, right? And I'm going to have to pay like 6 times, 8 times, 10 times up for $1 spended on the salary cap for those guys. Some guys might have to go. And question is, are those guys the pieces that if you take on your team, and I'm not saying the Knicks, maybe the Pistons, maybe the Pelicans, whoever takes them, right? Are they already knowing the culture so much that they're going to be respected in that new franchise? Now, listen, he won with the Warriors. He knows how those guys roll behind the scenes and in their locker room and their practice facilities. We're going to try to go with him. Then again, listen, these guys are like, 6, 7, 8 string guys, right? Who's going to listen to a guy like Jordan Poole or Gary Payton Jr. or Kevon Looney? He ain't going to be the leader there. But if a franchise is smart, they can build and try to take at least a couple of things off those guys so you can build, your culture with your franchise from a sneak peek that they have with the Warriors organization, right? So,
I agree with you. I heard 2 things that stuck with me, but I remember when they won, they said the owners was already spending a lot of money, so they was willing to sacrifice the money to do what they doing. Because when you get that much money, it's personal. Like you just want to win. They want to beat out the other buddies that own another team. You know what I'm saying? You already got so much money, but at the end of the day, it's still a business. But you made a great point. But I think the Warriors play chess, and a lot of teams play checkers because how you mentioned Kuminga, they didn't even play him a lot throughout. They didn't even show him. A lot of players they got over there that you could tell if they lose a couple guys, they're going to be ready to plug in another guy and continue to be right there and keep going on this run until Steph Curry's done. He ain't got that much long as we see that going on in the NBA. The Kevin Durant, even the Kyries, like we mentioned earlier, Curry as a winner. They ain't got that much longer to go. They could still probably play in the league, but I don't think they're going to continue to win. You could see how more competitive it's getting. But at the end of the day, I give it up to the Warriors, and the way they run it, organization, and they have players ready. That's to me what it really is. We talked about Wiggins the other day, and I give him credit for playing great defense. But when you listen to what he said, it's the system. And the reason why I'm making a point on these guys' system is because teams need to follow it, even if they don't admit that they do, but you need to peep the moves that they make. And, another good point before I pass that Andy made was teams will want these guys that leave the GOAT Warriors because that's how bad they want to beat the Warriors, just to know what's going on in those organizations behind the scenes or whatever, the experience. And that was another great point I made before when I was saying that, Poole and these role players on the Warriors is going to be way more experienced because they got Curry and Draymond Green to tell them how it really feel to be in the final. Next to Boston, they don't know how it feels. So you got to understand, when you know how to win and guys are willing to take that role and just stick to it and play in the system, that's what you're going to get. So that's my last take on the Warriors. I don't want to talk too long on the Warriors. People get mad.
Can you guys hear me, by the way? Does my
Yeah.
mic sound better?
Yeah, we got you.
Congratulations to them.
We hear you.
All right. I wanted to bring something up. I wanted to ask you guys on the panel a question. All right, so the talk in the draft is obviously about Jaden Ivey, right? Doing whatever we can to trade up and get Jaden Ivey. And so much of the draft that goes after Ivy at like number 5 down to 20, kind of the same thing. What is the backup plan if we can't get up to Jaden Ivey? And I'm just interested to hear from each of y'all, like, do you trade down? You're going to stand pat at number 11? AJ Griffin, Johnny Davis. Like, what are y'all thinking?
Me, I just think, I just spoke upon that. I think that's the 3 levels, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I think they're looking at Ivy, and I think they're looking at Daniels, and I think they're looking at Johnny Davis. I think they're somewhere around in that area, that order. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy that they brought in a lot of guys, bringing them in so they can, check out different guys just in case such scenarios that they might want to happen doesn't fall away. They're prepared to go another route instead of being in position like I think there was last year when things didn't go that way and we couldn't trade up and get the players they wanted. I thought last year we panicked last year. That's why we went to trade back. But this year, I don't think they're going in there in that mind frame to where we only looking for one scenario. If it doesn't happen, I think they're pretty much prepared to do more than one thing this year. That's off the experience of being in the draft last year and not being really prepared, about what's going on, what's happening. You know what I'm saying? I think they're ready this year, but it's multiple guys that we can get.
I think you guys have said it in so many ways, more than one. All I keep thinking about is in this league today, you need guys who can create matchup advantages. Nick spoke a little bit earlier about obviously the point guard position, and sort of how it obviously has morphed and evolved, where it's like everybody's clamoring for a point guard, but the traditional position of point guard that we saw growing up doesn't really exist. There are no more of them. I think CP3 is like the last of the last, and it's just a bunch of guys now who can create matchup advantages. I was very high on Dyson Daniels very early on. I even remember Keith Turner in the chat telling me, "Oh, he's another Frank Ntilikina," and I decided to go back and read like his scouting report, watch some film on him, and I gotta say, shout out to Keith Turner for putting that in my head, because I keep thinking about Frank and I'm just like, no, we don't need another passive 6'5" guy who is just not aggressive and can't create a matchup advantage for himself. I think there's only one guy that does. I think there are two guys that actually make sense behind Jaden Ivey, and that's AJ Griffin with his ability to shoot, which helps create spacing and which we need in the backcourt, and Johnny Davis. But I'm not so certain Johnny Davis is going to fall past the Washington Wizards, because I think they're going to attempt to put him next to Bradley Beal. What do you guys think?
I want to answer that one. So, first of all,
jump off, fellas. Y'all have a great afternoon. I got to take care of some business, y'all. Blessings to all y'all, man. Shout out to the chat and everybody, man.
All right, Boogie.
No doubt.
Easy, Boogie.
So, if you a couple of years ago on, I think, John Hollinger's podcast, he had Tommy Shepard. Tommy Shepard is the GM for the Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
Tommy Shepard said since John Wall left that Bradley Beal has very high input on every draft pick that Washington chooses. And if you look at all the draft picks, wings, defensive guys that play defense, and maybe could one day develop into scorers. One thing that to me is, and that's one thing I was scared to get Bradley Beal, is because I don't think we will ever give Bradley Beal a chance to run the franchise that way. But Bradley Beal,
and you think it's bad, Nick? Though you think it's bad?
Well, I'm not the only draft pick that I like so far that they've picked is Denny. Since Bradley Beal has had his input on each draft pick. In other words, so basically Bradley Beal has chosen guys that will defend for him, so he doesn't have to defend. That's the way I interpret some of the draft picks. Johnny Davis fits that bill.
Frank
going back
fits that bill.
No comment. No comment. No comment, man. So when it comes to AJ Griffin, there are injury concerns and stuff like that. But as of right now, AJ did work out, I think today or yesterday or something like that.
Yeah.
For the Knicks. Who else? So I could go down a list of like the top ranked guys: AJ, Malachi, Okai Abaji, Dyson Daniels, Tari Eason, Josh Minant. I don't know really much about him. Marjan Beauchamp or Beauchamp,
Jeremy Sohan.
Jeremy Sohan. No, Sohan. I don't think he worked out for him. He's not on that list.
Oh, for the Wizards only.
I wouldn't see him anyway getting past San Antonio. Sohan, that's a pop guy.
Yeah, if we have Sohan on the topic, he got injured in the last, with the Kings workout. He
Really?
like a minor injury though.
Okay.
That AJ Griffin thing though that Nick is talking about, I think teams are getting real scared about them lower injuries, even though it's not like a Michael Porter Jr. like with his
it's
back.
not that bad.
There are teams that are like, listen, we need the sure thing, and AJ Griffin is falling. Shaden Sharp is another guy that's falling.
He's falling.
Very early on, everybody was high on Shaden Sharp, but it's like, bro, we ain't got no information on you, and his team,
nothing but high school tape.
His camp is banking on the mystery element for him to be picked where he is, or is going to be. Like they're banking on him being a mystery for him to get picked. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, you could. One thing about Shaden, you just got to remember this is that, and this is probably the only beauty to our front office. We have lots of links to Cal. Cal can give you the work ethic, the down low on his work ethic, his ability, everything. AJ Griffin is a CAA client.
Right.
And I think AJ Griffin, to me, he's also from New York. I like AJ Griffin probably the most. I think Beauchamp is like right up there next to him. I really would say to most people, if you look at Beauchamp, he can pass the ball. He could defend. His wingspan is 7 foot. AJ Griffin is 7 foot wingspan too. Beauchamp is 6'8". AJ Griffin is approximately like 6'6", I think, or something like that. But about Shaden Sharp actually just worked out with the Hornets. So the Hornets picks like the 13th and 15th, if I'm not mistaken. So they're way behind us. If you think about it, and I don't know how far any of these players would fall, but if we trade back to Charlotte and we end up with both Charlotte picks, that may end up being pretty sweet for us. Just throwing that out there. Because we did also work out Mark Williams, the center out of Duke. So imagine if you end up, and I'm just saying, I know some people might be disappointed and they got all worked up for Jaden Ivey. But if you ended up with a good wing that could shoot 40%, in particular with AJ Griffin, there were points in time where he shot 50% from the from three. He's athletic, he could get to the rim. If you end up with a sharpshooter and a good center that has a higher IQ than Mitch, would y'all feel better? And he can shoot some, but would y'all feel better about the draft than not getting Ivy?
I think I would feel a little bit better because to get up and to get to a position to get Ivy at number 4, I think that we have better packages than Detroit and Indiana, who have shown some interest according to reports. But I don't think we as a fan base quite understand the idea that we're trading outside of the top 10 to get into the top 5. You're going to give up something. Now, the biggest problem that we have is consolidation. And what I'm having a hard time understanding is, yes, that's the Brock Aller route, right? Trade back, collect more assets, all that wonderful stuff. But what I'm not getting is how would Tibbs feel about that, adding, what is it? We have 7, 9 young players or players under 25. You're going to add 2 more? How would Tibbs
okay. But at the same time, so this is the other argument. A lot of these guys are coming into RJ 4th year, Cam 4th year. I think Cam is going to be traded, by the way, but Cam 4th year. you go down the line. There's a lot of guys, Obi, third year. A lot of guys are now moving into veteran status rather than rookie or young player status.
Right.
And I've always made this argument. Tibbs has been training guys in private workouts or morning workouts before the official or the main team. He spends more time with the young players than the older ones.
Nick,
When
use the correct word, bro. Developing guys.
Okay, well, developing guys.
That's important here because we all know that Tibbs is getting slack for not developing the young guys. So
I believe he is developing people.
Me
but,
too.
You know,
That's why I want you, to underline that word.
I agree. I think.
I don't agree.
It is what it is.
I
It is
don't
what it
agree.
is. I don't want to have that argument again.
Respectfully.
I don't want to have that argument again.
Yo, you see what you did, Andy?
Look, you know why? You know why people don't want to have an argument? Because there's too many facts of why he's not. The record, everything shows. It's not.
Bro,
you know what I mean?
okay. All right, Will, you just did it. All right, Will. Will, hear me out on this. Who do you like more? Did you want to tank by the end of the season?
Bro, you one of the people I say people don't want to do the right thing, then they want a good pick. You know what I'm saying?
No. I asked you a specific question.
No,
did you want to tank?
Bro,
You don't want to tank.
Bro, I didn't believe what we had, bro. So what I'm trying to tell you is, right, I go by players like I always do, right? You want a good player out this draft right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you wanted to win with that same team that we had that we didn't make the plan with. You believed in that. But now we saying we don't have nobody that could go off the dribble. Yeah, I'm done. I don't got to say a lot. This is this is an open and shut case. This is me walking in the courtroom and saying a few things. Come on, let's go. We out of here.
That's
we
it.
Got to go over that. Yeah,
that's it.
Case.
And then they handcuff you, bro.
So playing Alec.
I'm the lawyer, Andy. Why would they handcuff me?
Because what's his name? State said it this morning. Playing Alec Burke made the team worse, or he wasn't.
And whose decision was that?
Okay, but hear me out. No. Let me finish. You just made your argument open and shut, right? That's what you said.
No, but why we can't take turns? I just wanted to ask you, whose decision was that to play him at point over the players that you giving him credit for developing?
I think it was the front office. I think it was everybody involved.
No way, that was
no. That was on Tibbs.
No,
that was on Tibbs. Don't do that.
I'm just letting you know. I think that it was
Andy.
everybody involved. So you want me to explain, or you want me to continue?
Yeah, we're gonna listen, of course.
Okay. So hear me out on this. When the young guys played, and I still say this, I stand by this. The young guys have the better offense. When they play, the offense looks better. The ball moves. People get shots. People touch the ball. And everyone moves. It's constant motion. When Alec Burke and anyone else that was in that starting five, including RJ Barrett, it was a logjam. We were a worse team because the starting five was what they were. That was in of itself was a tank job in of itself. When you look at the last 7 games of the season and the young guys played, they won games. No matter how much you try to twist it, make it say that Tibbs not developing guys, those young guys were prepared. And I always would want my coach to prepare my players. I'm not going back to the Fizdale era. One thing I would say is Thibodeau has prepared every single young player for every game. And they, when are prepared, will win you games more than the starting five.
You said every player.
I believe he
I seen him tear Obi down and he put his head down. That's not true. Another thing.
Okay. Obi Toppin has flaws. Let's not skip over the flaws of Obi Toppin. And when Obi put his head down, I remember the game. I remember the game because Obi Toppin couldn't hit a shot against a zone. And zone needs to be shot out of. If you've ever coached a team or ever done anything with basketball, everyone knows you shoot your way out of a zone. Obi Toppin could not buy a bucket from
All right,
three.
Nick.
We're letting him slot. We're blaming Tibbs for taking him out the game when the game was on the line and he had to shoot his way out to stay on the court. He did not shoot well at that time.
See, now you can't you got to listen too and just
okay, all right, please.
Just understand what I'm trying to say. You just was fighting for development. for Tibbs, right? You just was fighting for development. And then you mentioned how he let an older player at point and he shouldn't have played point. You know what I'm saying? Then you just mentioned about another player he let get away with. This falls on him. He should have been playing. You giving credit to the young core, right? Cool. I seen things that they did, but they was doing it out of having to prove that they was better than the five that he was leaving on the floor, or old guys that, if we're developing, shouldn't have been getting this many minutes when you're talking realistically. You know what I mean? Because Tibbs was in the midst of trying to win now when we couldn't, when he should have been pulled the plug and just let these guys learn throughout the course of the real NBA competition level. And if you don't get mixed up, if we can win now, we not, then that avoids that whole thing. That whole fourth seed to me was whatever you want to call it. It wasn't, I don't think it was realistic if you ask me, because Randall ain't built like that in my state of mind. You know, so for Tibbs to come back and give him the ball the way he did and not have a backup plan, I blame it all on him. My last point is this: as far as you giving him credit for developing, right? How you developing young players in a losing season and you don't got enough sense to put the player you forced to learn point guard, man, you will quickly just put him in over Alec Burks, because Alec Burks ain't even in our future. If Quickly was even in our future, and this is how you're supposed to motivate young players. You put them in position, especially in a season when you didn't even make the play-in. So who do you look like you failed in front of now? Your young players that you're supposed to be developing, that you didn't even believe in what you claim he's developing, over old heads that won't even be on our team when it's time, when we're gonna go somewhere, and we did not make the play-in. So who do you blame that on?
Well, I'm just gonna say this because I'm
Hold on,
halfway.
Hold on, Andy. Let him answer first, and then you go, because my question was to Nick, because he just went all off shouting and saying some stuff, and I gotta hear what he feel about what I think, and then I'll pass it to you. Go ahead, Nick.
Honestly, I have no problem with nothing that you just said. Number one, when it comes to not playing certain players, whether it be Deuce or IQ, he may not have been sold with IQ being a starter and would rather him stay in the role that he'll be in pretty much when the team is a good team, or not trying to put him in the starter role and then demote him because that may not play well with the media or whatever, because I do believe that the New York Knicks always tries to protect their players to some degree. So to me, IQ, while being developed as a point guard, I don't think that is necessarily 100%, because I could sit here and say that there is a direct correlation to the way IQ is being developed versus Tyler Hero. It's the same path, same 6-man role. Sometimes he'll start, sometimes he won't. He just comes in,
I'm not saying it's right.
gets you buckets. Like there is a role there. It's not necessarily a starter, but guess what? He plays. Tyler Hero does play 30 minutes a game, and when he's hot, he stays in the game for longer.
Nah, Nick.
I don't see any different for that.
Yo, Nick, Tyler Hero is being used wrong. I just used the example on how the coach you giving credit to used him. If that's the case, he could have played McBride as well, because our topic came from development. That was the point he was
let's
making.
go on McBride then. Let's go on McBride.
I'm just giving you another point to my point to show you, if our topic started from the word development, you gave him credit for, and I brought an old player in, Alec Burks, that haven't played part of the point position since Utah and did a horrible job. He did no adjustment even playing McBride more, or just like I said, putting Quickly there. These are things that, how can you say he's developing properly if that's the case? And I mentioned Obi. If that was the case, he would have used that loss of a season to let them guys just learn and not shouting at them like they was going to get us somewhere.
Again, you're acting like you just said something that I do want to point out or put a finger on.
He's shouting at players that could help us down the line. He's supposed to motivate them in a climate of the NBA that we're not good in. It's just a reality of it. And at that time, we should know that and be developing these guys and let them learn. So next season, they don't got to go through the same mistakes again. Because what Thibodeau did last season, we're going to have that learn more, because Obi should have been playing this when Randall immediately started doing that. And when they seen that we wasn't going to win, just like McBride or any other player that's young should have been in that point position over Burks, because Burks ain't going to be a part of our future, or he should have been at the 3 coming off the bench. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, listen, Will, I'm gonna be halfway with you versus Nick. Let's call it that way.
Okay.
With the development thing, I understand why you would rather see young guys on the floor getting experience and development on the floor. It would probably fast and make the development faster a little bit. But do you think we should develop Mitch's mid-range game or three-point shot on the floor in an NBA game when the result is on the line? Or you would rather see him work on that in the offseason, in the training facilities, in the scrimmages, instead of, going, versus, Miles Turner and shooting threes in front of him, in an NBA game? The one thing
I'm
for
not
me,
saying learn on the fly though, Andy.
yeah, but you're saying you're playing the young guys when Tibbs, in his feeling, he felt that the best way he can win is with Alec Burks at the point guard, because it didn't work out with Kemba for him. It didn't work out with D-Rose because he was injured. So that was his not first, not second chance, not second option. It was a third option. And I understand what you're saying, that, of course you're going to get, faster, like experience points, whatever you want to call it, if you're going to be playing versus better guys, and unknown competition. It's going to be versus other teams on the NBA game where it's meaningful and stuff like that. But if you think that Mitch is going to develop his mid-range game, Obi is going to develop his shot in the time that we are actually on MSG, on ESPN, ABC, whatever, for me, those stakes are too big to lose those minutes.
Nah, I think
for guys like that.
I think Mitch's example was far-fetched for me, because I wouldn't dare say that. I would make Mitch stick to what he's doing. If he want to prove that he extended his shot a little bit, that would be great within the off season. You know what I mean? But it's more like, I could give you an example quickly. Maxey playing opportunity. He got a chance to believe in himself, excel, right? Even though it's hard to compare us to Philly, but I'm just giving you an example on players that you're the coach, you making this kid learn the point guard position. Now you say Burks is the best you got at point. Remember why we started on Tibbs? Because y'all wanted to give him credit for development. I'm not giving credit for these things that I'm breaking down to you guys. That's all I'm doing, because to me, that wasn't. And if once you figure, Andy, that you're not winning, that's when I'm saying that these guys should play, not start taking shots that they don't make in the game, or playing outside of the realm of the game, but not having all them ISOs for one player like they did, and RJ having to find himself throughout turmoil when he should have been in strategy. Remember, he was in the corner for the first half of the season, just standing there, which didn't make sense, because he was better off the ball with the ball in his hand than Julius Randle, because he wasn't going to take the shot. He was going to make the play that presented itself, which was a better play. You see what I mean? Because remember, if we don't have nobody that can really go off the dribble like that, of course, somebody mentioned it earlier, it's not good to just keep moving the ball in the flow, in a sense. That's why we need more of that. I'm agreeing to that. But at the same time, we got to be realistic to what we had and what didn't work. You know what I'm saying? So passing the ball did look better than just clear out for Julius Randle, because that keeps everybody involved, keeps everybody ready, and them young guys getting the experience. So my last point I'm going to make is, what I said earlier is this, I'm going to say it again. When you get a guy who could play next to these young guys and play real basketball, that's what changes the dynamic. And then you won't look at it that way. They learn faster, and then they do have to practice in the off season, something that they're adding to their game that they didn't have. Not learning that on the fly. That's a different example, but putting them in to learn and play like Detroit did. Certain teams that knew they wasn't going to win, they just played their young guys. So now next season, some of those young guys are going to be better than our young guys. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and that's the point that I agree with you.
I didn't say Andy. I didn't say you disagreed on it.
Hey, fellas, real quick, we got a super chat that just came in. Just want to get that out, then you get back on.
Yeah, go ahead, because I wanted to point that out.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you, Neville Humphreys, for the super chat. The tip
For your,
supporters need
Neville
to
Humphreys,
stop
thank you for your
saying,
generous contribution. How the Freezy does that one.
yeah. Thank you, Neville Humphreys. The tip supporters need to stop saying that this coach developed players. Again, thank you for your contribution to the show and the super chat. Thank you there.
Also, Paris Duggar said, "Only false expectation fans create false Ivy hope." That was another one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paris Duggar.
Thank you, Paris Duggar.
Okay, the only thing I would say is this: I'm not saying Tibbs is like the perfect coach, and I hate to be in this position because I'm defending someone because I always feel like everyone piles on Tibbs when the truth is really in the middle somewhere.
Yeah,
Should he
I'm
have
with you,
given
Nick.
guys
I'm
spot
with you, Nick, on
minutes?
this one.
Should he have given guys spot minutes? Of course he should have. Should people's roles have been expanded earlier or maybe in the beginning? Yeah, of course. I said in the beginning, like off season last year, we should never start Kimba, but I understood that they had to try. The idea of, to me, that Burks really fit a defensive role more than anything else. And Tibbs is always going to say, I know he will say this himself, he will never sacrifice defense for offense. That's one thing he will never do. And one thing that is a fact, as long as he had Alec Burke in there, which I could dive into how he plays how Tibbs runs his defense with this team. Point of attack, full court defense on the main ball handler and wear him down. Alec Burke did that. He was a big guard that guarded people full court. And that made the offense very easy. The defense a lot easier. And if you want to get even deeper into it, Emmanuel quickly said it himself. When Deuce McBride came in the game and played defense alongside him, it allowed Emmanuel quickly to get better offensively late in the season. What does that mean? Yes, should Deuce have been playing earlier on? Not really. It means that when you play that full court defense, your legs are tired. I don't know if you all ever played full court defense before, but my coach used to do it. I couldn't shoot a lick. I'm just telling you, I was burnt the hell out. They don't do it much in college. They don't do it much in the NBA. But Tibbs did it, and it made us at least close to a top 10 defense. The year before, we were a top 3 defense. There is a point to the madness that y'all are what some people are calling madness.
Yeah.
He was not going to give up the defense. And to me, I saw Deuce McBride when he got the opportunity play defense first, and he didn't shoot well as he did in the G League. But for our offense, Emmanuel quickly got less of a role because before Deuce played minutes, Emmanuel quickly was the primary defensive player against that player off the bench or the main ball handler off the bench. So his legs were weak. His legs were tired. And he said as much. I can't remember exactly what game, but it's in one of the press conferences where he talked about his reaction to Deuce playing next to him. There's a point to the madness. And I think I've always said this. The Knicks experiment with who they want to draft at whatever position by the players that they play incessantly. Noah Vonleh, well, they tried to get Zion, but they ended up with Julius Randle. You go back to what's the Andrea Bargnani, they drafted Kristaps Porzingis the year afterwards. And before Kevin Knox, it was Michael Beasley. And you could just keep going down the line. I think they're telegraphing some of what they think they want out of the point guard position. That might be Dyson Daniels. It might be just getting Johnny Davis and putting him at the point of attack on defense. So, I don't know who it is. I don't know what it is going to be. but they do experiment with the roles with a veteran and then replace them with a rookie.
Well, if I can say this, because listen, I'm always going to be a guy, not necessarily to play two sides, play both sides of the fence, but I do believe in context, and I do believe that with Tom Thibodeau, it is supremely layered. It's not as simple as, oh, he's just a bad coach, because for one thing, he has the pulse of the locker room. I
I agree
mean,
with that.
say what you want to say about whatever you want to say about Tibbs, but he does have the pulse of the locker room. Like, he does have guys that are there. Maybe not all of them. Maybe the Julius Randles that are just, I don't even want to go down that route. All I'm simply saying is that you heard RJ Barrett recently on JJ Redick's podcast where he speaks about, oh yeah, Tibbs is my guy. So there's something to be said there. However, I think as a front office and as someone, as a, observer of whatever Tibbs is doing, I think where I personally struggle with is you haven't really answered questions and you haven't learned anything new. So if I'm a front office exec going into this offseason trying to make decisions based on what the coach has done, I don't know what I'm doing because I haven't learned anything. You said that Tom Thibodeau is he plays a role in developing these guys, right? That's the point essentially, that he plays a role in developing these guys. However, at the end of the season, you're still asking yourself, is IQ a point guard? Is Obi a starting power forward? Is Cam Reddish going to sort of like what's happening there? And so I think that's where
those questions had been answered though. Like the fact that IQ didn't come off the bench is that he's not a starting point guard.
According to Tom Thibodeau, or just to us as a fan. That's what
no. Forget us as the fans. I'm saying the way the team evaluates, because he is not the only one evaluating those guys.
Right.
After just a simple point, when Worldwide West went and was talking to James Dolan about the team and all this stuff, and then there was like a meeting with Tom Thibodeau, and everyone suggested or believed that that he's going to start playing young players. Of all the young players that's minutes went up, guess who it was? It was Jericho Sims. That in of itself is a question that's been answered. Mitch may not come back, or Mitch is replaceable inside the defense specifically.
Okay.
That is our answer. Emmanuel Quickly never came off the bench. That's an answer on the way either the team, Tibbs, or everyone involved views Emmanuel Quickly. They played.
Does it make it right? Does it make it?
No. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, but I'm saying the mold at which they are molding Emmanuel Quickly in is a off the bench scorer that can also play alongside someone else. I think he will end up. If we get Ivy, we will end up in some closing lineups with Emmanuel Quickly, Ivy, and RJ on the floor, in some way, shape, or form. That may be something.
Okay.
Who knows? But that may mean that Emmanuel Quickly can just focus on defense off the bench and do something, but it tells you something. Kimba was an experiment on what could a high level or what could a off the dribble shot maker do who could periodically get to the rim. It was an experiment. Look at the way he ran offense. Quick ball fake, play off ball, but he never done it well his whole career. They tried something. Same thing with Julius Randle. They tried Julius Randle in 3 different ways last season. They played him off ball, on ball, and also trying to get him fast break to the rim. Julius Randle stopped doing that at every halftime of every game. Like he would change the whole game plan every halftime. Third quarter, the game plan, like Tibbs would say it at the end of the game, we are a different team when Julius Randle goes to the rim. I know everyone here have heard that. Julius Randle would change the game plan every game, but you can't attack stars in this league because it's a players' league. Like there's so much stuff that is literally right there in front of us that answers, but again, like we just keep trying to listen to like the Mark Bermans, and we take their word as gold because it's a controversy and this and that and the third. Like, it's not really a controversy. The answer is right there in front of you. They view these players a certain way.
Yo, can I ask you a question?
Well, Andy wanted to say something. His
Oh,
finger
go
is
ahead,
like
Andy.
tired
My
right now.
bad.
But go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna plunk this in, and you don't even have to go, with this topic because I know my thing. So I don't need support in this one. Listen, going back to the defense and what Nick was saying, like a couple of minutes ago, about players having contributions and us picking other players and stuff like that. We had Reggie Bullock before we had Evan Fournier, right? And Reggie Bullock was a good defender, but he was more of a on ball defender.
Right.
Meanwhile, Evan Fournier is more of a team defender. When we signed Evan Fournier, we knew that he isn't the most athletic guard.
Right.
But listen, 85% of Knicks' first steal was from Evan Fournier because he read the defense before the other team, the opposite team, knew what the Knicks coverage is going to be. The first steal of the Knicks game was basically 85% for Evan Fournier. And I'm not saying that he's the best defender and stuff like that. If he had the athletic ability, he would be way over RJ on defense. And since RJ is younger, faster, stronger, he ain't gonna be even compared with. But if you guys look at the numbers are so close and even in favor of Evan Fournier that if you guys dig into those numbers, you're gonna be really, really surprised. And everybody was telling that RJ, this is the year of RJ, that he's gonna take that step. He's gonna be the all-star. He's gonna be defending the best guys, the Tatums, the Browns, the best guys on the opposite team and stuff like that. When you look at the percentages, guys shooting over RJ were shooting like 43, 45, 48%. Meanwhile, on Fournier, they were shooting like 2% at max, 2% more. That means a bucket more on 100 shots. That's nothing. If you think that RJ is such a better defender than Evan Fournier. And I'm not saying
even with that, there's context to that too. But go ahead.
Yeah. But that's why I'm trying to say, that there's context in every player. But Knicks fans bashing only Fournier because he's a bad defender. I understand that you guys prefer a defender to be playing like every the top 5 guys on your court. They're going to be playing that they will be able to defend their guy, right? But in today's game, there's so many switches. And even if your coach doesn't want to switch on defense, he's going to have to switch on some of the NBA plays because the plays are designed so well that if you don't have a versatile defensive lineup out there, you're going to get mismatches. And that's why, the NBA is going to that route, that you want to have as much versatile guys on the floor on the defensive end to be able to stop all of those plays that the opposite team has. And again, I'm not saying that Evan Fournier is a better defender than RJ. I'm not saying that. But if you guys think that RJ is such a great defender compared to Evan Fournier, just go look at the numbers. You'll be surprised.
Well, hey, you learn something new every day. I'm just looking at the space where it's like, I know there's always one side of the conversation where it's just like, we all bag on Tibbs, but there's somewhere in between there, because I'm not a professional coach. I'm not going to pretend that I am. But I think there's nuance and context that's somewhere in between there that we're just not looking at. And one of the big things, or the telling things to me about Tom Thibodeau, is the fact that, again, he has the pulse of the locker room. Like, he still has this locker room. He may not have certain players like Julius Randle. And again, not going to speculate and go down that rabbit hole because we just don't know. But I can sit here and say, I mean, look, the best coaches in the league have the ability to adjust. And if Tom Thibodeau is going to be able to be one of the best coaches in the league, adjustments are going to have to be a lot better than what we saw last year. But again, nuance and context tells me they're moving pieces, they're moving parts. You got the relationship with the front office and their philosophy. It's so much more loaded than just Tom Thibodeau's a bad coach.
And Ray, just to add on that point, that's my biggest thing with Coach Tibbs, that he doesn't adjust fast enough. He doesn't
he's
risk.
slow on it.
He doesn't risk, enough in in-game adjustments. He can do it in a series that he's gonna adjust this and that, but that's too late. We still ain't a playoff team that you have at least 4 or 5 games that you can adjust within, right? So for me, if something doesn't work, in the first half, you gotta adjust it still in the first half. You don't wait till the halftime, because the other guys listen, they might do this and this in halftime. You run a 3, 4, 5 plays, and the guy's like, oh, they adjusted this way, so we're gonna counter it with this way.
Right.
And Tibbs doesn't have the counter for the counter, and that's it's not like predicting 20 steps ahead, 3 seasons ahead. It's in game. You have to have a counter for your counter. You're the best coach, one of the best 30 coaches in the world, probably. You have to have the counter of the counter of the counter waiting just on that piece of paper you got in the in the pocket. You have to have that ready.
Right.
So Andy, did you hear when I said, and I mentioned earlier how we came from what happened in the playoffs, and he came back with no new strategy?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my point in saying when I say certain things. Like, one point I wanted to address about the Tibbs situation, I want to make very, very clear that people want us to get better, right? But get caught up in the win now situation, and the win now ain't helping us get better. That's a big problem. When I sit here and say he could have played McBride over Burks, that's just a great example, because we weren't winning. Maybe if we're gonna play McBride this season, he would have been better throughout, getting more time, knowing just because we're not gonna win, because at the point guard that Burks played, we still didn't win. We wasn't gonna win. So this is the point I'm making when I said quickly, right? For example, I use quickly because Tibbs forced this kid to learn the point guard position to help him find more minutes for him to play, because we have a log in shooting guard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he knows that. So he wanted to find minutes for him. But if that was another point I was making, where quickly should have played the point. But this shows a coach who's not in his right mind with win now, and I'm not going to be able to win because a false 4 seed played a role in his head, right? And this is why the front office let him get away with it, because they're gonna let you run it back if after you overachieved and you did what you did. So I this is my way, I think, how it kind of played out, because it looked strange at a lot of points throughout the season. The main factors is the young guys that played through adversity, we need to give more credit to, and notice that they had to play throughout that course of a season that Tibbs chose to play that way. Players can't choose how they're going to play, how much they're going to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you talk about developing and you put old guys in, that's not even going to get us to the playoffs or the play in, and you play them over guys that you draft and showing flashes of talent, this is where it looks crazy. And it's the point I was making even into the chat, certain people. It has to make sense. Like, I know the game. Everybody say they're a Knicks fan, right? They want to win, but then we can't say Tibbs ain't this and he's not doing nothing. He's playing wrong. Another coach would have played the same team better than Tibbs, because as soon as Randall started doing what he did, you sit him, you pull him out, you make adjustments. How many games you remember when the bench was playing better than the starting 5, and the bench came in and brought us back? And they wasn't having better players. It's just that they was playing better team ball. See what I'm saying? So these are my main points that you got to blame the coach for, because he's forced to do that, like you said, in real time, because you can't bring a piece of paper with a plan, because you don't know what they're going to do. You can't tell a player what moves he's going to be able to pull off when you don't know what the defense is going to do. So that don't make sense. You got to be ready to change everything on the fly when you a coach. And Tibbs just read that little paper that he read. He watched the game from last night or the night before, and they ain't even running that in that game. Probably it's a lot of stuff that I've seen you could call out. It looked crazy to me. So that's my take on it. I could go all day roasting y'all on Tibbs. There's no win here. Trust me.
but
It's not 'cause I'm not good. It's that he's that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Will, like I said, I'm not like pro Tibbs 100%. I see
Right.
his flaws, but having a perfect guy, it's not up to us, right, to pick the perfect guy, or it's not up to our decision that we can just vote and freeze these chats. So they're gonna adjust like mid game, right? So that's a pity because I would love that to happen. but listen, well, just going back to Tibbs and the plans and stuff like that. Listen, he works with those guys behind the scenes when they are running probably perfectly how he wants it, and timing and stuff like that. And listen, like mid-season, they don't have that much time to practice. They got traveling, stuff like that. So the shoot arounds nowadays, and it's in the CBA that they don't have full practices even on game days, right? So that's why we saw, like a season ago, when we were the almighty 4th seed, that guys that didn't play, Obies, Franks, and the rest of the guys, even quickly, if they didn't play in games, they were literally staying after the game to break a sweat. We saw that because we saw when Quickly was having like 8-10 minutes, he was shooting with Obi and with Frank running lines after the game when the guys were doing press conferences.
Yeah.
And going back to Quickly, because Quickly is the perfect example here, for me at least. For me, I think Quickly is, maybe not happy, but his production is way better being a player off the bench than playing with the starting unit. He has, for me at least, he has bad, shot selection, bad decision making to be a point guard, a starting point guard in NBA. That can improve. I'm not saying not. Like his defense, I knocked his defense in the first season. It
Right.
improved. I'm not gonna say it's perfect, but it improved. I'm happy about that. But plugging him in at the starter, he has to have Julius at the first option or RJ, and Julius at the second option or RJ. So he's going to be at best the third option on the squad. Meanwhile, when he comes with the bench unit, he's literally the first option. And if you caught Quickly's like shots taken, shots attempted, like by 30%, his numbers are going to literally drop by 30%. And for me, I think that's worse for him as an individual player than anything else. I'd rather see him playing with the young guys. If he ain't gonna have Obi there, he ain't gonna have that many assists because Julius gonna pound the ball like 10 times, pass it out, whatever, and that ain't gonna count an assist for Quickly. Meanwhile, Obi's just gonna dunk it because he's gonna get the ball all over the hoop, so it's gonna be easy assist. So Quickly's numbers would dip if he would be the Knicks starting point guard. That's as far as I see it, and I'm not saying that that's like the best way of his development as a total career in the NBA, because if he would get minutes, he might get a contract on the Detroit Pistons, whatever team that doesn't have a perfect point guard, and he might flourish there. But I think as far as his young career on the Knicks, I think for him and his numbers, it's way better to be a player off the bench, playing with a guy like D Rose that's not a ball hog. He's not looking to score as the main option and stuff like that. D Rose is literally happy that he can help the young guys on the court, and I think Quickly's happy for that. He doesn't have to shy from taking a shot. That's why his decision making is suspect for me. But I literally think that he is looking way better with the bench mob than with the guys with the starting unit. And end games, the last like 6 minutes of the game, that's a totally different story, because that's like you gotta have all options on the floor. So if he doesn't take a shot, then no, the rest of the guys are gotta be cool. But you can't have a guy that's not an offensive threat like a Frank Ntilikina. You can't literally have him unless you're playing versus a guy that they have like one option and you got to defend the one guy like we saw in the playoffs versus Trey Young, right? That's
Right.
why Frank got the shot, because they literally knew that there's like a 80-90% chance that Trey is going to take that shot. That's why they used Frank. But if they had like Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, and whoever else, like they had like four options that could take a shot, Frank would be in that game, because they would rather be safe on the offensive end without taking a timeout to sub in the offensive players, that they will run with the offensive players on defense. So that there's like Ray said before, it's a really multi-layered game that we're watching. But some fans, like, it's not like try, but we don't think about it that much, right? It's like, of course it's going to be emotions for the Knicks fans if we lose, if we win, whatever. But it's a thing that you have to really dissect to get deeper into that, and not to mention that not always the fans' decisions in the chat is going to be way better than what happens, what the coach feels and what the coach does, right? So even if you go to the game live, the when you watch it at home, you see way more or way less things. You see way more emotion when you're live. Meanwhile, you see the replays, you see who screwed up on that defensive play, on that offensive play when you're at home, because you see replays and stuff like that. We see Tibbs, he ain't taken in account what the assistant coach is bringing to him in the meantime, right? He's like, listen, you got to take this guy out. He doesn't care about at least as I feel, he doesn't care about what the assistant coaches give him the notes. Only thing probably in the halftime, because they have more time on that one. But only thing that he probably listens is like, listen, RJ has like 4 fouls in the first half, so we got to sub him out. That's the only thing. 4 fouls or like 5th foul in the third quarter. Then he's gonna, change the rotation and sub someone out, else in the game. Other way that he's still gonna stick to that rotation, because at the 8-minute mark, I'm bringing this and this guy in the rotation. And no matter if we're up 20 or we're down 20, I'm gonna still, stick to my rotations. So that's the thing that I'm going back. In-game adjustments with Tibbs really poor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
don't you
I,
think that's a bit of a problem though? You know what I mean, like you're saying, Andy, like you were saying with that, because we know when he's going to bring somebody in when he's taking them out. It's so predictable.
Yeah.
Oh, 8 minutes in, here comes so and so. He's taking so and so out instead of changing up. And also the fact that, look, it's good to have veterans, but when you have young thoroughbreds that's on your bench, you got to give them more time to save your veterans that can possibly help you down the line later in the game. In those situations where that veteran experience will actually help more so than the youth. So I mean, I that was one of, like I said, there's no coach that's perfect, but that's one of the things that drove me crazy with him was his rotation. I know we make no puns, we all talk about the Tibbs rotation, but switch it up. Don't run to so many people. Switch up how long you let them stay in, and things of that nature. That was something that drove me crazy.
And guys,
especially when you got somebody with the hot hand, and then you don't take them out. You gotta play with the hot hand, and you pull them instead of letting them cook. So those are like those for me. That was something that was frustrating for me.
And listen, Sofinger, I'm just gonna add to this, and Sim always tells it, and it's not like I have all the coaching experience in my whatever life, something like that. But when you're a coach and you're watching the game from the bench, sometimes you lose the perception of time. You think like, listen, it's going to be like 2-3 plays again, and you're looking at the shot clock and it's like, oh damn, it's already this time, and you're like, wow. And I remember my coach, rest in peace to my coach. He was a Olympian, a silver medal Olympian. I'm not gonna lie, he wasn't a perfect coach, but he told us always, if I forget to sub you out, don't be afraid to ask for a sub, because I want you guys to be out on the court, play 100, from 0 to 60 all the time. And if you guys are tired, don't be afraid to ask for a sub. And sometimes it was like 5-10 minutes you were playing. In the other half it was like 3-4 minutes, and you asked for a sub, and he was like looking at you like, you crazy, you want to go out of the game if you're shooting. But listen, I didn't have the air that I could breathe out. I was like, I gotta take a seat, right? But later on in the game, I rather come out of the game like after 3 minutes than after 10, and don't have strength to go back into the game. So we all knew on the team that if we play 100% every time, we're gonna be it's gonna be more often of the subs. It's for some players it's worse, because you gotta get into the rhythm of the game, right? But some players are like quickly, they just come out of the game, touch the ball, and they can shoot the ball and make the shot. Some guys gotta run a couple of possessions just to take the shot, and more comfortable with that, right? So players are different. The coach needs to know them. That's why I think, and it's not that easy to know a player after a month or 2 or 3. It takes years to know a guy perfectly, that you can account and play him in these kind of situations, those kind of situations, stuff like that. And it's your gamble. If you're risking, I'm gonna play quickly because I know he's tired, but maybe he can make that shot in the next possession for me, and I'd rather have him over our defensive guy and stuff like that. So this coaching thing is really complex. It's not like we fans watch on the broadcast and Clyde says, oh, this guy's huffing and puffing, and he should be sitting on the bench. It's not that easy. And from the perspective of the coach, it's totally different game.
I agree. I think and it's weird too, because with Tibbs, he has found success. I mean, I think this is what ticks me off more than anything. It's he has found success in his ways, and he has also not found success in his ways. Like, for instance, he got Coach of the Year because he took an average marginal team to the almighty fourth seed. Some will say it was well deserved. Some will say it wasn't well deserved. But the point is that by him getting that Coach of the Year, it sort of empowers, like, oh, I know what I'm doing, and sort of gives you the fuel to just do the same thing you're doing. And that's why I said, coming into this new season, it's going to primarily hinge on his ability to evolve and adjust. Because if he comes into this particular season with the same nonsense that was last season, because remember, we're all getting on him because of accountability issues and so many other different little things. His disingenuous, post-game pressers telling the fans, oh, well, they need to watch the game 3 to 4 times, or all this different stuff. And it's like, yo, you are you serious? Like, he really got in front of the mic and said that Alec Burks gives him the best possible chance. And it's like, yo, this dude is bugging. I'm not a coach. Like, sorry, millions of Knicks fans are not professional coaches. Some are. Some understand the game in deeper ways than most. But it's like, bro, if you don't kick that nonsense, like, if you don't get that out of here, man, you got to go.
Yeah, like I was just saying that same thing he just said in the chat. Shout out to my guy Lawaz. I was just saying that to him in the chat, that when I said he might as well have played Deuces, because that Deuce won't have to deal with mistakes that he's still gonna have to account the next season over just playing over some of the minutes that he gave Alec Burks. For him to say that Alec Burks was the best player at point, that's another thing. When I say if he's developing, how you developing point guards, and then you pick a player that's not even a point guard and say he's better than every point guard you got on your team, and then you just brought a point guard there from college. But y'all guys wanted to sit up here and give him credit for developing. So what I do is, when y'all say stuff like that, I come up with a bunch of things to make you feel like you're wrong and you want to retract your statements and say you agree with half of what I'm saying, all type of stuff. But guess what? These are all things that he did to make you feel this way. Not just what I'm saying. These are things he did in real time. And I love to see the season end. And people can't tell me I can't say this and I can't say that no more, because the season played out and he did all of this and he did all of that. Now you got to eat it. So whoever's still vouching for him better wake up now because if he didn't change, he's not going to change. So next time or next he did, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come even harder. I'm gonna say, didn't you say on this day such and such and such? That's how I am. I'm saying like nothing ever. I don't let nothing die, bro. And
I don't either because I want to go at you
Because
right
you stick to
now.
the law. You stick to the law, bro.
Well, I'm about to like pack the car up, come up to New York. We could do this face to face. Like it don't matter. I want to go. My only response is, and look, I hate. This is one thing I absolutely hate because I'm a balanced person. I love balance. That's me.
Yeah.
Call it my biggest flaw in life. I love balance. I hate to hear someone go hard at somebody and just say bad, bad, bad. Fire this coach, or this coach is all bad, or this, that, and the third. And that's why I
Unless it's
started off.
Fizdale, right?
So let me defend one thing about Fizdale because I'm gonna do it again. Okay, one more thing about Fizdale.
He could sell the shit out of a car, right?
I'm telling you, hey, he have you thinking of, hey, he think he does Yugo as a Ferrari.
And now it's hard to come after them takes about Tibbs, man. He's still trying to explain how he don't want to agree with.
But the thing is though, Nick does make he has valid point. I'm gonna cut y'all
Oh,
niggas.
of course he does.
He breaks it
Of
down.
course
He breaks it
does.
down. That's one thing I do like. That's one thing I really like respect about Nick. But you know, I'll be honest. I'm just gonna come out just speaking for me. I was big on Tibbs as the coach for the team in the first place, but I've been right on. There's been other coaches I've been wanting. My thing is Tibbs so stuck in his ways on so many things that it's just
exactly.
It's mind numbing. It's mind numbing, and I swear, I'm after some games, man. I'm like Trey on Boys in the Hood swinging at the air because I'm like, bro, why you didn't put so and so back in? Why did you roll with it this way? You know this man was tired. You should have took him out. He's sitting over there breathing like he's an asthmatic. You know,
and we got to go with the times. We got to go with the times. You know what I'm saying? So, finger, like, meaning, like, if you know, like, I'm a coach and a trainer. If you know how these kids are, you got to know how to communicate with them. And when you see these new coaches, even Boston certain coaches, they know how to communicate with those guys. They don't be shouting. He go over and tell them.
No. Do not say that about Boston's coach because
I'm not saying you can't get shouted. Hold on. I'm just trying to give you a good example on what I really mean. It's basically like, even if you shout out a player, right? You can't do some of the things that I mentioned that he did, saying Burks is a better point guard. We mentioned numerous things that take away confidence from young guys. How you did Obi throughout a season, what Randall did when you should have took Randall out and just let Obi develop a little bit more throughout real time. These are things that we got to learn now, because next season, some of these minutes going to be sacrificed for the same learning process that we could have went through last season, right? So there's another sign of we have to have more patience. If you want to co-sign Tibbs, you better be the most patient MFer on the planet, because of the simple fact of he's trying to win now, and we don't have the personnel to win now, right? And he's sacrificing development of young players, and we doing decent in the draft. But they're going to be a year behind if they're not doing like other teams are doing, letting these guys play, especially, and this is the key point, pay attention to this, especially if there's nobody in front of them that should be getting all these minutes. So this is how you could tell when these old head players y'all trying to glorify that couldn't even get us to the play-in. Okay? You understand what I mean now? That's what I'm trying to say. When you glorify old head players that can't get us to the play-in. So if we get decent old head players who have experience enough that could go off the dribble and play, right? RJ Barrett and other players that remain on our team will learn throughout those experiences. But not making a play-in and giving these old heads a lot of minutes does not equate to success. And I digress right there. I make great points. I just want to tell y'all bugging out on Twitter.
So I just want to ask you this question. Were you a fan of how Jordan Poole developed?
Stop comparing what Golden
No.
State.
I'm just saying it's context matters, and it's all about how it was done.
Yeah, I do.
Were you a fan? Because
but I could be honest though, it had to play out, because not only with me, right? A lot of people clown Jordan Poole like last season. He went through adversity quick. You know what I mean? He had to play. They didn't have nobody. So that's why I said what I was just talking about was what Warriors did. And the Warriors
put the young guys in to let them get that experience. He had to get beat up.
Warriors is way more coming from a way better position, nowhere near than what the Knicks is. So we should be faster to do what the Warriors did.
Fine.
When they
So
played.
you don't want me to use the Warriors, right?
No, you could, but I'm just trying to show you how I got a good reply for that because of the simple fact of those factors that the Warriors are a championship team. They've been there 6 out of 8 years, right?
Okay, well, how about this? Let me use San Antonio then.
Listen, why would you compare
use San Antonio
to that? And the Knicks need to go faster with the play their young guys if they have nobody there. Remember, that was my whole point I just made.
I agree. I understand. I see your point, but what about San Antonio then?
What about them?
They did the same thing the Knicks are doing right now, or they're doing the same thing the Knicks are doing right now. They've played older players, DeRozan, in front of Lonnie Walker.
Man, assistant coach from
what's his name? Rudy Gay.
That's what happened. You get an assistant coach from under Tibbs that outcoach Tibbs right now. Look, that's what happened. You got mad coaches come from under Pop. Go ahead, Andy.
But that doesn't have anything to do with your argument about developing a player because, again, like you said, the player needs to be on the court to develop. Keldon Johnson's development is hurt by playing Rudy Gay X amount of minutes. Keldon Johnson.
No, don't twist up what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying I'm saying if you don't have players in the game that can actually get you to the play-in, then you might as well be developing players that's going to be on your team next season and for the future if you plan on having them. That's what I'm saying. See how
again, I'm not twisting your words because again, the Spurs didn't make the play-in those years that I'm talking about.
But I'm not talking about the Spurs. I don't know in detail of their situation. I know about the Knicks in detail of the situation, so I can't compare their situation and say why they didn't make the play-in. I'm just giving you my example. I know Tibbs is not a better coach than what they have over there, so that's no debate. So right then and there, I can't compare the two. You know what I mean? I told you with a different coach, it would have happened different, I think, because of the simple fact of you don't let call this many ISO plays for Julius Randle. Do you agree?
Okay, the only thing I would say to that, and I agree with you, Hardwill, about the amount of ISO plays. I believe, this is just my take on the ISO plays for Julius Randle. As Tibbs has always said at the end of every game, we are a different team when Julius Randle goes to the rim. He's also, I could show you videos of where Legion broke down, where we were running the same offense that the Warriors were running at the beginning of the season last year. I could show you videos where we ran triangle, where we ran all kinds of different offenses, and Tibbs constantly changed the offense last year. Mm-hmm. I could make references of those things to you. But at the same time, and I go back to this, when Julius Randle is passing the ball one quarter, and then the next quarter hijacks the offense and says, I'm not passing anymore. I want to go one-on-one with Anthony Davis and show him up. I want to go against Kevin Durant because I'm cooking tonight, and I'm not only going to D him up and play. The only time he plays hard defense is against Kevin Durant and freaking Anthony Davis. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden his balls are big to act bold against the fans and all this stuff. But yet still when it was time to like put up or shut up on real games every single game, he didn't. He should have played the same offense that Tibbs wanted him to play all season long, that he hijacked, didn't kick the ball out, slapping teammates' hands when they were trying to pick him up in games. And it's not the only time that he did it in that one Twitter video. Like there's so much stuff that just Julius Randle by himself hijacked the offense. Kimba's knees buckling from second game of the season against Philly. Trying to drive to the basket, like because Tibbs had an offense that was literally the same offense that the Warriors ran, and I could show you video evidence. It's on Legion of Knicks. It's right there. You can look it up. Same offense. And yet still, Kimba couldn't stand up to it and buckled on the second game of the season. Julius Randle hijacked the offense and went from Draymond Green to just Draymond trash. Like, Rose got injured. Numerous things. And we could sit here and say the rookies, the young players or whatever. When your leader, to me, when your leader, because I believe this is a players' league. I believe it doesn't matter what a freaking coach does or says, a player could hijack any game, and that
That's a bad
usually
thing.
plays out.
I can
Julius
agree with you with that. With
Randall
certain players and
hijacked
things.
so much offense this year. So much. At least I could sit
But
here and
you
say
know the
RJ
bad
Barrett.
part. The bad
RJ
part about
Barrett.
that. Go ahead, my bad.
Go ahead.
And I was gonna say the bad part about that is, bro, is that you can't do that if it ain't working. Like when the coach say don't shoot and you shoot, you know what I mean? That's if it go in, that's the only way that was a good shot. You know what I mean? And
I
as far as
agree.
the whole point you making, right? Tibbs was supposed to take him out and coach.
Okay, now
That
let me
point that
hit
somebody
that
said
point.
earlier,
I'm gonna hit
there
that
was
point.
no
I want to hear your response to that.
there was no
The
adjustment
biggest
made from what
criticism I
happened in the
have of
playoffs.
Tibbs, the biggest criticism I have of Tibbs historically is he has been bad at conflict resolution.
Yes.
Huge problem I have. If you look at the way things ended in Chicago and also Minnesota, he did not resolve the conflicts or the clashes between Jimmy Butler and Derrick Rose, Jimmy Butler and also Cat. Like he did not take control of the situation and like buckle down to say, this is my team. I'm not having all that showboating stuff and all that. And a lot of it revolved around Jimmy Butler. But this year it took him standing up to Julius Randle. And I'll take Julius Randle's words to heart. He said Tibbs is a softie. And I'm sticking with that because he said it, he believes it, and he bullied Tibbs this year because he hijacked the offense way too many times, and Tibbs had no response for it.
And that's why he got Brunson this year.
I think so.
That's a good point, Andy. That's a good point. Brunson is known as being hard nosed, and he's going to be that
you
guy.
guys envision, that uncle that's gonna grab you by that head and rub your head, Brunson's gonna be that guy for Julius Randle.
Yeah, he's going to be the one.
Rick Brunson.
Little Brunson is gonna be able to smack Julius Randle in the neck.
Daddy Brunson.
Yo, Rick Brunson is gonna do that,
And
and if he's gonna get smacked,
Julius Randle instead of trying to
Julius
play.
gonna get. Julius gonna get traded if he stands up, but
Mhm.
Tibbs doesn't have a guy on that coaching staff of his.
Mhm.
Listen, you remember the guy when he slapped the laptop?
Yeah.
Yo, I slapped the laptop too for that guy. I could stand up to that guy, bro. So, listen, and
you're right. That's why he needs to be on the Lakers with him. He needs to be over there so he could go there with somebody.
when
To tell him
he
Well, we already know.
No,
Ham is that kind of cat that's going to knuckle up on the.
Yeah, he needs to
I
go
was gonna
to the
say,
Lakers and
Fist is
play with
gonna
them.
be flying. Fist is gonna be flying if he does that to Rick Brunson. It ain't gonna be no BS down that.
Oh, you said Rick Brunson. Okay. You talking about the Pops. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It ain't gonna
Pops
be
known
Jalen.
as being
Jalen Brunson. Okay.
So Rick gonna be, Fist is gonna be flying before that kind of stuff happens with the laptop thing. So that's why I think this might be one of the first Tibbs' hires that we see on the coaching staff. And listen, and the first problems happened when we lost Woodson, which was a father figure for those guys.
That's true.
And when
That's
we lost
true.
Kenny Payne, the stuff went crumbling down even more. So
because Kenny Payne was working with Randall too.
Yeah.
And you notice the two coaches that left. Were brought in by Worldwide West. West brought those guys in. It wasn't Tibbs that brought them in.
One thing that Coach Colorblocks brought up about college coaches is that usually those things get decided like 2 years in advance or years in advance. So they probably already knew that both Kenny and also Woody was going to leave.
Yeah, I looked at
a long time ago. So I'm not like holding that against the team or Tibbs or anything like that. I just do think that they were just waiting for Rick Brunson's court case and stuff like that to like be behind them. And then they move the other guys out, which they built up their resume. They were a playoff team. Same thing with the guy from Utah. Like he still has a good resume being on Tibbs' staff. It's a respectable coach that he worked with and for. And we have literal evidence that every player's handle has improved under Johnny Bryant since he came to this team and started developing guys. So, it is what it is.
And
One
Will,
thing that
I'm
you
just gonna
brought
add
up.
this because I don't know if you guys saw, but listen, that's going back to the point that Nick said that this is a players' league, and I'm really no, that's not my way to go with these guys. I understand that they earn like 5 times more than the coach does, but it's still a bad thing. But if you watch, you can type in YouTube just coaches from Europe compilation or stuff like that. Yo, coaches from Europe are no BS coaches. They get like 2 American players because like years back there were like rules in European leagues that you can have like 2 American players
Yep.
because so you have the budgets and stuff like that, the salary. There's no such thing as a salary cap here, but American players were getting way more money, so they were limits. They limited, like the league you were playing in limited you. For example, like you could have like 2 American players, 3 American players, and stuff like that. Now the rules are like a little bit less strict, but for example, the coach, and it was like 2-3 seasons ago, after Anthony Randolph, the guy that was playing on the Knicks, he went to Real Madrid, right? The coach of Real Madrid literally took the guy out of the game in the second quarter. He yelled at the player, he yelled at Anthony Randolph so much that he started to go to the bench and started to go to the locker room before the first half ended. After the halftime, he went out with the team for a shoot around. The coach called him up. He told him to go to the locker room and wait till after the game ends. And Anthony Randolph was like, "What are you talking about? I want to play," and stuff like that. He didn't even say a word. He pointed to the locker room, corridor, and told him to go there. And that was nothing else said. Anthony Randolph was like, "Okay." He put his head down and he went to the locker room and sit the whole damn game till the end in the locker room because the coach told him. Could you imagine a such thing happen in the NBA? A Kyrie Irving, and he was one of the best players on that roster. Kyrie Irving, a KD. The coach is going to tell him, "You go sit in the locker room till the end of the game."
That's because it is a player-driven league, like it was stated before.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why the players have too much power. If they would listen to literally every order, and I'm going to say order, that maybe might be the perfect word, but every thing that the coach says, yeah, we wouldn't have BS players, running their mouths around the league and stuff like that, playing God over the coach and stuff like that. Bro, in Europe, it doesn't happen. If you're in a young team, like under, because we have teams here like developmental teams in every club. It's not like the G League team. You just started with practicing with a team and stuff like that. Bro, you do something bad, coaches tells you ain't playing from tomorrow here. You don't have access to the gym.
Yeah.
Your career is over, bro. You're looking for another team in the same city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would say this.
You gotta watch your mouth, watch everything you do.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this. I'm not gonna put it all on Randall.
It's a good point.
He's a piece of the puzzle of he's a piece of the puzzle of the fall of how things fell apart, because he everybody has to take their part in it, because other guys didn't step up. But then too, you gotta look at what the front office did. You didn't have that person in that locker room, player wise, to be able to step up, and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" That's something else we don't have on this team either. Is that cat that's gonna come up there and literally, I mean, you can verbally ball somebody's shirt up, or you can physically ball somebody's shirt up. And that's something we don't have on this team. And as you said, you bring it into Brunson, because I read up on stuff. Brunson has been with Tibbs a lot, and he came and he's known as
30 years.
Disciplinarian type coach that's not afraid to open his mouth and be like, "Hey, what you doing? Sit down somewhere." That type cat. The last time, you think about it, before, when Woody took over, we had success. We already, not trying to go back in a time machine. The season we went to the playoffs, Woody was on the bench, but you notice when Woody left, you notice a change in the team. Some, you know, if you didn't see it right off, you saw some of the changes in the team, how it was operating, how it was moving. You've seen people a little more looser on some things. When you had somebody like Woody who can relate to younger players more so than Tibbs can. Just my opinion with that. You know, I'm just going by looking at it like that.
Listen, you go ahead, stop on here. Sorry.
Yeah. So, you know, that's one thing you need. You need that one cat on the bench. Not only, I just think you need that one cat on the bench as a player, and that coach that's gonna get up in somebody. You need that, especially in this day and age, because you got a lot of cats that are prima donnas.
Listen, for me with Woody, he was more of a father figure, like a grandfather figure for these guys. For most of them. Listen, he was respected way more than Tibbs was. So if Tibbs had a problem, he didn't even have to ask Woody. They knew that whatever Woody says, that goes. And listen, if you could corral a guy to play smart basketball like a J.R. Smith.
Thank you, Andy.
That's an accomplishment, bro. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie.
Let's keep it a buck. JR should still be paying Woody some scratch.
Yeah.
Because Woody helped him resurrect. JR had the tools. Let's be honest. JR was a knucklehead. He was always getting that. And then because of Woody and his coaching, the way he worked it, JR was 6th man of the year.
And listen, and he went to play with the Cavs. He got a ring. God bless him. But he had some bonehead plays down there and with the Cavs. Mm-hmm. Yo, that one play that he took the shot and LeBron was like, "What are you doing?" Bro, that's a meme. Yo, those things were crazy, but that was probably the thing that he wasn't aware of, and Woody was trying to keep at least for the game time, he kept their heads in the game. And sometimes that's more more of a thing than we think here, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm far from being, I like to look at it because I try to look at it as objectively if I can. There's no emotion or whatever, no relevance to being Obi over Randall, IQ over whoever. It's not that. It's all about like I said, the name on the front of the jersey. Everybody got to be held accountable. But it's easier to dump on Randall because of the antics with the thumbs down, slapping the laptop, and whatever else. But look at it. You had, if you look at last season as a whole, it was just chaos. It was just chaos in a barrel. I always look at it. We brought in Kemba, and we had the I'm coming home celebration and all like that. You had him as the poster boy for the poster. He was the poster man wearing the new home jersey, the city jersey.
Yeah,
can't tell me that didn't start. From where I was looking at it, looked like that was the beginning to start the erosion for Randall.
Yeah, it tickled the ego the wrong way, right?
Yeah, the ego. Yeah, because all these guys got egos was on the court, and you got Randall's like, hey man, I was your MVP. I'm most improved player. Why I'm not up there? And then if you look at a lot of the games, if you play the games, who pitcher you see up there a lot? RJ. Even though RJ, you got RJ, so he's being pushed. So again, you got that going on. But then we get to playing, and you have the two players you brought in the free agents. We doing all this, about Evan and Kemba. We know now it was a bad fit. I'll be one that I bought in like, okay, maybe it'll work. I'm gonna give it a shot and everything, but it was a bad fit. Let's just keep moving from there. I keep looking at Randall like he was in Black Panther when he was down, saying, this is your king?" He's looking at these cats like, "Oh, this is the help you gonna give me?" You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
this is the help. You know what I'm saying? So you got to look at it like that.
He was playing versus his own guys, right? So
and it was a lot of there's a lot of stuff that we as fans are not privy to that goes on behind closed doors. But from what we can see, you can see that it wasn't, the inconsistency. Then the injuries, then injuries started mounting. So now you got him trying to play and do more because more is demanded. As my man, shout out to DSJ, would say, with great salary comes great responsibility. So he gets dumped on for that. but we pick and choosing who to blame and point fingers at instead of pointing at the whole organization as a whole, from the front office all the way down. Not just Tibbs, not just Randall, but everybody. The one thing I can rightfully say that the front office has done, we've done well with drafting. Call them ham and cheese. Call them ham
So I was gonna
sandwiches,
say, you can't.
ham and eggers, whatever. We can call them whatever. Just foundation pieces. Any player, what you want to call. We've done pretty good with that. It's just free agency. Free agency is going to be harder to conquer until you start putting a better winning product on the floor. You got to realize that that's what we had to. That's the only reason Brooklyn was able to start really attracting team names because they had developed those young players they had. However, Brooklyn, the goofy dummies that they were, they shipped all the young players out that what made them worthwhile, and then you leading here with paying for the players you got, and then you trying to constantly build on top. So you go all in on the win now process, and you came up shorter than a little person on his knees. So now you in the situation you in. Same for LA. You did what you did. We're all in pay, we want to win. Ain't nobody in Knicks Nation that don't want to win. That's we're 100% on that.
I think if we would have I think the 4th seed equates to me again in reference to how the standard and what the team, everybody expected them to do. It takes away from the little bit of success that we had. And I think that if we wasn't like thinking we could be a lot of people rather thinking we a 4th seed or a playoff team, and we just looked at more of what we really need to do is just build up what we have or make moves for a player to help build up certain pieces that we're going to keep. Like, I agree with building us up. We still may have to make some moves. Don't get me wrong, because we got too many players stuck in position. So I feel like we got to make a move. But at the end of the day, when we talk about the whole situation from Randall to now and everything that happened, when you say who gonna blame, it starts up top. Even though front office had to give Tibbs his shot to do it how he wanted, because he got them to the playoffs again. So I think the front office just kind of let Tibbs coach, because some of these players, Tibbs didn't agree with. We seen a lot of stuff that looked funny to me. So with that being said, I blame a lot more on the coach and what he let happen in reference to real time of the games, because you just got to try to get a win. You dealing with the team that you have, and I understand he didn't agree with some of the players, so that's why we were seeing some players not playing anymore, not coming out of the lineup like Kimber. He just took them out completely, not just the starting lineup completely. So it was a lot of things that was weird to me, but that just shows like dysfunction within the organization. You know what I mean? So real time in the season, we seen stuff like that. So as far as like he was doing that because they didn't get him players that he felt they should have got him. And there's too much going on in a season for young players to supposed to develop and just learn how to play basketball. You know what I mean? When you got older players who can't get us, they think maybe Tibbs think that those players could have gotten somewhere, like the Fournier, the Randall, the Burks, the Noel, the Taj. No disrespect to Taj, because I can see him being a coach. But all those old players, count up those minutes, and if it don't equate you to the play-in, then really, what are we doing? That's the main point I'm making.
I want to ask like a couple of questions, just really two. First of all, based on the off-season moves last year, to me, I don't think they really are detrimental to us, even though many people beg to differ. But who would you all have signed last season? And then the other question is that, like, to me, I don't see any free agents because I think the NBA landscape has changed. Players, especially the main stars, they get signed, they take their money with their team, then ask for the trade. You had to have an Evan Fournier-esque. If it wasn't going to be Evan Fournier, it was going to be somebody else. It was going to be someone that was going to be trade father. Like, who would y'all have signed? And to me, so far, like hindsight being 2020, like Lonzo Ball, to me, what some people wanted, is
I'd have took Kelly Oubre over Fournier.
See,
okay.
that was me.
That's
I'm
a
with
good
you
one.
on that. I'm with you on that, Will, because I had been jumping up and down talking about Kelly Oubre.
And
I
put
didn't. I
RJ Black
wouldn't
at
mind
the
that one.
2 and put Kelly Oubre at the 3. You don't move RJ off the 2 for a player like Fournier. Fournier need to be on a team that's ready to win. And you can't have somebody like that he don't have no moves. You know what I'm saying? He just want to shoot. And not saying he didn't do well. He broke a record. Give him credit. I know that's your boy, Andy, so I'm not going to just dog him and not give him no credit. He did well. He broke a record. But for these young guys to get better, we need a player that they could see actually, Fournier's not that guy that players could really develop under, I don't think. He should be on a team that's ready to win now, honestly, like a Lakers or
A good weapon piece to
he
bring
could
in and shoot.
just hit big shots like he hit. But Fournier plays well off team ball. You see he suffered when the ball was sticking more than when
Yeah,
the ball
I agree.
moved. So,
That's
so I
still
don't
back to my Julius Randle point. But go ahead.
Yeah,
I understand.
No, go ahead. I don't
Listen,
want you to forget. Go ahead.
only players gonna look good, when the ball is sticking. It's the players that had the ball.
No, fact. That's what I'm saying. When the ball moves and they play team ball, Fournier played really well because he knew the ball was going to come when he was open. That's a big difference. I always made that point, though, about the Randle thing. You know what I'm saying? They said RJ was a ball stopper when RJ had no choice but to do that when he got the ball in his hand mid-season. You know what I'm saying? Because Randle didn't want to do his thing. So that's different to me. But go ahead before you forget your take, my guy.
The other point was like, so there were no free agents. There are a bunch of people who signed contracts. Anthony Davis being a simple one. It's a sign and trade. Kevin Durant was a sign and trade. There are a number of sign and trades that happen. I think that if Bradley Beal is going to be moved, it's going to be sign and trade. Same thing with Zach LaVine. That way they get their full 5-year contract, and also 2, they keep their money, the most money, as well as go to the team that they want to. But the right team has to be there. So no matter what, I felt like there was going to be a Fournier-esque contract regardless. That's why I don't think Fournier is bad money. Y'all could disagree, that's fine. But he is tradable. It just depends on the asset.
I agree with you.
I definitely agree with you on that, Nick.
Yeah, he's tradable.
But then going like further,
And Randle is tradable. Just to the right shooter. Just to the right
to
shooter.
the right person.
Yeah.
So the question is, who would y'all have signed last season? And then also too, like people keep clamoring for like to me there will be no more free agency until this collective bargaining agreement is done, which is 2025. There are no players until 2025 that are going to be free agents. No stars. It's not
free agency. Free agency is garbage.
Yeah, free agency is gone. So there's no one to sign for the next 2 years. So I want to know, like, who are y'all thinking of? And Kelly Oubre was one. I don't think someone said Gary Trent. I think is Cully and also Norm Powell. Just quick aside about Norm Powell and Gary Trent.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Somebody said wouldn't be enough offense. My guy JJ with Oubre, right? Instead of Fournier, right? But remember, sometimes defense is better if that offense ain't working. And when we let our guy go to Dallas, he was the guy that was guarding people up. Sometimes you can't sacrifice defense for offense if the offense ain't gonna really get you nowhere. Because we are more of a defensive team as far as the Knicks. So to let that go, let Bullock go, and bring in Fournier, even if he's a better shooter, he doesn't equate to a better player because Bullock was a great defender on the best players on other teams, and he could shoot the ball too. So that's debatable, Andy, if you think Fournier is better than Bullock.
I can debate. Yo, that's an easy win for me, bro. And I don't want to.
You can come off the show. You can come off my show and we can do it. So I can have home court advantage.
Bro, I don't want to do it to you. I don't want you to be looking that bad, bro.
We can do it, man. We're gonna take a whole show.
I think Andy right though.
Oh, he gonna freeze.
Yeah, freeze me.
I'm telling you guys, it's an easy win for me. So you don't want to go that route with me. But yo,
need to hold for that. We come back
listen,
tomorrow.
you,
Or come
you know
on
what's
out.
what's the worst situation for me, and I don't want to put this blame on RJ,
Mhm.
but that was a situation where Bullock took the best guy on defense,
Mhm.
and RJ took the second guy. Meanwhile, you switch Bullock for offense with Fournier, and then the
That
best
hurt.
guy on defense went for RJ.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that hurt us.
That hurt us.
That
So
hurt
don't tell me it was all on Fournier.
No,
It was also on RJ.
No, I didn't
So
blame Fournier. I blame the trade. I blame the move. We was comparing the move
yeah,
in reference to the Bullock situation for offensive defense. And I'm saying that we are more of a defensive team, and it proved that we needed Bullock more than we needed Fournier. Even though it's a different season, I don't agree to say like to really compare the seasons that much anyway. So don't get it confused. It's totally different.
Yeah.
But we know that look what Bullock still wound up doing even when he went to Dallas. He still played good ball over there. He guarded some of the best players. So you could see all of that stuff. We needed that on our team in reference to bringing in offense where they thought was going to help us win now, because this is where my point came from. I got to keep making my points again. Win now when we're not ready, when really we should have just let RJ develop at the 2. You bringing in Kelly Oubre to play more D, and you letting your players develop. That just proved they wasn't sure if we could win now or we should really be developing more into developing real-time minutes for these players.
I think you're right. I think Hardwell right, but I also think Andy right. Also, I think there's a compromise to be reached here, and on top of that, there is probably a higher goal that could have been reached than that was intended. I think if you do not re-sign Noel, and you give that money to Kelly Oubre, but you also bring back Bullock, you could have seen a situation where you have Bullock, Fournier, and Oubre. You have RJ at the 2. You have RJ at the 3. You have Fournier starting. You have Bullock off the bench. You have Oubre off the bench, right? Because ultimately, a lot of the money that we spent this year was wasted, thrown away for nothing, right? And you can immediately point to
That's the point.
The $18 million that's used on Noel and Kim.
Oh, Freezy froze. I'm gonna finish for Freezy.
Right.
No, there you go.
Okay.
Freezy, you froze. You froze, bro.
He's back.
Am I?
No, you there?
Hey guys, I just want to say, look, thanks. It's been good. Hardwill, if you got a show, just you let me know, man. I will go at you. It'll be like Samurai Showdown
for free, right? For free.
Don't go at him, bro.
Samurai Showdown 4. I don't know if
you don't know our
Street
show.
Fighter.
It's in my Twitter bio. It's for the love of the game. Start with the number 4 first. You know about our show. You always welcome, man. And it ain't going at me. It's just like we like talking sports, bro. Come have fun. That's all.
I understand. I understand. It'll be like what do you call it? 6 fingers of death.
Wow.
We on that 7. Pull up.
Hey man,
today,
today's
right?
not a
Yeah,
day,
we on
but
today.
I
at
understand.
7. I just came here because I'm gonna start coming to show more love to my guy Freezy show. I haven't really been on because my schedule had changed, but now it's back, so I'm gonna be showing love more. But we on that 7 for sure later. It was a dope show, man. Definitely for coming, my guy Nick.
For sure,
Andy.
man.
So
hey man, and so I'm not going nowhere. I'm here. I was actually rocking.
I ain't going nowhere yet neither, Freeze. I'm here.
I was actually watching the joint, but I got a puppy, man, and I was cleaning off the back porch. And so the reason why I got off the screen is because at the time we had like 10 people on the screen at once, and y'all know how that is when it's know how that is. So,
it kind of was organized though today. It wasn't nobody at first. Nobody was talking over nobody.
Yeah, because we had classy people on.
Yeah. Shout out to CWC.
and co-host Kev
Yeah. And so the thing I was going to say is I think a compromise could have been.
Oh, Freezy froze again.
Freezy went in and out.
Freezy
froze that time.
Ultimately, this year, I'm froze again.
Nah, no, you're not. I hear you.
Yeah, okay, now I'm back. Okay. Because there was a lot of cash that we spent on free agents, and that we could have used on Kelly Oubre, who wanted to be here, who did his recruiting pitches from New York City. Teams recruited Kelly Oubre from New York City. So we could have signed Oubre, who probably wanted to be a starter. Ultimately, he came off the bench for Charlotte. So he would have came off the bench here for us, right? So we could have did Fournier and RJ as the starting wing players with Oubre and Bullock coming off the bench, right? Now, how would that affect Grimes? How would that affect Grimes, right? Grimes probably wouldn't have played this year, right, at all. Maybe in some spot minute somewhere here there. In my opinion, a dude that averaged 6 points a game with a negative 2.5 rating doesn't deserve rotation minutes, right? Not on the team that's looking to do something. And at the time, we were looking to do something, right? When at the time that we went into the offseason, we were bruised in the chest about how Atlanta's point guard and wing players abused us offensively in the playoffs, right? And if you bring in a Bullock and a Oubre, I think that would have eased a lot of people's mind. Our biggest question would have still been, how do we solve this point guard deal? And I'm still here to tell you that the point guard issue was still not solved, regardless of who you brought in. I think you could have brought in the DJ Augustine type. I think you could have traded for a TJ McConnell, who I like as a Tom Thibodeau system guard, right? And
Freeze out again.
I think that team
froze again.
I agree with Freezy though. He's saying the same thing that we just spent. No, I hear you now, Freeze. Go back. You just went in and out again. We hear you now.
Yeah, I know.
Just do it fast. Do it fast, bro.
Yeah, my cricket internet, my cricket wireless internet is acting up. But I'm not even for sure what it is. I might have to restart my thing again.
Good now. It might not happen again.
But yeah, man. And so it sounds like redundancy, but at the same time, I think we could have tried it and then easily moved those contracts if we weren't able to do anything. So
Freezy, I'm gonna counter that what you said. If you would sign those guys, Bullock, Fournier, RJ, Burks, whoever, right?
Yeah.
It would be the same story from 2 years ago. Why are we signing like 5 power forward?
Yeah.
Where we don't have a center or we don't have this guy and that guy.
Right.
We would have like 5 shooting guards, 5 small forwards. We wouldn't have a power forward or a center. We would literally have Jericho Sims and Mitch Robinson at the center position, bro. And Taj Gibson. Nerlens Noel, he got that money off of that playoff series and the late season that he got. So he got, and I'm not mad with that money. I'm cool with it because his contract can be traded. If not as an asset, it's going to be a trade as a salary filler. And I'm cool with that. You sometimes have to take a risk like that. And he was an insurance policy. If you're cool to risk your life as a GM without taking an insurance policy, bro, go ahead. But we're doing that with the point guard position. We got so many guys, none of them are awarding a starting point guard role. And we're killing them. We'll kill him, bro. Freezy, we are trying to fire the front office guys because they can't bring us a point guard worthy of a starting role in current NBA. And sorry for the wrong words used.
No, we are. No, we are. I understand what you're saying. So we're killing the front office about not being able to bring in a point guard, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's
for
interesting.
the last 20 years.
yeah. And my deal has been we don't need a point guard.
Yeah, that might be the case. Listen, with this coach,
right? My
That might
deal
be the
is
case.
we don't need a point guard, right? The point that I've been trying to make it since about 2000, since about 1999, when you have four guys on the floor that can all. I remember seeing a young Dirk Nowitzki, right? As soon as I saw Dirk, I was like, okay, if guys are gonna be coming into the league and this Dirk Nowitzki type skill set, you don't need a classic John Stockton point guard. As soon as you saw Dirk, I saw Dirk Nowitzki pump fake Tim Duncan and go to the rim and dunk. I was like, holy crap. You don't need Charles Oakley's no more. As soon as I saw Dirk do that at 7 foot tall, I was like, holy crap. The years of the Karl Malone.
And Freezy froze again. I'm just gonna fill out that Tim Duncan probably did the same thing. He was like, "What did this guy do?"
Bruising.
I mean, I was gonna say I think that's why people want Ivy, because they say we don't need a point guard, somebody that could just handle the ball and get in the teeth of the defense and make plays. I could see if that's the case. I mean, and Tibbs probably see a little bit of Derrick Rose there, maybe. I don't know. You know, so maybe that could be what's going on. It wouldn't surprise me if I hear that's the reasoning, but you can't rush to give away everything. Like, I mean, especially not RJ, if you ask me. You know what I mean? I would probably give Ivy a shot if that's the case. Like Freezy saying, you don't need a point guard. I do see the league changing, but some teams do have a good point guard. Like somebody mentioned earlier with Ja Morant. You know, he was a passing point guard, which is true, right? He just added better offense to his game, and he already always had athleticism. So he does pass the ball and make the right reads. You know what I mean? So we get a point guard that could do that. That's going to help us. And if he can score, but that doesn't necessarily mean we need it. But if you get a guy playing a one who's still looking for his shot, when he can make a pass to make an easy shot, that's when you got to question who you got running your point. You know what I mean? Because that was my problem with Quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like he know he's supposed to come off the bench, and this is what I look at Quickly as a player that I could put in and just let him know, shoot when you open, and that's how he plays. But when he's at the point, he doesn't know if he should just make an easy pass or shoot, because sometimes when you're playing ball, that last split second you got to make that play. Sometimes it could be a wrist play. You know what I mean? But that's a part of knowing how to be a point guard. You know what I mean? And not knowing. And that's what I think the difference that people don't understand. But, you don't need it. But for this type of team, even Boston, I think, really needed one. For example, Boston needed a point guard because those guys weren't really good with the ball in their hand all the time. They need to get the ball out of position. And I should say that before about Randall. How could your plan be to let this man come up with the ball and shoot? And he's never been like, that was crazy to me. Like, you're supposed to get somebody to bring the ball up and get him in position, because think about how tired he's going to be. But that's when a lot of factors come in when you think about how it played out and when we went the wrong way.
That's when the decision making, right? It's like it's going to be good if you make the shot, but if it's not going to be, if the shot ain't going to fall, they're going to point out like 3 times you should have passed the ball. So
exactly, I said that earlier. It could be no, don't shoot. You make a good shot. But that's what I'm saying. Quickly does that all the time. When you could see it easily play he could have made, but he shot a far out 3. And that's from way downtown. So I'm not saying he didn't have some good games, but he threw great passes to Obi, right? But imagine a point guard who really does that. Imagine how many he's going to make to Obi or to somebody at that level. That's what you got to break down. Like, I played the point position. It goes a certain way. They have an eye where they could see things that if a player didn't really play that his whole career, he may not. Even Draymond Green, he got better, but he always played a certain way. We had an eye. He had an IQ. You know what I mean? When you look at players growing up, you could kind of see where they are, if they have an IQ, if they still learning stuff. That's why I critique players like Randall and them different than I critique younger players. Because if you've been in the league this long, you still shouldn't be making mistakes that a third-year player is making. Or he shouldn't be averaging what you averaging if you had double the time in the NBA. So that's the way I look at how I judge players. And I got to give the younger guys a chance to be great if we haven't seen nobody like that in a while, you know? So that's just how I'll be looking at it. So people can't say, oh, this and that. I just keep it straight forward.
Yeah, and listen, that's why, for example, for me and in my philosophy of building a team, you gotta have that point guard that's gonna be maybe not certainly a vet, but has to have that floor general, skill sets, and that he's gonna see the passing lanes. That's why you guys remember Pablo Prigioni when he came to the Knicks. He was like 34, something like that. So he was after his prime. He played in Europe, and he wasn't a player like a standout player like Luka Doncic here in Europe, but he was that floor general. When he moved his eyes on someone, the player knew that was a sign to do this and that, and he knew that. That's why we saw him stealing the ball off the bounce off of these guys. He was like, the Knicks had a play, and he knew how to update that play because he knew that that line is going to be open, that back door is going to be open, that that passing lane is going to be open. That's why you need those experienced players. And I'm not defending Alec Burks in this situation because he ain't a point guard and he doesn't have those passing abilities or that court vision. But sometimes you need those more seasoned guys to be able to show the young guys the things that you need to learn while getting, picking up that experience on the court. So
Highly
it's not
agree.
like wasted minutes only.
Highly agree.
What? Andy said, okay.
Pablo Prigioni was before Frank Ntilikina, and he was the best point guard the Knicks had.
Hey,
What's happening,
Pablo
Cully?
Prigioni was in that movie
What up,
Hustle,
Soul
right?
Finger? Salute.
Wasn't Pablo Prigioni in that movie Hustle?
Oh,
Or was that
watching, that's
Sergio? Was
funny.
that
I'm watching
Sergio
that right now.
Rodriguez?
Too.
Salute, Cully. What's good, bro?
Salute, my Farwell. I didn't even see it. Salute, bro. I thought you had left. Salute, my man Andy. Andy been
What up, Coley?
Your Hardwell. I ain't gonna lie, he been tearing you up, man. Nah, I'm only playing, man. But yeah, salute. Salute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. No doubt, man.
So that's what we talking for. What was he talking about? Point guards?
You said I was tearing them up, right, Cully? That's what you said?
Nah, I said he was tearing you up. I'm only playing, man. Y'all doing y'all thing up here.
Nah, they trying to fight. They were trying to fight for Tibbs a little bit. Then they said, "I don't
Yeah,
really agree with Tibbs like that."
there was some good points made. You know what I'm saying? I was with you. I was on your side hard, man. Like you was. Yeah, like the whole thing with the development and all that, man. Yeah. I don't know.
And then you turn on him, right? And then you turn on him.
And then I turned on.
Nah, Andy, he said he was trying to make you feel good. He said he was just playing. He said, Andy, I was joking.
No, y'all both had good points. Nobody was
Yeah, it was respectful though. So
yeah,
of course. It's always respectful.
I just came on here to instigate, but nah, man. I think we have a point guard already, but it's up to the coach. I think we have a natural point guard in Deuce. That's just me. I think we have one.
He's our franchise point guard.
A what?
He's our franchise point guard.
Is he a franchise? We don't know.
If he would have played more, we would have had more of a decision on what he is. And that was part of my point where if he would have been playing in Burks minutes, some of those minutes, more of those minutes,
the fans would have known. But
He's a natural point guard. You got
the thing. Tibbs sees than play.
How could Tibbs see and Tibbs say Burks is best thing we have at point?
Right.
They see it on the court. He sees it and he analyzes it and he makes his decisions based on what he sees.
And Will, I'm just gonna add to that because you were saying I'm not sure the best thing for a young guy like a rookie is going to be to get most minutes while the vets are going to be targeting you. Listen, it happened with Kobe, and it's happening all around the league. If there's a vet point guard and he sees a rookie, he's going to be like, let me go at him. And I'm not saying that it's going to be like short term, that he's going to be like, listen, he whooped my behind after the game and I couldn't do anything versus him, right? a guy like Deuce and the rest of the guys, they're gonna build up, the character versus, after those games and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure that Tibbs was. I don't want these guys to go down on themselves that they can't guard a guy like this or that, whatever. I rather make them work versus, in practices and stuff like that. And where I feel they're going to be ready, I'm going to use them. So I'm cool with Deuce. I just hope that we don't give up on a guy like Deuce. I'm cool with him riding the bench, even the next season, even the season after that. He's going to get spot minutes. He's going to get that experience. Listen, he's going to get experience from guys like D Rose. He's going to get experience from guys like RJ because he's probably going to defend those guys, right, in practice on switches and stuff like that. So I'm cool with him developing a little bit slower, but versus still great NBA players. And he's definitely going to be one of those guys that picking the brains of a D Rose, of another point guard vet that we're going to probably sign this offseason. And, his time is going to come. His time is going to come.
I'm cool with it if it's good, if it's a good guy in front of him. Like a guy, I don't mind him playing behind the Derrick Rose, but behind the Burks, I just have. Huh?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Colleen.
What'd you say, Freezy? Oh,
I think you got to consider the direction of the team before you make the assertion that a veteran is better than the rookie or the rookie is better than the veteran. Like, for instance, if we ain't going nowhere, I don't want no veteran in front of a rookie. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But if we going somewhere, if we trying to get somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we trying to make the play-in, if we trying to get to the 8th seed or something like that, my preference would be to have that veteran in front of the rookie. But you got to establish a direction, a clear direction. Like, everybody's got to know what's going on, right? And then go that way. And Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Tibbs used Obi quickly and Sims to save his job. I agree.
See what Freezy just said? He broke it down perfectly. He just said that. He broke it down perfectly. Not only pick a direction, if that's the main key though, because you write that point first, and then you don't have an old head playing over young guys if you're not winning.
Yeah, like Freezy always uses this example for like he always he uses Jerry and Grant when we had Jerry and Grant, right? Like when we had Jerry and Grant, we had Jose Calderon in front of him, right? That the Knicks was many games out of the playoff spot. We was nowhere near the 8th spot, none of that. And then Kurt Rambis came in for Derek Fisher, and he still played Jose Calderon. Now, by that time in the season, you could start playing and seeing what you have in the youngins. Now, I mean, Porzingis, he was guaranteed a starting spot because he was, Porzingis was solid. But the Knicks, of course, this is one of the many years where the Knicks don't have a point guard. You have a young one. It's not to say that Jerry Grant is a beast, that he was like real good, but he fit what the game was. Like, he was a young point guard. He was, somewhat athletic. He had some athleticism to him. He was quick enough. He was
very athletic. He was athletic. Very athletic.
Was that Notre Dame he played for? He was athletic. He got into paint. You know what I'm saying? He was able to make. He was a coach, but I think he did all 4 years. You said what?
He was fast.
He did all 4 years. He did all 4 years in college. That was a guy that, like, the Knicks just traded. I mean, Phil Jackson just traded him for D Rose, which, I mean, I like D Rose too, but we just need. There's times like this past season, we was way out of we didn't even make the play-in. There was times when the youngins could have got time quicker than that. They should have sort of caught faster than the last 2 games of the season.
I really don't see us getting a point guard in the draft. So this draft, I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Yeah, I don't see it. But like you said, 2023 is supposed to be the one. So I'm like, you kind of start looking there, and you get what you can get that makes sense for the team now. Because free agency is nothing in free agency.
Nothing in free agency.
Keep in mind when everything broke loose with the whole Rona situation, cats was staying put. They signed contracts to stay put to get the money because they didn't know what was going on.
Right.
So you got to wait to it's the next season that free agency to open up. So bump free agency right now. What's going on and look at what you can make the best of with this draft. and really dig in and do your research for 2023. That's supposed to be the one. And I see in the chat a lot with Scoot Henderson.
Yeah, from the G League, yeah. Scoot Henderson.
Yeah, everybody's talking about Scoot Henderson and all that other. So you got to look at that. What's coming up? Because I don't really see us getting that. I mean, there are good players in it that's going to be coming up. There's going to be good players, but for what we need. That's all.
Now,
I just don't see the point guard.
But the ultimate, I understand we saying Scoot, right? We're saying Scoot maybe about the range with this current team, but the ultimate goal in next year's draft is not Scoot Henderson.
Yeah,
it's VW, right? I just want to make that clear, like, because I've been pushing Scoot, but VW.
No, and I'm just saying that name as an example, Freeze.
Oh, because he is definitely worth it. The Thompson twins are definitely worth. Anthony Black, if we get Jaden Ivey this year, if we get Anthony Black next year, it might be kind of like a why would you get AB if you already got Jaden Ivey, even though AP might be bigger, right?
Right.
But VW, Victor Wembanyama, bro, he is if Porzingis was tough and had handles. It
didn't have a brother.
And right. VW is like if you took Brandon Ingram and stretched him out to 7'2".
And this is next year's draft, right? You talking about
next year's draft?
That's
how I see VW. Now, people might see him more as a classic center. I don't see that, bro. I do not see that at all. I see if you take a Brandon Ingram and made him 7'2".
Now, next year's draft is
Brandon Ingram type player at 7'2". Andy, have you seen VW play yet?
Yeah, bro, I saw him play. I was watching him playing for the last 2-3 seasons, probably.
Okay.
So I see the development in him because first seasons I saw him when he was like 15, 16 when he signed that first pro contract that he got in France.
Right.
He could dribble, but he was so skinny, like one of those spiders with the skinny legs.
Right.
He was like that.
Legs.
Right. Yeah, and I was like, oh man, if these guys ain't gonna break him in a practice facility, like by chance, he might still stick around, right?
Right.
But this guy is, bro. If KP was a unicorn, this guy is gonna be, I don't know,
a dragon.
Yo,
bro. Where's he likely to fall in the draft for next year? You don't know yet.
Nowhere.
Right?
Fall. Ain't no
he
falling.
Fall.
Falling. He the number one pick.
No, not fall. I'm sorry. Where's he gonna? Oh, so he's looking at he's gonna be number one next year.
He's gonna be one.
He ain't falling nowhere, bro. I'm telling you.
Nah, I didn't mean fall like that. I don't mean.
No. Hey, Cully, I'm telling you, teams are gonna try to do stuff like package Zach Levine.
Package a deal, yeah.
They're gonna probably package Zach Levine and DeMar DeRozan to trade up to get him.
Yeah.
From
the second spot to the first one.
Yes. Yes. Teams are going to be like, I'm telling you, teams are going to be like, can we package Chris Paul and Devin Booker to move up to get him? That's how good this kid is going to be.
Was he a forward?
Oh, he's like a power forward center, probably.
Power forward center.
Well, if you look at prototype, if you look at prototype based on classic NBA roles, he is that forward 4/5. But if you look at what he can do, you don't want to put a position on him.
Yeah.
You just want him to get out there and play. Like ideally, if you could put him with a Luka, somebody like that, where guys don't have classic defined NBA roles, where guys just can get out there and play basketball. Oh, geez, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm gonna look this guy up. I'm gonna look him up when I get a chance.
Yo, bro, you don't have to. I bet you when you pull up NBA draft 2023, you won't have to look him up.
There is a lot of talent.
It's definitely talent.
There's a lot of talent coming out that next year's draft. I will say, it's some elite talent coming out next year.
Right.
I'm gonna slip you guys a name. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna slip you guys a name.
And the year after that too.
It's gonna be a former NBA, another like second generation player. It's gonna be Peja Stojakovic's son, Andrei Stojakovic.
Yeah.
You saw that guy, bro?
His son's a hoot. Yeah, he's a baller. I see him. I see Peja Stojakovic's son. Yeah, he's tough. He's tough. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
That guy has the killer sense in him. He's gonna be shooting from 3. And listen, if I didn't see his name on the highlights, I would know that's Peja's son. The release is exactly the same.
Exactly the same,
bro. He's like
exactly.
He's anything like it'd be real ironic. He'd be drafted by the Kings too. That'll be the irony.
Well, I think the next year draft and the following year are gonna be good too, because like off of the Team USA and a lot of kids, that was a couple kids going to Villanova, kids going to different schools that got like one more year. Oh, is it one more? Yeah, so you figure if they be one and done, so you figure they got 3 more years before they enter the draft, like that. But they tough, real talented, go upstairs, could shoot. So the future of the NBA is bright. There's going to be a lot of kids coming up that got more talent than a lot of kids that I see, because a lot of kids don't have the full dribble package and all of that. And the game evolved even more to players have part of that into their game. And some players know when to do it, how to do it. You know what I'm saying? When to shoot, when to pass. That's the key part that you got to pay attention to.
It's also high school. How not to say? I can't say the word eligibility. Right. That's also in effect next year too, ain't it?
Yeah, that's a good question. They probably take the college, the 1 year rule away. You're not sure when that happens, because they even on the other show I mentioned it, with Overtime Elite and certain companies that started signing high school players to contracts, they made a rule where they could still go to college now. So that just shows that it's more about business. But that means they may take the college rule away too. So some of them kids could go straight to the NBA from these type of programs, because, you know, these kids ain't trying to go to college. Some of them kids want to just go and get $300K from these type of leagues. You know, at first you sign your eligibility away, but they went back over that rule and they saying now some of those kids could go to college. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, like I know a kid who signed and he was going in the 12th grade when he did it, but he graduated early and was able to just finish school and still go and get the bag for Overtime Elite.
Right.
So that when you start seeing stuff like that, that means that they're going to take away the rule, and they just was basically leaving it there so colleges could still benefit off of those players that have a lot of talent that would have went straight to the NBA. You know what I mean? But the game is changing now, and the rule don't make sense.
Let me ask one question. I already know Freezy's answer, but let me ask y'all. Soulfinger, Keyshawn, you can answer too. Andy and Hallwell, who do you guys like at 11?
That's a good question. I don't know, because like the Knicks is so hard to predict. Who I like, I'll wait. I'll let somebody else go before me.
I'm if he's on the board, I'm taking Jeremy Sohan.
Okay, I like Sohan too.
Yeah, and I explained that yesterday on the show. I think it was like maybe the last hour of the show.
Right.
It's like
I saw somebody say in a comment, they said that's Tim's creation right there. Sohan.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Listen,
right, maybe.
Yeah, for me, it's more of a complex thing that I think the expectations of the fans are going to be a little bit lower on him. That's going to, let him evolve slower, but to a better player. And I think that's really important in a market like New York. So that's one of the most important things for me, because I said it also yesterday on the show that I hope Knicks fans take an example off of me and don't have high expectations off of these young guys that come into the draft at the 11. I understand top 3, 4, you can have expectations from those guys. But listen, what you're expecting a guy from, being picked at the 11th seed, that he's going to turn around a franchise in New York? Come on, let's be serious here.
So, you know what they're going to do? You know what a lot of it's going to come down to, Andy, is the comparison that
Shut up.
drafted at the 11th pick.
Yeah.
So you
That's
got
what I
to
said
figure that out.
also yesterday. So
Shout out Bodega. He said you got to be 18 and 1 year out of high school. He's right.
Right now, yeah.
Shout out
right
Bodega
now.
Wi-Fi for that. Yeah, he's right. I heard
Okay.
something like that. He's right. So yeah, I answered that question.
With me,
So
it would
sick.
be either Tara. It'd either be same as Andy, Sohan, or Tara Eason.
Eason, okay. I like those two guys. For some reason, they're high for me. I like Mathurin too, but those guys are pretty high for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, if the basketball guys would somehow smile and the teams ahead of us on dope and dog food and let a cat like Ben Mathurin tumble down the hill to us in our lap, but of course, who would say no?
Right.
Nope.
However,
Yeah.
I need to put the Sherm stick down because that
Right.
ain't gonna happen. You still a better chance of running through hell and gasoline draws for that to happen. So
Right.
I'm looking at the player that we could possibly get, a Tara Eason or a Sohan. However, Sohan is still a stretch because San Antonio's got the 9th pick and that he's got Popovich written all over him. That's a pop guy.
Yeah.
I think Duran is going to San Antonio. That's a layup. I think you can go ahead and stamp that right now. Because
Duran.
San Antonio, of all the teams in the league, San Antonio has the biggest dearth at production from the big position. And no knock on the kid Jacob Pirtle.
Patel. Yeah, Jacob Patel.
Yeah.
Pirtle.
Yeah, Jacob. Yeah,
He got better this year.
But he is going to be a solid NBA player. But we don't know if he's going to be great or not. I don't think that kid is going to be great.
Yo, he's
right?
stiff. He's stiff.
I know.
Yeah,
but he's big though, Andy.
He's athletic. He's athletic. I will say. He serves what he does at the center's position.
I think he's a serviceable NBA big.
Yeah, I think he's
but not a difference maker. That's what I'm getting at. But
I think he's a young. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think he's probably going to be Chris Dudley. Y'all remember Chris Dudley?
Nah, I don't think he's gonna be Chris Dudley.
Yeah,
he's too
he
athletic.
might be a little bit better.
He's too athletic. I think I see him actually more on the Blazers too. I can see him being like a rim running big, like one of those type of bigs, athletic.
Rim running? You think Pirtle's a rim runner?
No, not Pirtle. Talking about Duran.
Nah.
Talking about Jalen Duran.
Duran. Okay.
Yeah, I see him more as like an athletic. You know, he doesn't really have post moves, right? He might, more of a catch alleys, lob threat kind of guy. That's what he seems like more of to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, but
I would. San Antonio, I could see them going in a number of directions. I could see them going wing first. San Antonio going a big wing first, and then getting a Walker Kessler later. The center from
Walker Kessler.
Auburn. Yeah, I could see them doing that. But they definitely need to get some type of
for some reason.
Man.
Yeah, for some reason, I could see them getting a guy like Agbaji, however you say his name. For some reason, he got Popovich written on him too.
Yeah,
he reminds me a lot of the guy they drafted last year, Primo, just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, but Agbaji is going to be a reach at 9, bro. It's going
they have a second. They have a second first round pick.
Yeah, they have a 20. I think they have one at 22, 23.
Yeah,
right?
but
Knicks are so
he's going to go
unpredictable.
past like 16 probably.
He might not go past
Agbaji.
16. I can agree.
Yeah.
He might not go. He might to the mid-teens. That's what I wanted to ask y'all next. How do y'all feel? I'm not saying it would happen, but how would y'all feel if the Knicks traded back for the 13 and 15? Will y'all be okay with it?
And we can't really make a big deal to go up, then it ain't gonna really, you know what I'm saying? They've been doing better with later picks. They've been doing better with, later picks in reference to moving back before. They did pretty decent.
Right.
I don't think I disagree, yo. I think they were giving up cheeseburgers. They basically gave up one cheeseburger to get 2 ham sandwiches. Is what I think the Knicks have been doing.
Okay, so you like cheeseburgers better than ham sandwiches?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I used to, but now that I don't eat ham sandwiches, I mean,
well, how about we gave up?
But we see who
they gave up a vegan burger.
Yeah.
Turkey burger.
Yeah, well, no, not turkey. All
right, my bad.
I would do like a mushroom and vegan cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? Like with some type of tomato, and just use the mushroom as the bun. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. You know what I'm saying? With some olive oil or something. You know. But anyway. But the trade. But
basically, I was gonna just say they did giving up a vegan cheeseburger for a vegan 2 bags of vegan tater tots. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah, because I'm not high on the Quentin Grimes Cam Reddish combo, because in theory, what they did last year was drafted Cam Reddish and Quentin Grimes, and the reason why I'm not high on that is because it seems like they won't play Cam Reddish. I love Cam Reddish, but they won't play him. And I think part of it had to do with him being injured, but a lot of it had to do with these guys being stubborn and playing guys that were making zero impact. You know what I'm saying? I know that seems like I'm waffling on Reddish. I'm not. I love Reddish.
I like Reddish. Yeah, I like Reddish.
I'm of all the people in Knicks universe, I feel like I'm the highest on Cam Reddish.
No, I'm right behind you, man.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
I like the trade when it first happened. Yeah.
But I would rather have taken 19 and 21 and trade up to get Trey Murphy.
He went right before us. He went
two picks before us.
2 picks and Trey Man right after him.
And then
Trey Man is the one up. Trey Man,
yeah. But we was looking to get Chris Duarte, so we was probably more focused on Duarte at the time.
Yeah, and that is disturbing.
Duarte
that's disturbing because if you have and thank you, Keisha, for giving me the alley-oop there, right? And that's disturbing to me because I feel like if you have a one-dimensional focus, if you have a laser focus as a front office, then your asses need to be fired, right? As a front office, you have to see the entire chessboard. You have to understand all the moving parts, right? And be ready for when a certain move happen. Like the thing with Tyrese Halliburton is disturbing to me because for one, you passed on him in the draft, right? And then when he was available for trade, you still wasn't able to get him, right? And then the answer to that after the deal, the answer to that is you bring back Damian Dotson.
Maybe they tried.
That's the move.
Easy. Maybe they tried.
Hey man, but
you know why? Because they got look who they got for Halliburton. Maybe they didn't want Randall. They got the old boy from Indiana.
Right.
This is Sabonis. And I think he's a better player because he can hit the three. He's more of he makes the better play than Randall to me.
But in today's NBA, Sabonis and Julius Randle don't play the same position.
Right.
Sabonis in today's NBA is more of a modern offensive five than he is a classic NBA power forward. Right?
True.
As soon as he get to Sacramento, you know the Sacramento say Rashawn Holmes is available. Marvin Bagley is available.
Right? So that was my alley-oop for that. Right. Can Randall go over there and play with him then?
I don't know if they are a fit because of a ego and personality thing. But in terms of if you just took those skill sets, a do it all 4, right? And a skilled 5, I think they could play with each other if their names wasn't Randall and Sabonis. You feel me?
Yeah.
And if they had kept Halliburton,
because they could spread the court with those 2 guys on the floor.
Right. And I think if you keep Halliburton and trade De'Aaron Fox to play.
No, I'm saying what they
Randall
have now. I'm not talking about at that. I'm talking about now, like because that could still be a possibility.
Okay.
I'm just saying, even though it's still hypothetical. But like, say if they went after the number 4 pick and say they threw Randall in there for Sacramento. That's why I asked you would he work alongside Sabonis. That was that's why I said that was
Randall won't.
I think it could either be really bad or really good.
I don't think
I think they spread the floor. They both don't got to be in the paint.
Yeah,
the paint is open for Fox.
But who's gonna be your rim protector?
You just lose rim protection.
You you do. But remember, all teams are moving from that.
Who's gonna be your
Remember,
who's
ain't
gonna be your
nobody knocking down Miles Turner door. So a lot of teams, even though he can hit the three, he's a rim protector too. But a lot of teams are like what I was saying. You know, they're not having rim protectors on their team. Like some people saying, like you disagree with it earlier though, when they said Mitch is blocking the floor and you know,
I think people are crazy. I think they don't know basketball.
People are moving away from having a big.
The reason why
get in the paint now, I mean, they got somewhat of a point, but I still would keep Mitch though.
Hey, Hardwood, let me ask you this. Let me because I need to ask a point guard, somebody who has played point guard at a high level, a basketball question, right? Because this is what happened. So what happens is a lot of us in the chat, we say a lot of random stuff, but we don't understand how basketball works because we watched it on TV, but we never played it, right? So here's the thing I want to ask a dude that played point guard, bro. If your shot is off, think about it. If your shot is off, and your backcourt mate's shot is off, the dude that's coming off the bench, we already know that he can't shoot, right? And then the other dude that comes off the bench with him, he can shoot, but he can't shoot if he's contested, right? Think about what I said. Your starting backcourt shot is off. The dude, the sixth man coming off the bench, he is not known to be a shooter. And then the dude that comes off the bench with him can only shoot if he's wide open, right? Why would I give space to a big or people driving the lane when there is no threat of people making outside shots? You feel me?
I understand what you're saying, but my reply to that is if you're not making outside shots and he's clogging the middle, you need a guard that could, if I was a point guard, I would try to get in the paint. I mean, if I'm playing, I would try to get in the paint, get by my man,
bingo.
And then draw defense and either kick or score. You see what I'm saying?
Bingo. But you can't ask Quentin Grimes to do that.
No.
When have you ever seen Quentin Grimes do that?
No, I agree with that. But at the same time, they got to be able to have people on the team to set the bar.
But when have you ever seen Alec Burks do that?
No, I agree. We don't have that. That's the problem. I've mentioned your point a couple times when you left, that when you said we have all these guys that could spot up, shoot, and can't go. So that means that it's a bunch of players caught up in the same position, and we need to balance it out and bring somebody in with off the dribble moves who could either, and not just all about score, be a threat on offense and then make the right read and kick. Because when you're not hitting, you got to know how to create easy buckets, and that's what a floor general and a point guard does. You know what I mean? He know how to make a big man leave his man and either score or throw an alley-oop. He know how to get in that paint.
Right. And so I'm asking, Cully, when have you ever seen Evan Fournier do that?
Get into the paint and draw defense.
You should have asked Andy. You should have asked.
None of them do that. None of them do that.
Freezy, you gotta go to the tape. You gotta go to the tape and see how he dissected the national US team, bro.
He did.
Wait a minute, you're talking about Fournier,
bro.
right?
Yeah.
He did. I will say he did dissect them.
Andy, I'm not knocking Fournier's ability, right? Think about Fournier and Team France, though, right? So here's the
different role.
Here's the thing. It's not just role, Andy. Those dudes have been playing together for years. Right. This is Fournier's first year with the Knicks, right? So there was gonna be some of that discombobulation, right? That's the thing with Fournier. I'm not knocking Andy's point because I understand where he's going with Fournier. But those guys have chemistry. It's the reason why they're good, because the reason why Team France can do certain things is every summer all these dudes are getting together, whether it's playing together for the national team or playing together, period, right? And so those guys have chemistry. They know when a man opens his hips, not to come around on the baseline, but to go back door. But they learn that by being in the gym and playing with each other so much so when you saw Team France, you saw Evan Fournier come up from the wing, head back towards the top of the key and hit dude with a pocket pass going baseline, right? Because the dude knew to go back door and Fournier trusted that he was going to be there.
I
And
was
they
gonna
play
say that that's
together.
the
They
word
play
that you would
together.
trust.
Those guys
Yeah.
play more together than anything, too.
Right. So Andy, I'm not knocking you. Trust me, I'm not disparaging Fournier. I'm not. Right. But what I'm saying is last year when you watched this team, Fournier tried to do that with Randall on several occasions. And instead of Randall doing something like cutting baseline, he would slide up to the top of the key for a pick and pop scenario, catch it, kick it back out to Fournier. They reset, try to do it again. It didn't work. They would throw it to the other side of the court for RJ Barrett with 8 seconds left on the clock. RJ
Or
would
one of them, or one of Fournier and Randall had to take a bad shot.
Right. So you see what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not disparaging what Fournier does as an NBA player. With Fournier, it was a skill set misfit, and I'm not calling him a misfit. I'm saying it was an ill fit initially, but then when you add Burks, it was a terrible fit with these two dudes in the backcourt. Period. It's just not working. You can't play you go then I go basketball. You have to have chemistry on offense. It can't be your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn. The only team that has ever won a championship with that was the Big Three Miami Heat, and they had Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and LeBron James.
Mm-hmm. If you can't play superstar ball, you got to play great team ball.
Right.
I said that early on too. That's the problem. We got guys still trying to prove they superstar when we know you're not, Randall. So if you're gonna be here to fit in and move the ball, and when you get open, you're gonna be able to get your 20 and 10. Undeniable. We can't deny that. We just want defense and have somebody to bring the ball down and get them in position to score. That would have changed the dynamic, if you ask me, but that would have been a coach adjustment. Because when I say like play other players besides Burks, even though they would have made mistakes, right? But those point guards would have got more experience. So next season they would have been better off doing what they have to do if we're gonna keep them there. At least another great point is at least we get to know who we have. We're in a position right now where we don't know who we need to keep or who we need to dump because how they played and the whole scenario. And if you don't take everything into consideration on that, then you just don't like a player because they didn't have the opportunity just to do whatever they want out there. You know what I mean? There was no structure.
Yeah, I think part of that too is we didn't like Fournier because he's not an original Knick. I think part of that has to do with it too. If Evan Fournier was an original Knick, I think we would have looked at an original Knick breaking John Stark's 3-point record differently. Right, because some of that hate that we heaped on Fournier, we also heaped it on Reggie Bullock last season. We also heaped it on Alec Burks last season. I think New York fans have to warm up to unrestricted free agents. Right, I think the only reason why we're not killing Derrick Rose right now for being fat and out of shape. Did y'all see that picture I put up? With Derrick Rose with the fish. Y'all see how fat and out of shape Derrick Rose look? The only reason why Derrick Rose is not getting murdered right now by Knicks fans is because this is he's in his second year of his second trip with the Knicks.
Yeah, but Freezy, Derrick Rose plays with heart though every time. That's another reason.
Derrick Rose is a fat, out of shape, bad fisherman. Derrick Rose is there is no way. I'm gonna take my shirt off right now. Hold on.
Oh God.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna bounce.
I'm just playing. I'm just joking, right? I'm just joking, right? So I'm just saying, bro, there is no way that Uncle Freezy with a dad body should be thinking like, damn, I'm in shape like Rose. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro. Man. Derrick Rose, come on. Not for a guard. For a point guard to look like Cully, for a point guard to be looking like your uncle. Come on, bro.
Yeah, he ain't look that. He's a little pudgy, man.
I got the picture. Okay.
Bad,
all right.
We got to make a meme. We got to put all those guys in a picture together. Gibson, D Rose, all these old guys that Tibbs.
That he
so
loves. That he adores, man.
Yo, Harwell, did you see the meme that I posted when Freeze is gonna meet a Nick? What he's gonna do?
no, I didn't see that one. It's on your Twitter.
You gotta peep. Yeah, you gotta peep
I'm
that
gonna
one,
go check
bro.
it out. I ain't see
You
that.
gotta peep that one,
it's
bro.
hilarious,
Because
bro.
yeah, yo,
It's
Freezy gotta put that into the intro.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yo,
I'm gonna go check it out.
Yeah. I think did I tag you on it, Harwell? Oh, you're already in it. You're already in it.
I'm
Oh,
in
what's
it?
that CP the artist that's in it?
Yeah,
I didn't see it, so I'm
tagged
not
CP.
in it.
I
I'm gonna
tagged
go to his
CP.
page and check it out. I didn't see it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
I
check it
tagged
out.
CP because I told him that
I'll be right
he
back,
has to get it on the t-shirt.
I'm gonna go check it out. But yeah, I'm ready for the draft party.
Yo, guys, I'm gonna bounce. It's like half an hour to midnight here. I'm gonna bounce because it's a weekday, so I gotta go.
All right, Andy.
I'm gonna hope to catch up with you guys tomorrow. If not, the day after that. So, and listen, on draft night, I'm gonna be definitely online. So breaking down the news, the picks, and stuff like that. It's gonna be. I hope it's gonna be a happy day for the Knicks fam.
All right,
You
Andy.
too, man. Yo, Andy, you have a
See
good
you
day,
soon,
brother.
bro. Enjoy
Good
the
night,
rest
I
of your
mean.
night. Yeah,
Peace,
enjoy your
guys.
night.
Peace, brother. I meant to ask Keyshawn who he wanted at 11. That's my bad. Keyshawn, if you out
Yeah,
there.
I had like Ben Mathurin, but when they said we didn't work him out, I'm like, you know what that means.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. Yeah, that's a little surprising to me too, man. I don't think they worked out Johnny Davis either, did they?
I
don't think I didn't see anything on it.
Yeah, I seen that on him too. I'm a little surprised by that, man.
Yeah, so
But
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it also lets me know that it don't mean they don't like him. I feel like maybe they don't think there's a chance. I don't know. So he might
Nah,
be
the Knicks
wrong.
fans. I mean, Knicks got me basically how I'm supposed to be. I don't expect to see nothing crazy.
Me neither, man.
You gotta judge the people that you talking about the way they do things. So, if they make a move, I'll be surprised or happy if it's a good one. If not, I'm gonna just be even kill on it because they don't never do nothing to make you say wow. They don't never do no wow factor. They don't never even make moves. So how is gonna jump to a wow? I don't know.
Right. Only thing I'm looking forward to, man, is the summer league, man. I ain't really looking. I'm not too crazy about the draft. I do want to see who the Knicks get, but I'm not too excited. I'm actually more worried than excited. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, I really don't see us moving up. That's the God honest.
Right. I'm not expecting them to move up. I don't. Yeah.
I think that it's going to be 2023 is when, and I'm being cool about it because I don't want to set myself up for a heartbreak come 2023 saying, yeah, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, because that's going to be possibly supposedly a deeper draft. This is not a bad draft. It's just not a lot of guard play. You got wings and bigs in this draft, and that's kind of something I do believe we need wings. We need to do something about our wing situation because we got, we're undersized there. The only
right.
thing of wings we got is Cam. And we already know Tibbs didn't want Cam because he didn't support their rotation, blah, blah, blah. We beat that horse enough. So we already know the situation with Cam and the injury. And then we also know we need a point guard. This is that point guard, the guard that everybody wants, he's going to be out of reach. So you're going to have to make some kind of move to get him. And I don't see us doing it.
Right. I could agree, man. I think everything's a reach right now.
Yeah, I don't think a player gonna come in and change nothing for us the way a lot of people expect. Anyway, even if we move up, like the whole Ivory thing, he is a piece that we can add. I see talent, but he got to learn transition. And people saying he gonna come in and be better than RJ, they would trade RJ. I don't agree with that. He still gonna have a couple years ahead of him, regardless. When he's improving and learning the league, RJ is gonna be learning more. So you gotta be careful. It's like we always do. We see a little bit of something, and then that's why teams take our pieces and do it because they know that the move what they gave us ain't guaranteed to pan out neither. It's like the Cam situation. We lost a draft pick in that. You know what I mean? And then Tibbs didn't even play him. So you gotta look at all of that stuff. Like it just don't be adding up. And it's like he's making moves. And Freezy just said the same thing. He was making subs and coaching according to, or basically paying back them for not getting him no place. There's nothing else I could think of for him not playing camp. Like
You didn't want
Yeah.
Cam, but he's better than what you have. So why you not playing him? Like, that's crazy. You know
Wait,
what
which player? Will, my fault, I missed it.
Cam
Oh,
for
Cam. Yeah.
existence. For existence. Like, look,
Right.
Tibbs came from where he was a coach and he ran front office somewhat in Minnesota, right? So maybe he telling them to get these players and they can't get these players. So they said he didn't want Cam, right? But when Cam got there, we all knew Cam was better than most of the players on the team. So that means that regardless of your personal feeling or mad because of what the front office is doing, you still supposed to face reality and play Cam at least to see. Or they say he got hurt or whatever. I don't know. That could be all hype. I know that man came in for a while. Everybody was saying why he ain't playing. Because we gave up a draft pick and Knox. It wasn't like we just gave up Knox with no pick and it's an even swap and he going over there to sit and he coming over here to sit. You know what I'm saying? So that was my take on that. Wow,
That's crazy when you think about it. When you look at it, you trade for Cam and you give up Knox in a pick, but then you sit them again. You know, and
Somebody
the
said
whole
no.
thing.
Actually, go ahead. My fault.
No, go ahead, Clark.
My fault. No, I'm sorry. I was just thinking too. Yeah, somebody said in the comments. I forgot who it was. They said, yeah, Tibbs did that despite the front office. And that's kind of that is kind of messed up on his part. Yeah, personal. Your personal feelings about it. You didn't want the guy. And realistically, you do need. Realistically, the team needs everything. We need a bunch of everything. But
Yeah, you need
this guy's
Jesus and high tops, man.
And that's what pissed me off. You get fans still saying this about Cam, Cully, in these chats. Cam is this, but they ain't even really see him get a chance to play. So how do you know he's gonna have to go through those minutes that he lost out on too, and experience those in next season now? Because that's to be in real time, especially if we're not winning. That's where it's a double whammy to me. That be my main point on when I'm saying play a guy like McBride or somebody. Not saying that he's ready, but if he's part of our plans, or we can even build him up to be a potential trade piece or something, people know what Burks is. You know what I'm saying? So you just wasting minutes on players that the NBA already know who they is, and you bringing these players here, hiding them, and you got ample amount of opportunity to play these guys, not just to play them for no reason, because you don't have nobody in this position that's a true point guard, and you drafted McBride. That's the main point when we say that. Not saying that, oh, he was ready, No, but Burks wasn't ready. Look what he did. Look at the end result. I like to go at, look what happened and look how it panned out. See, so we didn't win, and we didn't win with developing neither. That's my main point I'm trying to make to people. They go right over their head with the, oh, McBride ain't ready. Bro, we're going to need 3 years to get it right. So we need to start now letting the players that we believe
right.
at least play.
At least he'd have some type of experience, right, yo?
Or know who they are at least. They don't even know who these players are, because these players are not being, to my opinion, developed properly. He takes their confidence like he did Obi. Same thing. Now he letting Quickly play at the end when it's too late. Quickly came out buzzing. Could have put him in for Burks a long time ago.
But the other thing too is, don't forget we got that draft and stash over there in Europe still with Rokas. And he granted he may not be ready or whatever, but you still got him, so you don't know what you got in him as well.
I like what they're doing with him, though. I will say, I like what they're doing with Rokas.
Yeah. And then the whole thing with Cam, supposedly he was hurt, the ankle wasn't right. But the thing about it is, he was playing defense and got hurt.
Yeah, hustle play, right?
Yeah, he was hustling. Now he got hurt, and then So my whole thing is, before I give up on Cam, I want to see what I could have with Cam. That's just me. I like to know what I have in Cam.
What do we have with him? At least, everybody's saying he's trade bait.
Unknown fact. Yeah, that's an unknown fact. He got the measurables and and all the physical talents. We've seen what he can do, because he can get to the rack real easy.
Yes, he doesn't. He attacks that basket. I will say, that's what I like about him. He will attack that basket. And I'm just trying to figure out who are Tibbs' guys. I've been asking this all year. What are who is his guys? Everybody says get Tibbs the guys he needs to win. Who are the guys? That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
You talking about out in the league? You talking about out in the league, Cully?
Yeah, in the league. Like people always say.
Draft?
No, not in the league. Like free agents, like who people always say you could get Tibbs the horses that he needs, but I'm trying to think, who are these guys? That's what I've been trying to figure that out the whole all this time, man. You have 15 guys on the roster. Who are the guys Tibbs wants? If he doesn't want Cam,
besides having D Rose and
Tibbs, man, right?
Yeah.
Who would like? I'm just still trying. I've been trying to figure that out for the longest. Freezy,
yo,
who is Tibbs' guys?
Tibbs don't have guys, bro.
Not anymore, at least. Right?
I'm sorry, Knicks fans, but Tom Thibodeau don't have NBA guys no more. Now, who would fit the Tom Thibodeau prototype?
A Covington, or Norman Powell, maybe.
Yeah, I don't see because Tibbs is a sneaky offensive guy, right? But not he is a sneaky offensive guy in the mindset that he wants to play old school Hoosiers basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like he wants everybody to be totally unselfish. And my belief is Tibbs would be okay with 5 players averaging 16 points a game as opposed to 2 players averaging 22 points a game. That's like your old high school coach, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to build up the worst offensive player in the starting 5 so that so he can have a balanced offense. And that don't work in this league, bro. It just don't.
Not anymore, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work in the league.
He's doing it with old guys too.
Yeah, man. And then plus Tibbs wants to run, and people like complain about RJ and Knox getting backdoored, right? Remember they just got backdoored. That's not them players' fault, bro. That's Tom Thibodeau's fault. Like when I go back and watch the film on these guys, Tibbs, like if it's a 3-on-2 on one side, that means it's a 2-on-3 on the other side. Right? Like when you divide the court in half, like say somebody run the side pick and roll, right? If they run the side pick and roll from this side, that means it's a 3-on-2 on this side. On the weak side of the floor, that means it's a 2-on-3, right? And so what happens is they bring the corner guy, which is a RJ Barrett, a Kevin Knox, whoever is playing in that wing position, right? They have to go. They're on a side where they have 2 guys, right? They have the guy on the wing on the perimeter and the guy in the corner, but they have to be within arm's length of the dude in the paint. Because remember, the big is coming up to suppress the roll man and then get into drop coverage, right? Drop pick and roll. I know y'all heard that before, right? The big has got to go out to make sure that he suppresses that before he gets into drop coverage. Well, in the NBA, you can't leave a man unattended within 5 to 7 feet because the officials would call what's called an illegal defense, right? Mm-hmm. So the corner guy, the weak side guy, which is RJ Barrett, is going to that big and putting his hand on him, touching him like, "Hey, ref, look at me! I'm touching this guy. But I'm also covering this guy over here. So I'm going back and forth." What happens when the guy turns the corner? The big steps up, right? RJ has to make sure he stays with that guy at the rim, grab his shirt or something, do something, right? When Chris Paul or another point guard passes that ball, flips the floor, passes to the other side, RJ Barrett has to make a choice. Do I guard the corner 3 or do I go out to the wing 3, right? Mm-hmm. If RJ Barrett goes out to the wing 3, the dude from the corner is taught as soon as he leaves, you cut baseline, right? And that's how guys get backdoored. That's scheme. That's why Tom Thibodeau never fusses at the dudes that get backdoored. He fusses at the big for not getting back fast enough. Mm-hmm. That's the reason why he plays Taj Gibson over Jericho Sims.
Yeah, the experience.
That's the reason why they value Nerlens so well. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And so it's the reason why they keep these veteran bigs over the young. Notice they not knocking down the door to bring back Mitch. Right,
and
right?
That's the reason why I don't want to.
That's crazy. I don't understand that.
Right, but at the same time, you see, they didn't play Jericho Sims till late in the season, till when they had no options.
That's why,
right? And so Hardwood, you know what I'm talking about because you know man-to-man defensive principles. It's not as straight up as one man stays with one man because you have to play your man and the area at the floor at the same time. Right. You know what I'm saying? You got to do man assignment, right? You got to
see the ball and your man, yeah.
Right. At the defense on a string. That's what's called defense on the string, right? And on top of all that, you have to play passing lanes, right?
Yep.
And
you got to stop the ball. That's why Mitch used to always leave his man and go stop the ball.
Right. And on top of all of that, you got a defensive rebound when the shot goes up, because the defense doesn't stop until you get the rebound.
Mm-hmm.
Your defense don't stop until the defense get the rebound. Because if they get the ball back, guess what? You back on defense. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I love talking to Hard Will, man, because you know what I'm saying? And not that everybody don't know what they're talking about, but I'm talking about like when it comes to in-depth stuff. Like I heard a dude say, man, RJ keep getting backdoored. That ain't RJ Barrett's fault totally. A lot of that has to do with hustle, but a lot of that has to do with scheme. Right? When Mitch is on the, like, Mitch is a good shot blocker, right? But he's not a great pick and roll defender. That's why I'm saying they don't want to offer Mitch all that money. Right?
Freezy, you right. You know why, Freezy? Nobody can stay in front of their man. So you have to create a defensive strategy to always be able to be ready to stop the ball.
Yeah, you got to negate them from coming to the paint.
When Mitch would step up, and then the other team would throw the alley-oop on us and get the backdoor play. And if you watching the game, y'all know y'all saw that. And that's because they figured us out. But Tibbs didn't come up with another strategy, because remember, the reason for that strategy is that we are not good on-ball defenders. So he had to find a way. And that's why a while back, before Mitch even came back, Tibbs was saying Mitch is a big part of this team, and Mitch is this and Mitch is that. Without Mitch, we would have been in a way worse situation, because every time Mitch go in there, you see he changing shots and dudes is thinking twice. Remember what I'm saying? Remember, dudes was thinking twice going in there on Mitch, and that's very, very important in this NBA. And when you hear around the NBA, they got respect for Mitch when it comes to what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that he's an all-around player yet. He's still young, but he's a defensive force in the paint. And Tibbs was glorifying that before he came back, to how much of an important piece he is for us. And like Freezy saying, he's 100% correct. That's a part of adjustment that we didn't remake, because we can't stop the ball. So if we get better defenders on the ball, then Mitch won't have to leave his man as much. He can stay with his man and just box his man out and secure the rebound. Not leave his man to stop you, and gives that guard a chance to either throw him or oop or bounce pass or whatever, or shoot. And that other man could get the offensive putback, because Mitch has to go out and stop the ball all the time. But that was happening.
Right. Yeah. And so the point that I'm making to that is the defense, the whole defense on the string thing is real. Right. The whole defense on the string thing is real. People saw RJ Barrett get backdoored. It all started with stopping the ball on the strong side of the floor. Right. And that's why Obi can't play the 5, because Obi Toppin is not a strong rim protector, pick and roll defender. It's all these things that go into like the assumption that you just see Obi Toppin dunk, that means he's good. No, man, it's more to NBA basketball, bro.
I want to see how he responds this season, though, I will say.
He'll never be a small ball 5.
No, not a small ball.
No, not a small ball 5.
But I want to see how he improves as a player, though. I will say that. I want to see what he does this season. He probably works.
He is the Enes Kanter of defense.
I was about to say, what Obi got to do is he got to do what players.
I wouldn't go that bad, Freezy.
Yes,
he's a little bit
like
better than
Enes.
Enes.
He got to rebound like a madman, because he got to take on things that other players don't really like to take on. And I tell a lot of young players that you having time, you taking a little bit of time moving in the direction you want to go. Lock in on defense. You know what I'm saying? A lot of players get a lot of credit for being able to guard players. Like Wiggins wouldn't have got as much credit if he couldn't play that defense that he played on Tatum or Brown.
Right.
So you got to always take that in. So if Obi,
but Wiggins should have been a defensive player of the year last year.
Really?
Technically, he's a good defender. He's a good defender.
He should have been the defensive player of the year last year, bro.
I didn't know that. I mean, I know he did well, but
yeah, bro, think about how much time Steph Curry missed last season.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When it was Wiggins, Draymond.
But they lost in the play-in.
Right. Think about Steph Curry had just come back for that series, remember?
Yes.
Steph Curry had missed a lot of time last season. They think about what the Warriors pick. They got 2 rookies this year, right? They earned those rookies this year. They wasn't a play-in team that was that. They earned that record. They were trash, right?
But
If
they
they were
made that
if
move.
they were in the
Freezy.
East, they wouldn't have made the playoffs last year.
But Freezy, they made that move to play their young guys when they knew they wasn't going to make it anywhere that season in order for them to receive these picks you just mentioned.
Right.
So that's a part of the process that we miss, and we have no reason to miss if we haven't been in the finals for 6 out of 8 years like them. So we need to be willing to do these type of things to even get us in that type of conversation or even go in the right direction.
Right. No, I know. I don't dispute what you're saying. Right, but one of those picks is the picks they got in the D'Angelo Russell deal. Remember the deal.
That was a great move.
Right, and second, think about it. Think about this. The Warriors got Andrew Wiggins and a 1st-round pick for D'Angelo Russell.
They did that to show them they ain't need another KD. They just needed another player that could play his role and play defense. That's why they did that.
Right, and so I'll say this right quick too, because I got to go out of here. I got to get out of here and go buy some windows, right? But I'm gonna say this just real quick. I got a theory on how I can fix the Knicks right away, right? And it starts with Jaden Ivey, right? If I'm the Knicks, I trade everything and keep the 11 pick, right? I do everything I can to get Jaden Ivey. I give him multiple picks. One of next year's picks, right? A couple of these young players, I give them. I would even be willing to give them the Dallas pick next year, right? At least 4 or 5 second-round picks in next year's draft, and a pick in 2025 to move up to 4. I keep 11, then I keep 11, right? I trade back with 11. I do both the scenarios that y'all mentioned, and then I go get either a Mark Williams, a Jeremy Sohan, a Tari Eason. I get 2 wing players. So not only do I address point guard, I address the wing position and big all at the same time, right? And then I don't go out and try to sign a free agent. I spend all my effort on trying to re-sign Mitch, right? And I believe that gets the Knicks to the playoffs. Notice I didn't say trade Randall. Right. Notice I didn't say trade Obi, right? Because I believe if you get Randall to be more flexible as a player, like play some 5, like Julius, you got to play some 5 to get Obi on the floor. We want to feature you now that we have it. Because here's the thing. I got 2 things just real quick because I heard the things earlier today. For one, the reason why Julius is frustrated and won't play the 5 is because our guards are trash, right? Think about this, Julius Randle was an all-star, right, coming into the season.
Good point.
Right, he was an all-star coming into the season, right? So Cully, if you move Julius Randle to the 5, where Mitchell Robinson is, right? Our 5s, our center position has the lowest usage rate in the NBA. That means they touch the ball less offensively than 29 other teams. And so you're taking an all-star out of his natural position and putting him at a position where he'll never touch the basketball. Right? Now think about what that does. Think about the message you're sending to an all-star, right? And then on top of that, your guards can't score. So if the guards can't score and you're not giving the ball to a dude that's 20, 10, and 5, what are you going to do for offense? Right? And the other thing, too, that I would just want to mention briefly about Kyrie Irving. Yo, they giving Kyrie a bad rap, yo. If you're Kyrie Irving, think about this. Think about this. Kyrie Irving and KD missed the Eastern Conference Finals by the length of KD's foot the year before. Remember that shot that KD hit when his foot was on the line?
Yeah.
Right? And then what happens is is Brooklyn seeing that, because they want to blame this on COVID, but this ain't about COVID. This is about a dumbass organization doing dumbass moves. They gonna bring in. So what they do is they say, well, the reason why we didn't beat Giannis is because Kyrie Irving was the point guard. So they switched up. They moved James Harden to point and moved Kyrie to the 2. And to a man, I would have been upset as hell too. I'd have been like, oh yeah, I got a reason to sit out. I'm sitting out. Since y'all don't value me at point guard, I'll go ahead and sit these games out and see how far y'all get. Right? And you know what happened when that happened? James Harden was like, I can't carry the load by myself like I've been telling people. I want to get traded to Philly. And people blame Kyrie, but people don't remember that at the beginning of the season, Brooklyn was like, yeah, we're going to move Kyrie to the 2 and let James Harden, who ain't never won a ring, be the point guard of this franchise. And
Kyrie wanted less of a load. He didn't want to have to facilitate.
And man, James, I think they upset Kyrie when they moved James Harden to point guard.
I think Kyrie wanted to go off ball, but I do think at some point it annoyed him too.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think Kyrie was just saying the right thing. Just so
I already knew when they made that trade with them 3 dudes and them 3 personalities. Remember, there's only one basketball, and that was not going to work.
Right,
that was not going to work.
James Harden should have stayed at the 2. You could have 2 primary ball handlers, right? They can take turns. You could stagger their minutes. You don't have to keep them on the floor at the same time. But to come out and say that James Harden is a better facilitator than Kyrie Irving was disrespecting a dude that had won an NBA title. James Harden was the man. Remember James Harden? Y'all remember Houston versus San Antonio? When San Antonio put Kawhi Leonard on James Harden, and all of a sudden he had the flu? Like, the dude was fine. And then they put Kawhi on him, and all of a sudden, this dude got the flu in the middle of a game. Like, when you caught the flu at halftime? I mean, come on, James Harden. And then afterwards, he was like, well, I didn't have the flu. My ankle was swollen. And he took the shoe. Y'all remember when he took the shoe off and showed his foot was swollen? Bro, NBA players are going to have swollen feet. That's why you tape your ankles up. Don't be trying to play us, James Harden. We're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's like when I used to box, dudes used to be like, yo, my hands are swollen, Uncle Freezy. Look, I've been tearing them up. Nah, bro. Anybody that punch people are going to have swollen hands, bro. I'm not stupid. Right? James Harden played everybody to get back with his fiance Daryl Morey in Philly. You know what I'm saying? And then and Kyrie Irving.
Now he wants to stay in Philly. He said he wants to stay in Philly too.
Of course he do, because Daryl Morey is gonna let that fat joker do whatever he want to do. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna let him do whatever he want to do. I just think they played Kyrie and played Kevin Durant. That's why when they asked KD about James Harden asking for the trade request, you think Kevin Durant was mad? KD was like, man, let his ass go. Bye.
I do think Kyrie and Steve Nash don't get along though. I do see that. I don't think Kyrie really feeling Steve Nash like that.
But see, that's Kyrie's fault. They had a good coach in place, and they threw him out of the organization so they could run the place.
Right.
You're Kenny Atkinson, like he was there. So they got there that half a season they got him out of there so they could run it. And ever since Atkinson left, they traded away other pieces. They brought Harden in. The 3 of them ran the organization to ground. They let Harden go. They brought a lemon in. It's fucking far to Ben Simmons, who's probably the softest human in the world. You bring him in as his replacement with Kyrie. It's like, what are they running over there? Like, Durant, I could see Durant winning the next 12 months wanting out, unless them 2 guys are moved out for a bigger piece or for a piece that'll help him win.
Right.
Because KD's soft. KD's not going to want to lose. He'll take another year of this, and he's going to be like, "Yeah, you know what? Get me out of here."
Right.
Yeah, this is it for KD. If it don't work out. Yeah.
No, it's got to work out with Kyrie, or they got to get someone as good as Kyrie or better in there fast, or he's gone. But this goes back to them. They done this before with the Boston Celtics years ago, right? When they first moved to Brooklyn, they traded everything for Garnett and Paul Pierce and them boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They did that. Yeah.
And I'm just saying that to say this about Kyrie, man. I think a lot of the stuff that we hear, is not as cut and dried as what it is. I think we got to realize that we dealing with human beings, and sometimes when you do stuff to I legit been on a panel, like have an open panel like this, and say somebody wants to say something, and somebody will keep cutting them off. And I'll get texted later on, like, Uncle Freezy, you know what I'm saying? Why you was trying to play me, man? That dude was all over me, man. You ain't say nothing. I'm like, hold on, partner. First of all, don't be hitting my phone with that mess. Secondly, you know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with adults, when you're dealing with human beings, bro, you got to understand that sometimes you're gonna be the man, and sometimes you got to pass. You know what I'm saying? And the thing with Kyrie and James Harden is clearly. For somebody with experience, it's clearly, I think Kyrie was upset with the fact that Brooklyn, the organization, didn't step in and do something when James Harden came there. It's the same thing with KD and Draymond Green. You remember when KD and Draymond Green had that blow up on the bench?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as it happened, as soon as the word fiat came out of Draymond Green's mouth, I knew Kevin Durant was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I knew whether they won a title or not, I knew Kevin Durant was out of there, right? Because the Golden State Warriors organization didn't come in and didn't do something to Draymond, like, yo, stop letting this dude yap all the time, and he questioning my heart and all this stuff, right? Now, was Draymond right? Probably. But you don't do it right there. You don't question the man's heart in front of a nationally televised audience.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Draymond let loose. Yeah.
Yeah, because if he did that to Cully, I probably would have had to go restrain Cully. Calm down, Cully. No, he didn't mean it. Cully would have put his hands on Draymond Green.
We'd have had to fight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to remember that we dealing with human beings, bro.
Right.
You got James Harden coming into your organization. He ain't won nothing. James Harden ain't never won nothing. You bring him in, and all of a sudden he the man? Bro, come on, bro.
It's like, that's the thing with these humans, though. It's like you look at Kyrie, it's like, yo, Freeze, it's like you don't show up to work for a year. You show up to the job for 6 months, and then you come back in, it's like, yo, boss, you need to give me more money or I'm leaving.
Right.
That don't work. But in sports, it works. Like, to me, it's crazy.
Right.
It's with these athletes, like, they'll get away with it. And it's now you hear about the CBA, like them trying to talk to make the league shorter. It's like, what do you need to make the league shorter for these guys? They're already taking half the league off anyway.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get killed for what I'm about to say.
Incredibly soft.
I'm gonna get killed here when I'm about to say, because that was a good point what you made about the human being part, Freezy, about the whole James Harden. But do you think they're kind of aching to our situation that we have going on with New York regarding Randall in some aspects? This is not me being a Randall apologist or a Randall supporter like that. I'm just keeping it across the board, because a lot of the stuff that he catches, because if it's somebody else, he gets blamed for. He's been to blame for a lot of the season. Don't you think that kind of what you just put pertains to that situation, Freeze?
Yeah. I agree. The thing with Randall is, first of all, Julius Randle handled it terribly. If that is how he felt, then he should have handled it differently, right? But at the same time, you can't go to Randall and be like, Randall, we gonna move you to the 5 when Julius Randle is on the floor, knowing that the 5s in Tom Thibodeau's offense never touch the ball because the guards are trash, and it's all Cully's fault. Cully love these guards, bro. Cully want to get these guards tattooed on his forearm. You know what I'm saying? Cully, these are the worst guards the Knicks have ever. The worst collection of guards the Knicks have ever had in a history right now. But since we're going through it right now, we don't understand that. But when we look back on it, we can be like, hey, bro, we didn't even have a Pablo Prigioni in this group. We didn't even have an Alexei Shved in this group, right? And keeping it in the buck. If you was playing 2K right now, would you rather play with Alexei Shved or Quentin Grimes?
Quentin Grimes.
You bugging.
That's just me. All right, that's just me. My
He's
bad.
like a 70 rating on 2K. I don't even think he can shoot on 2K yet.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but I mean, but see, at least we had to at least see what we have. We still don't know. Grimes did get some play time, but he might be better this next season, man. He's a workhorse, man. I will say he might be better. He might
He's
do
a work what? You said he's a workhorse?
Grimes works hard, man. I think he works hard, man. And I think he has more in the bag than we think. You know what I mean? I think he can get, I will say though that the league was it was too quick for him because he doesn't have the elite first step. So it's not like a lot of times guys that was guarding him, they stopped him from getting into the paint. I will say that. But I think, there's ways to figure it out. It's why you gotta have a plan B and plan C move. You can't just have one move. But I think he'll be all right.
I agree. I agree with you.
I think he'll be all right. He'll have a counter move. I think RJ needs a counter move too, but
Yeah, I think Grimes will be all right. He's still young.
I think Grimes will be all
right. Once they took RJ out the backcourt, bro. Once they took RJ out the backcourt and moved him to the front court to be the small forward or the 3, everything just because y'all can't sit here and tell me that y'all look forward to the starting backcourt of Alec Burks and Evan Fournier next year.
No, it's kind of like a
Fournier in. Like, come on.
It's a Kurt Rambis type of thing, man. This is it's just I don't know, man. It is kind of silly, man. I'm not looking forward to that. That's why I stopped watching games after a while because I'm not turning on the TV to see Burks start at the 1. Man, I'm not. Come on.
Just no athleticism. That's why I'd rather RJ at the 3 than the 2 right now because I see if we bring in an athletic point guard, then you can put him at the 2. But just the team right now is just too unathletic.
Yeah, this team will
you don't have an athletic point guard.
This team will look so much better if we upgrade if we get an athletic point guard or just a point. It's just a true point guard in general. Just to get these guys the ball in their spots, the team will look so much better. That's what we need. We've been hunting for a point guard for years though, and it seems like
we have, man, and that's why I'm like, I said the name before. I'm saying it again, Trey Mann.
Yeah.
I was looking at a clip of Trey Mann yesterday too. I would love to have Trey Mann on the team, man.
And I think, like you said earlier, it's just a balance where if me and Freezy were saying nobody that can go, then bring in some people that can go. Don't keep bringing in the same guys, similar or that do the same things that we have. Let them get them out of here for a guy who comes in with more offensive ability off the dribble and stuff like that, and to have a couple players who still could catch and shoot on the floor. Grimes did show good defense for a rookie. You know what I mean? Depending on how you room them. But
wait, you still talking, Will? It seemed like Will froze. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so, man.
I think he froze.
What's going on, fellas, man? Did I miss something? We got some breaking news.
It's draft week, baby.
We got some breaking news for you to tell me. Let me know what's up.
No, it's draft week, baby.
What, you got something, Ron?
News is the Knicks don't do nothing again.
Hardwell, I won't be surprised, man.
I'm telling you, you gotta deal with it how you used to deal with it.
We trading back or we trading out? There's all this type of talk for Ivy, and if we're gonna trade back or trade out.
Exactly. You ain't getting hyped.
No.
I'm gonna tell you, this draft is really wild. I agree with my man Keith Turner, man. I don't think nobody really got a clue. And I was sitting here thinking, I wonder how many of these teams already decided before us who they gonna already pick. You know what I mean? I wanted that decision already made. Who waited
now,
until
they be on the phone until the last minute.
Yeah, like who waited until the last minute to pick their player? Because to me, if you don't know who you're gonna pick by now, that's a problem in itself too.
Especially if you early in the draft. If you early in the draft and you don't know by now, y'all been sleeping for a whole year.
Yeah, because you should know. You should really know.
Well, I got faith in Will Perrin. I got faith in that guy. That's one guy I got faith in.
I don't.
I don't have no faith in the guys ahead of him. That's the problem.
That's what.
Yeah, I don't have faith in them. That's the only good thing I can think about with the front with the scout department. I got faith in Will Perrin. That's about it.
Y'all know how y'all see a place of business where you trust the employees more so than you trust the owner and management? You ever been there? Like you ever been to like a restaurant and you like, well, they were like, well, I did everything I can. You want me to go get the manager? No, I know your manager. He a doofus. Nah, baby, you've been doing good. It ain't your fault. Now I gotta call corporate or something because these dudes and they ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? You ever been in that situation?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I think the Knicks is, bro. I trust Walt Perrin. I just don't trust Brock Aller.
Whoa! Hold on now.
I don't trust Leon. Is the one I don't trust.
That's the one I don't trust.
I don't trust him either.
Brock, the man that makes sure the money in the cap strips.
Yeah,
get players.
Brock actually is one of the dudes that I think wanted Tibbs gone when it was looking like he would have been fired. He's one of the because he said with Tibbs, he said there's no rebuild. He said there's no rebuild and it's
exactly
no long term. He said there's no long term
well,
with Tibbs. So.
Well, I'm with him. I second anything he says.
I think they all want him gone. I only think Tibbs is here because he's Leon's connection. He's Leon's boy. Like Leon's brother's his agent, and that's the connection. Because you hear Worldwide West wants him out. Brock
wants him out. Yeah,
they all probably want him out.
All right, well, if y'all say that, right? What has Brock Aller done in his 2 full seasons here that Scott Perry and Steve Mills didn't do?
Well, that one statement alone right there is enough for me.
I mean, that's enough too hard, Bill. Because
they inherited somebody just said the fact of the connection with Leon Rose and Tibbs, it's true. And if that's really the case, then that's the only reason why he's still here. Then I'll take what Brock is saying. If Brock is the one outly saying that, we need somebody inside to keep it a buck.
I don't know what Tyler's doing because what he wants to do is he wanted to do what OKC's doing and load up on picks. And Tibbs and some of them weren't having it, so they went trying to win and rebuild at the same time route. Okay. But my belief is Brock Tyler just wants to load up on assets.
I think they screwed up when they had the opportunity to get some of these vets off of this team at the trade deadline. I think because then Nerlens Noel could have been gone then, but you let the book get read on him where this guy missed the whole season. So now nobody want to touch him.
Right.
That really is the crux of this whole thing that's keeping this engine from moving. Because I'm telling y'all right now, man, Mitch is still a problem. That's still a problem in itself. Hey man, we got a serious problem, man. And as much as I like Jericho is not ready. He ain't
ready. Hey Ryan, and I tell you this, Jericho won't ever be ready for the player that we want him to be. Jericho Sims, in my opinion, is going to be a Herb Williams type career backup with spot starter potential. But you don't come out of college at 23. You don't be Mo Bamba's backup. Like both of y'all, the dude legit came into Texas at the same time as Mo Bamba, right? Mo Bamba is going into his free agent summer. Think about that, right? And so here's the other thing about Brock Aller, right? The only thing that Brock Aller has done, right, that we can say we can hang directly to Brock Aller is trade away one of those draft picks that Steve Mills and Scott Perry bought in here. That's it. Brock Aller ain't acquire no first. What first round pick did Brock Aller acquire? If he wants to be Sam Presti, what first round picks did he bring in the door?
He wasn't allowed. The plan was nobody wanted Julius. Rehab Julius's value, then move him for picks. They rehabbed Julius's value too good that they ended up paying him. Right. The value went down, and now they're back to square one again with an extra 4 years, 100 on the contract.
Yeah, and
so what I'm saying was where Brock Aller should have stepped in when the value was high and be like, we got to move him now, which I was all in for. When y'all wanted the 4th seed, I wanted to move Julius at the deadline.
Yep.
To get
you're
the
right.
pick.
I remember
that.
That That being said, I mean, I'd take a 4 seed over a trash team any day. I ain't built like that. Being a loser ain't never been in my category.
Right. If you show me a tanker, and I'll show you a loser.
I ain't gonna never sign up for losing. I'm
Right.
sorry. That ain't happening.
I just want to just say this real quick, man. I know it seems like I'm harsh on the Knicks front office, and you know what? So what? But here's the thing. I think as Knicks fans, I think we all are begrudgingly moving towards a acceptance of this young core not being dynamic, right? And because when you look at it, if I ask any of you guys, name me 2 dynamic young players on this roster that this new regime brought in, and trust me, they brought in 6 draft picks, right? Name me 2 of them that are dynamic. They brought in 6. Name me 2 that are dynamic. This group will struggle to find 2 dynamic players that have at least high-end starter quality, right? And can anybody name me like 2 out of the 6 guys that they brought in that may be dynamic, have high-end starter quality? Or do they need more time?
I think the closest thing you got is well, you gonna include who they traded for too?
No, I'm talking about drafted. I'm talking about who they drafted.
You ain't gonna let me off the hook.
Nope.
Man, the closest I said
got you stuck, bro.
The closest thing would be Obi, but then we ain't got enough tape on him.
But that's one. That's one, right? Who's the other?
I can't give you 2. That's the closest.
But they drafted 6 people.
Yeah. That's the only
sandwiches.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Did Tibbs play a part in the draft? Did Tibbs play a part in picking some players in the last draft?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think they were all Tibbs picks. McBride and Grimes, they're Tibbs guys.
There you have it then.
McBride, he won both of them.
There you have it.
I like McBride a lot, man. I don't. That's just me.
McBride too.
He picked those guys again. Didn't even play him enough.
I like McBride a lot. Y'all know he, aside from Jokic, he's my favorite rookie out of that group.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's probably my favorite
to get from overseas to come play. That's crazy. That's looking like it's gonna be a waste pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
That's looking like that's gonna be a waste pick.
Yeah, it is. Look, you talking about the McBride, right?
Jokic.
Oh, Jokic. Yeah, that might also be if they don't bring him over.
I don't think he's ever gonna come over.
I don't think so either.
I think, and Joe, humor me on this. Do you think Jokic is going to be in a trade package come Thursday night?
For what value though? Unless it's unless you're moving up, like in this. To me, honestly, Freezy, to move up, if you're moving up from 42 to move up to maybe like 39 or 40, you're moving up 2 spots in the second round. That's what moving Jokic gets you.
Right.
He's a nice piece and he plays overseas, but he hasn't done anything in the NBA and he was a second round pick. So, you know.
That's your point, though, Freezy.
I actually like him too.
Obi is the closest thing we got, man, to becoming Obi. What we saw in Obi them last few weeks is what we saw. The reason why they drafted him. It's like it validated why they drafted him. What we saw them last 2 weeks, and the limited, you know what I mean, the limited amount of time I got to see him playing that with that amount of minutes. So that's the only one, man. Everybody else, this team is loaded with a bunch of role players, man.
Yeah, and the only way we're going to see Obi at his full potential is to get that bum that's wearing number 30 behind them out of here. Like that's the only way you're going to see full potential. Only way.
The man is above, but I agree with you. We gotta move Julius. I agree.
He was a bum the day we signed him. He was a bum during his NBA, most valuable player season, and he's still a bum now.
I'll call the man a bum, man. That man was getting the MVP votes, man. He had a few MVP votes. You don't get that, and you're a bum.
Right. And I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. If the thing with Randall is this. Yo, look, okay, all right.
Got a few MVP votes.
What's up, boss?
He got a few MVP votes, right? You said, Charles.
Yeah. I mean, you got All-Star and you got MIP, and the guy did something no Nick ever did in a Nick uniform. Hey, there ain't no bum to me.
I was gonna say this about Randall, bro. I'm not mad at him for not wanting to play the 5. I'm not. And the deal with that, dang, Hartwell, is about that time already. Y'all about to come on in a few minutes, right?
Yeah, I was about to say I'm about to be out, but I was just chilling till then. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
Hardware, I thought we had some breaking news. I look up and Freezy was still going. And I was like, man, I'm glad you on here, though, because I was like,
when he
I
came
said,
back,
let
he
me
still
tell
had
Hardwell about that Kyrie thing, because I said it, I digested that thing, right?
Yeah.
Boy, ain't no doubt if that dude was on this team, what we would be.
Ron,
But
will you take Kyrie?
The key is if he plays, and that his availability, man. I would be afraid. I would be afraid to take that deal, man. I would, because you know what Kyrie would do. Kyrie, the type of dude that'll sign a contract and then end up and decide 6 months to a year, I want to retire.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't have to
you
pay
really
him, but
stuck. You know what I mean?
Wow, that would be crazy.
Yeah,
Well,
but you know
if he
it ain't far-fetched.
retires, they don't have to pay him, right?
Yeah, we'll have to pay him if he do that.
Yeah,
No, but if he retires in the middle of a contract, doesn't that terminate the deal?
Yeah.
But guess what? You would have to, but you won't be able to get them players back that you got rid of to get him in.
So, Ron, you don't think Kyrie's good for the next 2-3 seasons as far as basketball wise? Just basketball, nothing different. Just basketball.
Oh, absolutely. Skill wise, absolutely.
That was
that's
my
the
whole
thing that
point.
made me mad about him. Because that guy right now, I don't care what nobody say. Hands down, it ain't a point guard that can check that dude, man. He's a problem. He's a problem.
Exactly.
He's a problem.
I will say though, he's solid, but I will say if Knicks lose their mind and try to get Kyrie, I would think that they're real desperate at that point. Part of me thinks they're desperate if they throw everything out the window for Kyrie.
That's the knee-jerk reaction I've been talking
But
about
you
before.
just heard what everybody
Cully.
said, though, right? Nobody believes in the
And
talent.
guess what, Hardwell? Even for as much as the unpredictability with Kyrie is, you know what could actually happen? That guy could actually come in and change the whole narrative about himself.
He could.
Yeah, that's another
I could
possibility
agree.
too. Because right now, think about it. His stock so far as what people think about him around the league is at his lowest point. Him and
I
Julius
agree.
they on that same wavelength right now. They got to rehabilitate their image. It ain't the game; it's the image.
And what better place to fix it? Right here. But I'm about to get up out of here, y'all. Great show. I see you pull up back on it. Y'all want to pull up on our show? We going live at 6:30. I know Freezy getting off soon. So
we
we're gonna be live after the same Knicks convo. Y'all want to pull up? Dope show. Shout out to the chat. Everybody on the panel. Great talk today. I'll see y'all soon. All right.
All right, bro. Hey, we coming, bro.
All right, cool. Freeze.
I'll see you soon, Will. I'm pulling up.
Pull up. Yeah, pull up, bro. All right.
Yo, Freezy, I appreciate you having me. I appreciate that, bro.
Hey,
100.
we appreciate you being here.
The smoking Nick.
Ron Cleveland, you already know what time it is.
What's going on, man? Hey, I want to hear your thoughts on Kyrie.
Salute, my brother.
I just gotta to be honest, if he the best point guard available, I'm doing that. All that extra stuff with all he's not a team player. I just think that's a bunch of cannon fodder, a bunch of smoke that's about nothing. Right. If we have him, he's going to be the best player on our team. But that's not even the question I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask if we trade Randall and Julius, or not Julius, and we get Ivy, right? Say we trade Julius for the 4th pick, we get Ivy. You know what I mean? Who is going to be the new leader on our team, and what is our ceiling after that?
Well, to me, you signaling that you resetting, but Ivy is going to be the foundational piece. That
he's going to be the
you don't jump up and give up what you're going to have to give up to get that guy at 4, and he don't become the face of your franchise. He's the face.
So the question was, we're moving Randall and we're trading up for Ivy. That was the question.
Yep.
But what is our
Oh yeah,
ceiling?
I'm doing that all
What is
day,
our
and I'm dancing around my table after we do it.
The question is, what is the ceiling after that? Because if RJ is our best player on our team, don't you think we're going to be in the lottery every year?
Well,
I
so
think we'll be in the lottery next year.
Well,
let
we didn't give all
me
the
answer.
keys
Let's
yet.
do it one at a time. Because you asked 3 questions, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you said, what if we do the trade?
Correct.
Right. Then you ask, what is our ceiling? Right.
After the trade.
After the trade, right? And then I think in a way, you ask like who's going to be the leader, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So
you got me.
here's the thing. So we don't want to put all 3. We don't want to answer all 3 of those questions with one answer, out of respect to the way that you phrased it, right?
Okay.
So what if we trade Randall for Jaden Ivey? Obi Toppin is your new starting power forward, right? All right. 2. What is the ceiling of this team if Obi Toppin, Cam Reddish, RJ Barrett, and maybe Mitchell Robinson has a guard that can get them the ball where they don't have to worry about spot up shooting? All of a sudden, defenses can't sag in the paint. You got to respect everybody's ability to dribble, pass, and shoot. And now you go from a team that was point guard dependent to a team that can showcase everybody's individual offensive skills. Cam Reddish, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, Jaden Ivey. Right now, you can also get Mitchell Robinson the ball. Now, what is the ceiling of this team? Right? The ceiling on this team depends upon how fast the guys on your bench can learn the NBA game. And I'm specifically referring to Jericho Sims, Quentin Grimes, Miles McBride.
I ain't worried about Quentin Grimes.
And they'll be in their second year. Now, here's the thing, and I don't want to dominate because you ask a great series of questions. Rookies under Tom Thibodeau seem to have blossomed in their second year. Like it takes them a little while to do so. It takes them to about the All-Star break-ish or January-ish. But rookies seem to catch their second wind or become the guy they're gonna be about the All-Star break of their second year, right? And so with that said, if Tibbs is the coach, I think this team can win 45 games just straight off of hustle and defense, right? But be the 45-win team that no playoff team wants to see in the playoffs.
Gritty.
You know what I'm saying? Like they'll start off as that Orlando Magic looking team. By the end of the season, they'll be that Boston Celtics looking team that couldn't figure it out early.
That Grizzlies.
But yeah, the Grizzlies, right?
Well, no, the Celtics. The Celtics is that's a better example. They couldn't figure it out. Yeah.
Right. That couldn't figure it out early.
Celtics,
but towards the end of the season, no veteran playoff team wants to see them because they'll have depth, coaching, and talent. Right. So I didn't mean to hijack your question. I just didn't want. I just thought it was. Yo, that was well thought out, bro. You must have been holding that one, bro.
That's a good question, man. And I'm gonna tell you though,
Freeze, you made it sound better.
Obi is the key. Like from what we saw from Obi, if Obi continue to improve, and you know RJ gonna get better because he showed it thus far. And I wish he start hitting them free throws next season. I'd be real happy. You know what I mean? Cam Reddish getting the playing time. I mean, this team, the ceiling would be high for this team.
Yeah.
And I think that probably just be right on the outside of the plan. Just right on the outside.
Yeah, that actually, the way Freezy put it, man, you get, if it was to get Ivy and then, that it's a young team that could run, I will say. That would be very interesting to watch, man.
Mitch and Obi would be the two happiest player on the roster.
Right. I forgot about Obi. Yeah, you move him to the 4th spot. You got a guy that can. Yeah, you got Ivy running, and then that'll be good.
I ain't seen a player yet on the court with Obi that's been able to keep up with him when he's running down the court.
Right.
That's the scary thing.
Ivy brings that. I will say.
I would say you ain't seen a player yet that could do that with Cam Reddish either. At 6'8", 218. You know what I'm saying? Who is he's not explosive athletic, like he's not Vince Carter. He's more like Tracy McGrady, who's a more smooth, explosive athlete.
Smooth. You took the words right out of my mouth. Smooth,
you know what I'm saying?
Smooth, very smooth.
Yeah, because Cam can jump. Now let's not get it twisted. Yeah, I think Cam's got a 40-inch vertical, but he's not 47-inch like Vince Carter. You know what I'm saying? Like 45-inch like
Cam makes everything look easy.
6'8" with a 7'1" wingspan.
Yeah, and with handles.
He is athletic. Yeah, he's a smooth athletic. He's not the
Do you know what kills me? Do you know what kills me about Cam was we have a front office that wants him, we have a development staff that could develop him, but we're stuck with a head coach that don't want him. So we're possibly at some point going to be forced to trade him because we're not going to play him.
I would hate that.
And I'm gonna tell you what, that'll be one of the most recent trades that the Knicks would come to regret. I'm telling you, we trade that kid 3 years from now, when he fully develops into the player that he's going to be in this league, we would regret it. I'm telling
Anthony
you.
Edwards said that's the guy that lit him up, and Anthony Edwards said that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
The guy that he feared.
They
was like, yo, who's the guy you played against that you feared the most? And the dude was
Cam
like,
Reddish.
Cam Reddish.
He had no hesitation. And the guy, one of the other guys was like, man, he said, yo, they left me on an island with Cam Reddish. He lit me up, yo. One of the guys said, one of the other guys.
That's what annoys me is like when Edwards was talking about the defensive end too, because he's so big and long.
Right.
And how come Tibbs doesn't take it into his head and be like, I can, as a defensive coach, that's saying I can do so much with that length with the kid, instead of being like, you know what, I don't want him.
And you saw the guy creating havoc on the wing when he was here before he got hurt.
Yeah, you know what? I think Tibbs said it without saying it. He by actually playing him. When he started playing him, and he started playing him more and more, I don't think Tibbs wanted to admit that he liked him, that he needed Cam. He needed a guy like Cam. Because Cam attacking the basket, something that the Knicks didn't do a lot. They'd rather shoot. I think Tibbs, he's not gonna admit that he was wrong for how he felt about Cam. But I think
what it is too, Cully? Is that pecking order when he first came, man. Yeah. Remember, he came in the middle of a season where rotations was pretty much set, and you know how Tibbs feel about his rotations.
He's not about to
But you know what, Ron? I think if it was a veteran that they traded for instead of Cam, Tibbs would have found those minutes. He would have had a seat ready.
You would have, Cully. You're right about that.
No, man. Cully. Because they traded for veterans during the season, and they cut veterans. They were like, we ain't even giving y'all a chance. Remember, they traded for Denzel Valentine, and they didn't even give him a jersey.
Yeah, he didn't even play.
And 2 seasons ago, they made the trade for Austin Rivers, right? And they liked the young core so much that they didn't even bring him in. Remember,
Valentine is a solid vet.
Yeah, and they cut Vincent Poirier and Terrence Ferguson. They didn't even give him a jersey. They was like, no, don't even come to New York.
Right.
Hey, Joe, am I lying? Remember the Austin Rivers?
Yeah, you're right. That's the first memory on that one. You're right.
Right. Remember the deal where Iggy Brezdeikis got traded. Remember when we were for the big trade at the deadline?
Yeah.
And they traded Iggy and Austin Rivers, and we got this. We needed a big. Remember, we needed a big man because Mitchell Robinson had just broke his foot. Right?
Just broke his foot.
We needed a big. Vincent Poirier was the guy that we got. They was like, nah, don't even come to New York, yo. We gonna waive you.
Wasn't it Spellman?
We cut Wayne Selden too.
Wayne Selden, they signed him last. But he lasted up to almost
the Cam Reddish trade.
Spellman.
I mean, not the Cam Reddish trade, but the
McDonald's
Denzel Valentine trade. He landed to the Vincent the Denzel Valentine trade, and they cut Denzel Valentine.
Worldwide West would run up top to Dolan and tell him that we need to be playing Cam because I really don't think you got to give Cam a chance at least.
Yeah,
the only thing that scares me with Cam though is shoulder injuries, man. If what was reported is true, that all he did was rehab that shoulder,
that's scary.
That's scary to me, and didn't have that surgery.
Yeah,
that's scary to me.
Because he can get hurt again. That's what you're trying to say.
Exactly. Once you compromise,
it's easy to dislocate a shoulder again. It's so easy.
It's so easy to pop out.
That's very delicate. A shoulder's a delicate. That's a delicate part of the body, man.
That's a risk on him, especially contract year too, because he has an injury and he's out for a year. Next year he'll be at the bottom of somebody's rotation on a minimum.
So, we talking all the potential, but he gotta stay healthy. If he can't stay healthy, all that potential is for now.
Exactly.
Yep. Hey y'all, I got to get out of here because I got to go buy some windows.
I appreciate you.
And then I gotta shoot back and get back on with Hardwell and them guys for the love of the game. I'm gonna try to catch Queen Steph also. Hey, y'all, thank y'all everybody for coming through, man.
All right,
I know we did a full shit. We did a full shift today, man. And so we're gonna be back on tonight for the Knicks at Night podcast.
Are you?
And then
You on
we'll
for
be
Knicks
right
at
back
night?
on tomorrow for the Knicks Morning Drive tomorrow too. So it's draft week, so we got to do what we got to do.
Oh
Make
yeah,
sure
Yeah,
we
you
get-
may get some breaking news between now and the night.
I'm gonna say this, Squeezy. Did a great job today, bro. You kept me occupied my whole shift. I appreciate that, fam. 100.
Hey, no doubt, man. I appreciate you, bro, and I appreciate that super chat from earlier too.
Nah, you know that's automatic, man. We Knicks fans.
Yeah,
I'll catch y'all in a minute.
All right, boss.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
100.
All right, y'all.
Salute to the chat.
All right,
Word.